What's a T20 here?
One thing, it's not cricket, two, it's just a lottery. I listen because I've nothing else to do to the tail end of the Yorkshire,
Lancashire.
whoever it was game 2 days ago.
Oh, Durham.
Yeah, it sort of sounded like Yorkshire were romping away, and then ended up just turn and count bats and still got out.
Yeah, I was. Not that they weren't quite even all out, were they? I think only about 7 or 8 down.
Just all went out swimming.
They lost by, what's it, 5 or 6 runs? There's 13,000 there for the Lancashire match. So it's a different crowd, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of people who go to that won't never come to a cold day again.
Just like Gavin says, cricket for those who don't like cricket.
I don't say that was Michael Holding.
They go for a night out, don't they? The experience.
Good morning. Welcome along from North Marine Road in Scarborough. Yes, it's our favourite time of year because we're back here for 4-day cricket. Yorkshire taking on Gloucestershire. Myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for the full 4 days alongside my colleague from BBC Bristol, Ed Seaborn, and the third voice, or so he calls himself, David Townsend, alongside for the duration. So prepare for some dodgy jokes all round. The news is from the toss that Gloucestershire have won it and have decided to bowl first. And Ed will give you the Gloucestershire side.
Yes, I will. Good morning, Deutsche. Good morning, everyone. We're back in championship mode all of a sudden. Slightly discombobulating, but Gloucestershire have gone with probably the side that you would roughly expect. They've got an entirely new seam attack from the one that was playing in the T20. The batting lineup, though, is more similar. Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth will open up. I did note down number 88 for Bancroft's opening partner out of force of habit, because Bancroft's been opening with Hammond in the T20, but it'll be Charlesworth in this. Ollie Price at 3, Miles Hammond 4, James Bracey, the keeper, at 5, Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire's captain, coming in at 6, Bo Webster, the Tassie, at 7, Ed Middleton, the leg spinner, at 8, and then 3 seam specialists, although they can all hold a bat, Zaman Akhtar, Dom Goodman and Ajit Singh Dale.
Okay, and Yorkshire hosts have just been nice, AC, by letting the away team announce theirs first, because I'm just that sort of a guy. But the Yorkshire team, Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, Will Luxton to bat at 3 by the looks of things, James Walton at 4, George Hill at 5, Jonathan Tattersall back as captain for this match in the absence of Shan Masood at 6 and keeping wicket, Matthew Revis, Jordan Thompson, Dominic Bess, Conor McCurr, of course, on loan. That's been extended now to 4-day cricket, and so he makes his championship debut for Yorkshire, having already played in 3 T20s. And then Vishwa Fernando is at number 11 on the scorecard, and probably will also go in to bat at that point as well. But it's Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean walking out into the middle with the umpires Neil Bainton and Ant Harris. Will Smith is the match referee. Conditions are really good. We've had no rain in the last 24 hours, not quite sure beyond that. I know John Dodds, in my chat with him yesterday, the groundsman, said that they'd had a few deluges of late, and generally speaking it's not been easy for the ground staff. There's a green tinge to the pitch, there's 9 millimetres of grass being left on it, and as usual you would expect to have to bat well in the first session here, and then you can prosper as the day goes on. There's a fair bit of cloud cover around, so the ball may do something in the air, and of course the challenge for the Gloucestershire bowlers first up here, Ed, will be to try and find that Scarborough length. You usually have to bowl it just a little bit fuller to get the same sort of bounce as you do elsewhere. It does prove a challenge because you often get them, they get carried away with the bounce when they're bowling their normal length like they would down at Bristol, and if they persist with that then it can cost them runs. They're scared to put it too far up the pitch because they think they're going to get driven, but actually that brings them much more into the game, and that slip cordon. Let's find out as Ajit Singh Dale is ready to bowl the first over.
And he's running in at 10:59, bowling to Lyth, and that's a good start on a good length and angling across the left-hander. Lyth rehearsing a leave, suggesting that he did indeed play at that first delivery, and it whistles through to the gloves of Bracey behind the stumps. So that's all, I guess, always the thing when you're going from generally bowling on a slow pitch to one that you expect to have a bit more bounce in. Gloucestershire had this maybe a bit on the first morning when they had the hybrid at Bristol, which did bounce, certainly an awful lot more than your average Bristol surface, and that takes a bit of getting used to. Singh Dale is in over the wicket bowls, and this time it's let go by Adam Lyth, and the novelty of seeing a keeper take the ball level with their face.
Yeah, fingers pointing up. Good carry straight away, which is what you expect to see here. Adam Lyth just does a bit of tapping of the pitch. He's a big player for Yorkshire anyway, but his influence on this match is probably exaggerated given that now there's no Joe Root around in Championship cricket, obviously no Harry Brook for the last couple of games, and Shan Masood is missing out, so he is the one senior player in the top half of the batting order.
Singh Dale runs in, bowls, and Lyth has tried to work this one into the onside. Slight strangled shout for leg before, but it was surely heading down the leg side. There's no run as it's filtered at square leg by the tall figure of Dom Goodman.
On Lyth, who batted really well in the T20 defeat by Durham at Chesterley Street on Friday night, he got 50 odd. He's been playing well so far this season. He knows this pitch better than anybody who'll play on it because he's played some club cricket here. He's played many times for Yorkshire as well, from just up the road in Whitby.
You've got to enjoy batting on it if you're Adam Lyth all these years. Singh Dale in. Oh, he's tried to leave that one though, and he's been, as it were, struck on the bat inadvertently, and that one could have gone just about anywhere. Goes down into the ground, into the slip cordon, and there is no run. There are 3 slips and a gully. Webster at first, Bancroft second, Ollie Price at third. Charlesworth, well, he was in the gully, but having seen that, it looks as though Gloucestershire are going to put another fielder into the cordon. So 4 slips, and then Hammond in at gully. So on the attack early, Gloucestershire looking for some morning session wickets, having decided to bowl first. Singh Dale in, and Lyth is struck on the pad. It's surely too high. Also nipped back on him, so it may have been going down leg as well. But lively from Singh Dale.
Absolutely, yeah. But that's what you get here. So if you bowl what on a normal surface you think is a good length delivery, it gets through that guard, it whacks them on the pad. Everybody goes up, and you've got a chance when you're at Headingley, Bristol, whatever. But here, it's quite often going over the top, just a little extra bit of spring in the pitch.
Singh Dale building up to the fuller one. Question. Here he comes, he bowls, and Lyth has possibly played inside that one, but possibly played at it, and it's gone past the outside edge through to James Bracey. So certainly a tidy start from Singh Dale, and a quick one. It's a maiden over, and we'll see whether Gloucestershire can bear some fruit out of bowling that length, or whether, as Doidgy says, they may just need to pitch it up a little bit more if they are to get the early wickets that they so choose. People still making their way in to the ground, I can see, but already well populated. It's nice to see the terraces over there. I'm not sure that I would particularly fancy sitting on them all day, but then I don't have to. Bleachers.
The bleachers,
yes.
as DT calls them, year on year, yeah. So we have Dom, not Don, Goodman, bowling from the Peace-Own Park end here. First over of the day from this end of the ground, so up a slight incline. And it's going to be Finlay Bean to face his first ball at first team level for a few weeks, having not played in the T20. And so, first delivery wide of off stump, and Bean chooses to leave that. Just looking back on that Yorkshire team selection, no place then for Dan Moriarty for the first time in Championship cricket this season. Don Bess, the preferred choice there. Maybe that's partly because of his batting abilities, maybe because they wanted a seamer's deck preparing here, and normally see two spinners playing in the match here, apart from part-timer Adam Lyth sometimes joining in as he comes round the wicket once again. And turned into the leg side by Bean. There is no run. We should also say, if you're watching skipper Shah Massoud, we hope he is okay. Was hit on the head in an incident at Headingley in the win against Lancashire on Thursday night. Didn't play last night. Failed the concussion test by all accounts, and so got the mandatory 7-day stand down and can't play in this match. So hopefully all will be okay with Shan for next week's visit to his former club down at Derbyshire at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, as Bean leaves another one wide of off stump. No Ben Code, of course, you may have noted. He was here yesterday afternoon when I came and set up the kit for our broadcast, and he's, to my eye, seemed to be bowling pretty much at full tilt, but
he passed the Deutsch fitness test.
Passed the Deutsch fitness test, but Otis Gibson had said to me on Friday night after the match, on the record, that he wouldn't be playing here, and maybe it was just another chance for him to get through a few overs, inverted commas, in the nets to get himself fit, hopefully, possibly for next week at Queen's Park, as Bean defends another one. So when they get their chance with the ball, Fernando and Conor McKerr, you would think, take the new ball. Maybe Jordan Thompson and Fernando. Not quite sure how that one will pan out, but I would think McKerr will probably be given an opportunity to see what he can do with it. As this latest delivery from Goodman is, again, wide of off stump, and Finlay Bean leaves. You have got Jordan Thompson, you've got Matthew Revis, of course, you've got George Hill. So 5 potential seamers, plus Don Bess, plus if they need an extra bit of twirl, maybe an Adam Lyth over or 2 at some point during the 4 days, and Will Luxton getting a big opportunity at number 3, but it's an inexperienced Yorkshire batting lineup, you'd have to say. Has been right over the top of that, drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. The other thing to factor in here for Gloucestershire supporters who maybe don't see so much Scarborough cricket, there is some cloud cover. Batting tends to be significantly more difficult, I always think, in the first session. You'll often see a clatter of wickets, and teams who are in the field will get carried away, they're going to run through the opposition, but if the sun comes out in the afternoon, things can change quite quickly, and it can become a fair bit easier to bat on. So Yorkshire will be trying to weather the storm in this first session as Bean leaves the final ball of the second over. 2 without loss after 2. You know, if Gloucestershire can put some pressure on with the ball, they could make it pretty difficult in this first hour and a half or so. And you will fairly often, without you maybe turning up and thinking these are great bowling conditions, you will see 4-5 wickets in that morning session, and then it does become more difficult for the bowling side afterwards. If you get to lunch as the batting side and you're only 1 or 2 down, then you know you've started off pretty well.
Something to do with the onshore, offshore breeze or something,
well,
as well, is there? Are we getting particularly meteorologically?
Yeah, one of our commentary colleagues has theories on the sea fret here.
Singdale bowls, it's driven firmly by Lyth, but Singdale can knock it down on his follow through, so there's no run. I did see there was meant to be a bit of mist potentially on the 4th morning, but it did look as though it was meant to be mostly dry and sunny, perfect for watching. 22 degrees or so, I think, today. Something like that over the next couple of days as well. Maybe a bit cooler on the 4th day, but we shall see. Singdale is in and bowls, and Lyth lets that one go. Gloucestershire enjoying the bounce and the carry, but Lyth is perfectly comfortable in leaving that one on length as well as on line. Still no runs off the bat, and it's rather a change of pace after what we've seen the last couple of days, particularly from a Gloucestershire point of view.
Peasholm Park, by the way,
Yes.
this end. That's this
And
end,
that is the Trafalgar Square end.
Correct.
Yeah. Why they named it after a London landmark, I have no idea, but Singdale bowls, and that's wide of off stump and left alone.
You could call it the Johnny Bairstow mural end, if you like. As there is a rather large
Oh yes,
painting,
that
which
is Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, it's sort of it's a cross between Johnny Bairstow and Neanderthal Man, isn't it? Really?
Well, I was, yeah. Perhaps shouldn't say what it also reminded me of, but there's an awful lot of hair.
I wonder if Johnny's sued on the back of it. Mind you, presumably would have been getting a few quid for a holiday apartment advertisement.
And goes. Ajit Singdale is there and bowls. Lyth drives, picks out mid-off though. Dom Goodman does the fielding. Has that always been there? Because
No,
I don't remember that, but honestly, it hasn't always been there anyway, because Johnny Bairstow hasn't always been there. But you know what I mean? How long has it been there for?
I think it might have been just at the start of last season.
Right.
Definitely was there all last season, and yeah, I can't remember it being a couple of years ago.
The last time I was here was for a 50-over match, which Durham were, in inverted commas, hosting against Gloucestershire. Thrilling match it was too. I don't remember that being there. In comes Singdale and bowls, and that's let go by Lyth. Yeah, Jack Taylor won it with 6-4-6 in the last over off Chris Rushworth, having turned down the single off the first ball. 16 off 6, and he turned down a run off the first ball, and he thought, that's a brave move. 3 balls later, game over. Yeah, Gloucestershire coming in on certainly an enormous high after 2 days ago, finally getting one over on their local rival Somerset in the Blast. An incredible partnership between Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price as Singdale is in, and that will be the first run off the bat as Lyth clips it away down to fine leg. Ed Middleton will do the fielding, and that will spoil the maiden over. 3 without loss after 3 overs, and they really did rescue Gloucestershire from a position where it looked as though they were pretty much buried, and they've lost 6 in a row against Somerset heading back to the 2020 season in T20 cricket. So it was particularly pleasing from a Gloucestershire point of view to get one over on them and end that losing run. Partnership of 82 in 5.5 overs from Ollie Price and from Ben Charlesworth. And they've got potentially a bit of time here to adjust back to the rhythms of 4-day cricket in the field.
So Dom Goodman to bowl to Adam Lyth for the first time in the match. 23 years of age, from Ashford in Kent originally, and just a 12th first-class match for him. 23 wickets to date. Here he comes, still persisting, going round the wicket to the 2 left-handers, and Lyth drops that away in front of square leg. And Ed Middleton in to do the fielding. There's no run. Pretty good crowd in, I think you'd have to say, first up.
Yep.
There was a dinner last night here. I think Geoffrey Boycott was the guest speaker. The suits are all out as usual. In the deck chairs away down by the marquee down the west, on the west side boundary. There's quite a few in the west stand, which was reopened and adapted last year, looking resplendent. In he comes again, and that sees Lyth leave once more. Quite a lot in this stand at the Peasholm Park end to our left. Can't tell how many there are, which away to the right, the other side of the press box.
Did I install a mirror for you?
Blocks our view. But looking away to the left again, well populated in front of the clubhouse. Well, maybe it could have been more populated on the bleachers, but down at the Trafalgar Square, and plenty there as well. So all coming to enjoy day 1 on a Sunday off. as Lyth steps across and leaves another delivery, not troubling him, wide of off stump. No major swing, I don't think you'd say,
no,
so far for either bowler.
Doesn't look that way. And really, if one of them were to get swing, it would be Goodman more so than Singdale, who would tend to move the ball into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. Goodman, more of a swing bowler than Singdale in general, though.
Here he comes again then. Ball just short of length. Lyth goes tiptoes and turns it back at a square. Middleton round to field, and they get back for 2. So 5 without loss, 3 of them to Adam Lyth, the only 3 off the bat so far. Some breaks in the cloud, which is actually, it's looking a little higher and whiter than it was just at the start of play.
It's burning off.
Yeah, and I'm sure the lads, the 2 Yorkshire batters out there, will be pleased about that. There's a bit of a sea breeze, as you might expect. A flag on the clubhouse away to our left, flapping away, not quite horizontal, as Lyth turns another one backward of square leg for 1 run. Dave Williams, photographer extraordinaire, he's obviously spotted something. He needs to be positioned a little bit left of where he was a moment ago. He's moved his seat all of a couple of metres.
It's an extraordinary seat he's got. It looks like an upturned bin.
Yeah. These lads, I mean, they do that job in all sorts of conditions. I know sometimes, like, you know, you sort of, you make comment, don't you, about how your surroundings affect your own position. Here, we've got no cover from the sun on the morning session, but then it all changes in the afternoon, and it's much easier, if you like, as Goodman is in and Bean leaves another one wide of off stump. So 6 without loss after 3. But the photography guys, I mean, think about some of the conditions we've had earlier this season. I know at Headingley it can be a cold place, that early doors in the season, when you've got single figure temperatures, and they've got the woolly hats on and all of that around the grounds. And now it's a different cover they're having to take, with more of a baseball cap on to protect Dave's head from the sun. He's got the shorts on, probably got loads of slip, slap, slop sun cream going on.
Have you finished your violin recital now?
They're hardy souls, the photographers.
Yes.
Alan Mackenzie will doubtless be around doing his job.
Certainly hardier souls than me. In comes Singdale and bowls. This is clipped away through the leg side by Lyth. It won't go to the boundary. The outfield doesn't seem the quickest, and they'll take 2. So it will be 8 without loss as Lyth moves up to 6. So at the moment, Gloucestershire seem either to be sort of shortish and wideish, or when they've pitched it up, they've been clipped through the leg side a fair bit. And certainly in terms of their attack, they've had a decent amount of time to prepare with a red ball coming into this game, with it being an entirely new seam attack. Other than Webster, he'll be the 4th seamer. Singdale in, bowls, let go, and Gloucestershire think that this might have clipped a bit of Adam Lyth's pad, but umpire Bainton doesn't seem at all interested. That was probably a bit closer to where he'd want it, just that bit fuller. It was still going over the top of the stumps anyway, even if it had just clipped the pad, but probably a bit more like it, and just a hint of movement back into the left-hander as well. Lacquer starting to come off the ball, and also perhaps just what's going to happen if you pitch it up that little bit more. Here's Singdale. He bows his head as he charges in and bowls. This is driven in the air just behind point and away for 4. Diving effort from backward point, but probably wasn't particularly close to Zaman Akhtar in the end. Hard to tell from this angle initially, but it was aerial, and that's the first boundary. 12 without losses. Lyth moves on to 10. Big stride forward down the pitch as he played it.
Yeah, he sort of went 2/3 at it, but not fully, I don't think.
Yeah, quite a long way away from backward points in the end, but Gloucestershire will, I guess, think, well, you'd hope they're thinking, actually, we'd rather him play that shot than just leave off a good length. 12 without loss. Singdale is in, bowls, is driven through the covers for 4 more. That one absolutely out of the middle and where he meant it.
Yeah, we've not seen many shots so far today, so that easily is the early candidate for shot of the day. Bit of width, fuller, and he knows exactly what he's doing here. You see Adam Lyth, and he latched onto that and smashed it away. It was dismissive, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, again, he's, by the looks of things, batting a little out of his crease and then taking another step forward as well. He's not scared of the pace that's coming down.
He absolutely loves it here. When you speak to him after a day's play, particularly obviously usually when he's got a few, but he really does love playing him.
16 without loss. Singdale comes round the wicket now and bowls, and Lyth clips this one firmly up to mid-on. Van Buren is there to do the fielding. So having said this, a relatively inexperienced Yorkshire batting lineup, it is a fairly inexperienced Gloucestershire bowling lineup with Singdale in terms of the 3 frontline seamers plus Webster. Singdale at 22 first-class matches, being the most experienced out of him, Goodman and Actor. As round the wicket goes Singdale and bowls, and this is flicked fine by Adam Lyth, and he will take a single. 15 for him, 17 without loss at the end of the 5th over of the morning session. No great alarms for Yorkshire so far, and Lyth has all the runs off the bat, 2 runs for the no ball.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about inexperience of that batting lineup, Finlay Bean's played 1 full season and getting on towards a half now, hasn't he? Second time around. Had a great time of things last year, but that's not deep experience. Will Luxton, very few first-class matches. James Wharton still not many. George Hill would be more experienced than that pair, batting at 5, we think, as Lyth pushes half forward. There's a bit of bat and a bit of pad involved, but you could certainly hear the bat on it. And yeah, Johnny Tattersall looking as though he's going to go in at number 6. He got a big 100 here a couple of years ago, 180. So it's a ground that he'll always remember fondly, because that's a pretty challenging highest first-class score to be able to pass. Another 3-figure score, I'm sure, and now he's skippering as well. He would absolutely love that, as Lyth is in, as Goodman's in and Lyth pushes into the offside, and there is no run, so they're going to have to bat well. And I think, yeah, they're leaning on Adam Lyth's experience and a bit ability, let alone experience, here would be heavy. So it's encouraging stuff for Yorkshire. Has yet to get off the mark, but he won't be too worried about that. A man of good temperament. Goodman is in, and Lyth shoulders arms to this one, but already, just by virtue of the fact that we've had a few that have bounced over the top of the stumps, it's got a completely different feel to the match that we saw between the sides with the Kookaburra down at Bristol.
Yes.
On a fairly chilly and wet few days in early April.
Yes, it was, as you say. You get the impression, though, despite that, of wickets potentially being slightly easier to come by.
Goodman in, Lyth again, leaving on both line and length, and I think maybe if either of them have picked up the length to bowl here quicker than the other, it's probably Singdale more so than Goodman just yet. We saw Jamie Overton get a little bit carried away with the, in inverted commas, Scarborough length here for Surrey in the first innings that Yorkshire had a couple of seasons ago, and then when he got it right in the second, he was much more of a handful to play. Goodman in, Lyth with a solid block. Matthew Fisher, Ben Code, sadly both not able to play here, but both know what they're doing on this ground. I can remember Fish bowling a tremendous spell in a win against Somerset, a 2-day win against Somerset here, probably 3 seasons ago now, where he seems to have it on a string just for a red hot few overs in the afternoon session. Here comes Goodman, and Lyth with an open face plays that one backward of point to complete over number 6 with Yorkshire at 17 without loss. I'll step aside for the first time today. The greatest third voice in the history of this commentary box, David Townsend, will join us.
So, Gloucestershire have not played here since 2012. It's been a while for them. The last time they played on this ground, it was a set-up game where 2 days were lost due to the weather. I can't imagine there have been a huge number of those sorts of agreed games since for both sides. I mean, Gloucestershire certainly had one in 2019 at Derby, but not something that you see so much anymore. So nobody from the Gloucestershire side that played in that game. Round the wicket goes Singdale, bowls, and Bean squares up to defend that one up the onside of the track. And there's no run. Are you settled in, Mr. Townsend?
I am indeed. Good morning to you, Ed. Good morning to everyone listening. Fantastic to be back at North Marine Road. Loveliest place, or one of the loveliest places in the country when the sun is shining, as it has been this morning. There's still a bit of wispy cloud around it. Well, a bit more than wispy.
Round the wicket goes Singdale, bowls full. This has struck Bean on the pad, but there was a pretty quick inclination from Neil Bainton to say no.
Looked to be going down from here, didn't it?
It's nipped back, and
from the shape of his feet.
You can see from, well, I've had to look at the reverse angle first up, but you can see how much it's nipped back, and that surely is missing leg stump, but nice and full, and it wasn't going over the top, unlike the majority of deliveries so far. Singdale perhaps finding something round the wicket that didn't have over the wicket. He's quick, is Singdale, and normally you would think his natural length is quite full, as he's there and bowls. That has caught Bean on, I think, the pad or hip area. Yeah, it's been signalled as leg buys, and it flies down past Bracey through where a leg slip would be for 4 more runs. So Bean still yet to get off the mark, but it is 21 for no wicket.
He's playing a shot at that. He's, I suppose, looking to maybe just manoeuvre it off the hip or something, wasn't he? I mean, he wasn't trying to avoid it, but he was waving the bat at it a little bit.
Be interesting to see whether Gloucestershire reach a point. I mean, I hope they don't, because it'll mean that they've not got the wickets up front that they'd want, but if they do reach a point when they go to the short ball tactic, and what happens when they do. Singdale is in, round the wicket, bowls. That's a beauty, and that's really taken off on Bean, and I think moved the other way from the ball that struck him on the pad. Looked as if it was angling into him, and then, well, I say just left him, it's done more than enough. So a bit of sea movement being found in this over from Singdale. As if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see a shot of Josh Shaw, who I'm sure will be taking the opportunity to meet a lot of friends and family. He's been a part of Gloucestershire's T20 success lately, including that last ball 6 against Glamorgan 3 nights ago. Singdale is in. This is clipped behind square on the onside by Bean, and he's going to get off the mark with a couple of runs as Goodman trots round from fine leg, and it's 23 without loss. Shaw was named in the squad for this game, but in the end not picked in the final 11. I wondered whether, given the fact that he was actually named in the squad, whether that indicated that he was probably going to play. Otherwise, you might have thought that he wouldn't be named in the squad, but it's Shaw who's the seamer who's missing, and the 3 returnees, Actor, Goodman and Singdale, playing as Singdale bowls, and Bracey's not taken that cleanly behind the stumps, but that again has the beating of Finley Bean, as it has beaten Bean on the inside edge, gone between bat and pad, and not taken either, and continued to move on Bracey, which is why he didn't take it. But 23 without loss, and that probably the most searching over of the morning.
Yeah, best over of the morning by some way. Don't know whether it was you or Doichi.
Probably Doichi, if it was a good thing.
Before we started, you were discussing that maybe Josh Shaw would have been the one with experience of bowling at Scarborough. It probably was Doichi, because it was a very astute comment.
Exactly.
Here comes Goodman round the wicket. bowling to Lyth. He does that little shuffle just as the bowler bowls and finds the ball outside his off stump, allows that to go through to the keeper. 3 slips to the left-handed Lyth. 2 gullies, or we're going to call that 4th slip in the gully plus. There's 5 in the cordon plus the keeper, and 3 men on those familiar positions on the onside, the fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on as Goodman bowls, and driven nicely by Lyth. That's back past the bowler, chase away to the boundary, and pulled up just inside it. Another astute comment that came from you as well.
Oh gosh,
Ed, which earlier on that the outfield isn't the quickest here today. And
I think Deutsch's astute comment was better than my one. That was right in front of me.
But that one you would perhaps normally expect to have just chased away to the boundary with Hammond in pursuit, but pulled up inside the ropes. Goodman bowls, and that's left alone by Lyth. 25 for no wicket, 17 to Lyth. Just the 2 runs in that last over to Finley Bean.
They haven't shaved the outfield to within, well, I say an inch of its life, a couple of millimetres of its life, so you expect it probably to quicken up as the 4 days goes on, as we get plenty of sunshine, but it does look longer in terms of the grass than some.
Goodman bowls, and that's turned into the onside by Lyth, and there's no run. Talking of shaving, you've been standing too close to a razor recently, have you?
Well, it doesn't tend to be particularly necessary when the living involves talking via the medium of radio.
Oh, okay. Just thought for you.
Just happened to notice in the light, did you?
Goodman running away from us. Bowls, and that's pushed down square of the wicket. No run there. There's it looks from this position, it's interesting ground, Scarborough, because from our position at the PE's home park, it appears that there's big slope down towards us. But when you and also the slope away down to the west stand. Well, actually, when you get out there, it's pretty flat. Goodman bowls, and Lyth has a little glance at that one. Doesn't make any contact because Bracey makes a good diving stop away to his right and prevents that one going for possibly 4 byes, and that's the end of the over from Goodman. So 25 for no wickets, 17 still to Lyth. But you know what I mean, it tends to, just looking at it with the naked eye, it tends to look as though from up there by the tea room and the scoreboard, away in the distance to our left, it's sort of 11 o'clock as we're looking at it, that it slopes away down to the corner on the other side of the press box there.
Singdale it is to start his 5th over. Round the wicket, bowls, let go. Well wide of off stump by Bean. And after the Yorkshire Supporters Association meal on day 2, it looks as if it's sloping all over the place.
Well, I think we're going to, it's tomorrow night.
Yes.
An early mention for the late great Dave Callaghan. It's a Cali fish and chip day tomorrow. We'll be mentioning that more often as the days go on.
Singdale runs in round the wicket, he bowls, forward comes Bean. Pleasant defensive stroke up to mid-on, and there is no run.
You'd eat fish and chips, would you?
Yes,
you're not one of those.
I've already made my selection.
You're not one of those that young people that sort of survives on lentils and squash or something.
Well, you do spend enough time in Bristol to be able to survive on things like lentils and squash, but no, I'm afraid. Well, I say cod, but it won't. It probably won't be.
There might be a bit of
nowadays,
haddock up here. Haddock's very popular.
Singdale is in and bowls, and that's pushed in defence to mid-on once more by Bean for no run.
For those of you wondering what we're talking about, every year we pick a day out during Scarborough when we remember Dave Callaghan, who sadly passed away 6 years ago now. He was the voice of Yorkshire cricket before Jonathan Deutsch, and we remember the great man by having a fish supper, which you're all welcome to join us in, and send in your pictures as well. But that'll be tomorrow night. Don't go too early. Don't want to say you can't have fish and chips on a Sunday anyway, can you?
2 days in a row. Singdale is in, and this is tucked up to mid-on. Once again, by Bean for no
last
run.
year, I know it doesn't sound that many, but last year I think we had on Twitter or X or whatever it's called these days, I think we had 16 or 17 people actually sending in their
Nice.
pictures of their fish suppers in honour of Callie, and if you're vegetarian, well, improvise, So which one or two did, yeah. I mean,
Breaded anything.
yeah,
And
no,
chips.
it's
Pollock, snook, something like that.
that's still a fish, isn't it?
Yes.
Pollock-
Well, I
pollock
was just
is-
thinking in terms of the fish
Oh, right.
options that you get now, other than the poor old cod. Singdale in very full, dug out by Bean back to the bowler.
Attempted Yorker there.
Looked like it, yeah. Whether it was deliberate or not, I'm sure Singdale will say it was deliberate.
He hasn't quite got that length he found in the last over, has he? Which
No.
is causing the problems.
He got the movement off the surface that he hadn't been getting before, but he's possibly just been a little too straight again this over. Lots of, 3 deliveries have been worked up to mid-on. More on that off-stump, fourth-stump line. Singdale bowls. This is driven sumptuously through the covers for 4 by Finley Bean, so that ruins what would have been a maiden over from Singdale, and Bean picks up his first boundary, and Yorkshire supporters, I'm sure, will be rather pleased with what they've seen so far this morning. 9 overs in, and they are 29 for no wicket. Yorkshire. Looks as though Goodman will have a 5th over, but you suspect that Messrs Actor and Webster can't be too far off having their first bursts.
Just looking through the averages for Division 2, and I see Bo Webster. He's only played 2 games. He's top of the batting averages.
Yes, he's had the benefit of being not out a couple of times.
Does help. Goodman bowls, and that one again is through to the keeper.
Actually not out once, I should say. 44 not out in that 706 for 6 declared at Grace Road. That was Gloucestershire's highest first-class score, and then 76 against Derbyshire in the last championship match, where he also took his career best bowling figures of 6 for 100.
Goodman bowls, and again Lyth allows that one through, and again Brace is taking that one around sort of shoulder height, his fingers pointing up, thud into the gloves. The two or three regular spectators who are here every Scarborough, and have been coming for years, they always sit here. They're a little bit obstructed by the sight screen this year, because the pitch is cut towards the east side, and that delivery again outside the off. He's wasted a lot of deliveries, hasn't he, Dom Goodman? And allowed the one thing you want to do the first hour at Scarborough is just to allow that ball to leave it alone, not play at it. Not had any. Don't think we've had any edges yet, never mind any chances.
Just the one that Lyth tried to leave that went down into the ground, but no conventional edges, yeah.
And again outside the off stump, and again through to the keepers. Lyth giving him that look as if to say, well, you can bowl there all day if you like. I'm quite happy with that.
I mean, especially on a surface where you can leave on length, you're far less likely to go chasing after balls on, 5th or 6th stump. I mean, you might just about play at one on 4th stump, but if you're bowling that far wide of off, it's already so much in your mind that I don't have to play at a lot of these deliveries anyway, that you won't get those fishes so much.
Bowled gone back over the wicket now to the left-handed Lyth, and that's just turned backward a square.
Fishes of a different
For
kind.
a single. Yes. Yeah, we have a,
I'm already getting hungry, and it's only 20 to 12.
oh, for goodness sake, did you not have a breakfast or anything?
I don't have breakfast.
30 for no wicket. You have to set yourself up for the day. You know, food's for fuel, it's not for entertainment, Ed. That's delivery from Goodman. Is again over the wicket, this time to the left-handed Bean, and that's turned square of the wicket. No run, that's the end of the over.
I like to set myself up for the day in sort of puritanical fashion, really. You know,
Well,
to start as you mean to go on.
When do you...
When do I eat?
Well, no, look, if you're going on a car journey, when do you put the fuel in the car? The start of the journey, or do you sort of struggle on for 50 miles and then decide to fill
a place to fill up in my house, so it does tend to be during the journey, yeah.
You know perfectly well what I'm talking about.
So some of us might, you know, fill up the fuel cans and fill up the car then at their leisure, but most of us, I think, just use the pump.
Yeah, or these days, the whatever it is, the electric.
Oh, yes, exactly. Plug in, yeah, of course.
Plug in, and that takes a bit longer, though, I think, doesn't it?
Especially in Bristol, we should say that. Oh dear, there's a Somerset fan down there. Was he watching the other night, I wonder? Here comes Zaman Akhtar replacing Singhdale, and he bowls full but down the leg side. And there's no runners. Lyth can't get any bat on that, down that leg side. So the first change of bowling, and Akhtar picked up his maiden first-class 5-foot against Yorkshire in the reverse fixture at Bristol. Bowled superbly, especially in that first session. It was a proud moment for him as he's coming in over the wicket. Pronounced leap as he bowls, and fuller and straighter, and Lyth turns it back to the bowler. Tall enough himself is Zaman Akhtar, but he probably would be, well, I reckon in terms of release point he would probably be between Goodman and Singhdale, even though Singhdale is, I would say, a bit taller than Akhtar, because Akhtar does have that pronounced leap, whereas Singhdale, it's quite low down when he bowls. Akhtar bowls, that's very wide outside the off stump, and Bo Webster puts up his hands at first slip in front of his face in case Bracey doesn't take it, but he does. Got time to get across there as it carries beautifully again, but that one, well, it certainly would have been a wide 2 nights ago, but just about okay in first class cricket. Akhtar in over the wicket, bowls full, and it's driven, just push driven through the covers. There'll be a couple of runs here as Van Buren gets back towards the boundary, and as he does quite often, doesn't throw the ball. He's just going to jog the ball back in himself. 32 without loss, he says, just trying to get in rhythm with the scoreboard. It's always... well, it's not a completely new ground for me, but at a relatively new ground, it's an important thing to do on the first morning as the commentator. You get in rhythm with the scoreboard. Are they a quick operator? Do they wait until everything's done? Akhtar round the wicket, bowls again. That's really wide, and certainly not interesting Lyth in a shot.
Wasted a lot of this, haven't they? This, you know, you win the toss, you've got to put the opening batters under pressure. What have we got? 45 minutes gone. They'd have wanted a wicket by now, really. 42 minutes gone in actual fact, but they started a minute early, so 43 minutes gone, but you get my point.
Yeah, no, I mean, they would have especially been looking for one, as Akhtar bowls very wide, let go by Lyth, ends the over. It started off decently with the first couple of deliveries, but Akhtar, seemingly like all of 3 of the Gloucestershire bowlers so far, switching over round, but not really quite finding it from either side. But given the fact that you've got a couple of younger players coming in next, in Luxton, Wharton, Wharton's played a fair bit, but he's been in and out of the side from what I've seen, so you would want to get those in early against the very new ball. Lyth and Bean's wickets feel quite important
Well, they are. They're very important.
Always important, but especially given this incarnation of the Yorkshire side, missing the likes of Shan Masood, Joe Root, Harry Brook, who had been playing at the start of the season. Uh-oh. I believe our line has gone down, so will be a single off this start of the 6th over from Goodman. Will still be being heard on the live stream, I suspect, so we'll continue babbling, but might need a number out of Doidgy. Somebody has cleared us. Talking absolute rot.
So it's Goodman again, bowls. That's through to the keeper, no run. Oh,
Call rejected.
Something busy day for sport today, perhaps. They've cleared our line down. They're going to put something else on the.
What is it?
BBC
Azerbaijan
line.
versus North Macedonia, something like that.
Quite possibly. I think what's going to be starting at 12. Goodman bowls, and I suppose if we're not doing radio, we don't have to tell you what's happened. That was gone through the keeper.
Oh, you're just looking for an excuse
If
to
you've
say
been
fewer
watching-
words now.
If you've been watching the stream this morning, you will have seen that a lot of deliveries have not really troubled the batsman. Goodman now in his 6th over.
Yes, so have you got any alcohol?
So you said no, and what time it took?
Call rejected.
Taking it into the ground and buying alcohol into the ground.
So these are the little gremlins, little technical hitches that hopefully we don't normally get. Thank goodness.
Can't believe they didn't wait until Doidgy was back on air at least.
Goodman bowls, and that's turned into the gap on the onside. Well, again, I'm doing radio commentary. But, comfortable enough signal there.
People aren't even listening at work today. Well, some people might be, but not many.
Goodman's decided to go now round the wicket to Bean.
I mean, some pubs under 18
Next
are not permitted.
ball through again, doesn't have to play it. If I was Van Bruin, I'd keep Bruin rather. I would keep Goodman on until he's made the batsman pay at 5 deliveries in and over. So these,
You've been vindictive sort.
well, not really. You've got to learn somehow, haven't you?
What does it say?
It'd be interesting to see what Webster does when he comes on, because it's certainly in white ball cricket, which is what we've seen more of him in. He very much bowls at the stumps. And thinking back to that 6 for 100, I mean, at Bristol you've got to bowl at the stumps anyway. You don't have anything else in your mind other than the fact that you've got to bring every mode of dismissal into play that you can. The novelty of not describing a ball. All those people who've said over the years we
what do you reckon,
talk too much on the stream, well, we're on the radio. That sounds more promising.
And welcome back.
Yes, apologies for the significant dropout in the line, and for the benefit of those watching on the stream, we're going to have to go back to describing every ball, I'm afraid, as actor bowls to Lyth. It turns it up to mid-on and there is no run. I'm sure it was a welcome respite for some who are watching the pictures, but if you're listening on the BBC Sport website and app, welcome back, and apologies for the dropout. But Jonathan Doidge has been working feverishly behind us to get us back on air and has managed it, hopefully.
Yeah, you're probably too young to remember it, but back in the day, you used to have Test Match Special on, and then you had the TV and with the sound turned up.
Actor in, and this is turned behind square on the leg side, and they'll trot through for 1:35 without loss. Well, I still sync up the TMS commentary with the TV pictures.
Oh, well, there you go, you see.
You
So
just have to do a little bit of pausing and rewinding to get it exactly right, but once you've done that, it usually stays for the rest of the day. The national anthems are quite good for that, actually, if they are doing national anthems at the start of a game, because then you really can get it right up so that the national anthem sounds perfectly synced. Down the leg side from Actor, it's caught something. In fact, it has come off bat, so it wasn't actually that far away from Bracey, who's still lying prone on the floor with his right paw hopefully outstretched. Not too far away from him, actually. I mean, it sounded a bit thuddy, I thought, to start with, it to come off the thigh pad, but actually it clearly has been glanced by Bean.
Yeah, that was a little bit of heart in the mouth moment, I would have thought, for Bean there, because he knew he hadn't got very much on it. And, what was he, 3 or 4 feet away from it, about a metre away from it in the end. So perfectly safe.
A real bonus for Gloucestershire. They've got a wicket that way. Actor in, and this is tucked backward of square on the onside again. Goodman has to get round, as the outfield just seemed to be a little bit quicker in that particular area, but it still doesn't have enough steam behind it to get to that boundary, and 2 more runs mean it is 41 without loss, and Bean starting to move his tally on now. He's had by far the lesser of the strikeout of the two. In fact, before this over, he'd faced less than half the number of balls that Lyth had faced. Bean has 13, and he's played a beautiful on-drive there. And that probably is the shot of the morning so far, as Actor did bowl it fuller, but gets punished with the on-drive. 45 without loss, and Yorkshire really starting to impose themselves here. 13 overs gone.
Yeah, that on-drive just to the on-side of the stumps. In fact, Adam Lyth, getting out of the way, lost his footing and ended up on the pitch.
I missed that.
So 45 for naught, and he just started Bean's. Took him a long time to get off the mark. Didn't 4-day cricket take half an hour to get off the mark? Take as long as you like. Just starting to see it a little bit, and now we've got the young man Bo coming on.
6'6" as well. Not a short side, Gloucestershire, but he will probably be slower than Goodman as well, so he will be the slowest in terms of the seamers of pace.
Bowls there, and just got a little bit of shape on that.
Yeah.
First delivery, pitching and going down the leg side. Bracey tumbling stop. So familiar looking field for the second change bowler. You've got a couple of slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg down there in front of the tea room as Webster bowls again, and again just shapes it in a little bit into the left-hander. Lyth waits for it and pushes it up to mid-on.
Just immediately looks that little bit more threatening, Webster. I know it's only 2 balls, and the way that it's tended to go for Gloucestershire, if they started an over off well, they've gone back then to bowling 2 wide, but just that little bit of shape to interest him, as well as his height potentially to extract some bounce.
30 on his back as he runs away from us, turned into the onside again by Lyth, who's just playing the ball with that slight inward movement to the left-hander. The 3 regulars in front of us who come every year to watch, they've been talking this morning about the World Cup, the T20 World Cup. It's a bugbear of mine as well that the Super 8 is Webster again, and that's turned down to fine leg for a single. Super 8, there should be surely all 8 teams playing against each other, should there not?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Sort of, then people say Super 8s. Well,
They're Super
sort of
4s, aren't they? Yeah, that's true.
The Super 4s to go through. I'll tell you what, Afghanistan beating Australia last night.
I'd not seen any of it, but it looked as though it was kind of the way that you would expect Afghanistan to win the games, in terms of the openers get the vast majority of their runs, Gurbaz and Ibrahim Zadran.
Here's Webster bowls, and that's push square, no run to be had there, and then the bowlers defending what they've got.
Exactly.
Which,
get something on the board, enough for that bowling unit to get to work.
yeah, and if they were to Australia's final game against India, that's a chance for India actually to put Australia out. Well, always allowing that Afghanistan win their final game. That next ball pushed quietly into the offside for a single to Bean.
Possibly with a 200-run win, even Bangladesh could make their way back in. It's taken an enormous net run rate swing, but
I'd say it's not impossible, but it quite obviously is impossible. It's not going to happen at this later stage of the tournament. You 200-run swing against Oman or Papua New Guinea, maybe, but you're not going to do it.
No. Well, it would involve India
close.
Destroying Australia as well. You could get the situation where you get a bit of help either way, so it doesn't have to be quite as much of a swing. But yeah, it doesn't seem particularly likely.
You're talking nonsense, Ed. Get back to this game.
It's exciting that the Australia-India game has something on it. Actor bowls false shot from Bean, looks to drive through the covers. They put a cover fielder in position now, but the drive ends up squirting out into the onside, out towards Middleton at mid-wicket, so there is no run. England versus the US of A later this afternoon. Well, this afternoon I should say, because we're not into the afternoon yet. It's still the morning by just 5 minutes. But England looking to win and win well enough that they secure their passage through to the semis. Actor in and bowls wide of off stump and left alone once again. West Indies versus South Africa later on to decide, assuming England can do the business, decide potentially who joins them, although I think technically England can get through with a loss, can't they, if South Africa get thrashed themselves?
Well, if England's run rate is... Yeah, I'll come back to that after this ball.
Actor leaps in, bowls very wide again, and taken by Bracey.
Yeah, if England... they only need to beat the USA by not a very big margin to get their run rate better than the West Indies. Right, so you would then get a situation of... I can't work out what it is technically, but
it's about 0.2's worth of net run rate, whatever that means after 2 matches. Actor is in and bowls, and once again it is too wide to interest Bean.
Anyway, on to more serious things now. The Dave Callaghan fish and chip night tomorrow night, and Andy Walker's been in touch and said, DT, please steer everyone away from cod. It's not a fish that should be taken seriously. Controversial there from Andy Walker, one of our regular
taste or what?
Ex-BBC man, not sitting on the fence there when it comes to cod.
Actor runs in and bowls, and that's spearing down the leg side as it was very full. Bean tried to flick it away but missed it, and will take a leg by as it goes down fine on the onside, but certainly didn't look to have much going for it in terms of the appeal. 48 without loss.
I usually agree with Andy, but I don't mind a bit of cod. Haddock, I'd probably prefer haddock to the cod. But,
go for cod over haddock, but I don't know.
He's still got a lot to learn, Andy.
It is a lot about the texture as much as the taste. Actor bowls wide outside the off stump, and you can see a little bit of the frustration even coming through from Zaman Akhtar after that last delivery. Not a exaggerated look to the heavens or something like that, but just a turn and an acknowledgement of that not being right. 48 without loss, 15 overs gone.
If anybody wants to get in touch on Twitter or X, or whatever, I think everybody still calls it Twitter, don't they? But it's new name X. I'm at DO_cricket. What are you on it? Or are you no longer on it?
No, I dabble in it occasionally. I'm at EdCricket6.
At EdCricket6. Okay. So Webster in again and gets that shape into the left-hander, but it started too wide.
Yes, the other 5 were taken, yes.
Well,
no, it was...
Ed Cricket, I mean, there's probably quite a few Eds.
That definitely had been taken, because I would have just gone straight with that. It's because of the large number of variations of the spelling of the surname that
I was DT Cricket for a long time, and then I lost it.
Right. You mean the handle, or?
Yes, Ed, the handle, that delivery is pushed up to mid-off. Do you think I carried it around in my pocket or something? No, the handle, DT Cricket.
Yes, no, I just thought you meant you lost it, but I thought that happened long before the need to change the Twitter handle.
There was a problem. That's very good. There was a problem with it, and I had to sort of re-sign in, and my password was connected to an old email, and I just couldn't do it. So there you go. Webster bowls, and that's... played to mid-wicket, so it was around the time that my book "Do They Play Cricket in Ireland" came out, so I thought DO_cricket, that'll do. And,
do cricket.
Do cricket.
Is that a sort of a message to people?
Well, it's sort of tied
cricket.
up, because I was trying to, we were raising a little bit of money for a former Ireland player who's had an operation. He's Andy Patterson. He's recovering well, doing very well. Webster bowls and through beats being there. That's the first one really that we've seen beat the bat for probably, was it that 4th over from Singdale?
Yeah.
Where as you said, their best over of the morning, we beat the bat about 3 times. But we've seen one go past the bat since then.
Yeah, and every ball Webster had bowled up till that point had come back in, and that one just seemed to go across.
Here he comes again, and that one again goes across and through to the keeper. So that one's kidding nobody. He's not going to have a play at that beam.
I mean, if you built pressure from both ends, and then that delivery had been bowled from Webster, then possibly, then you might have seen him go after it because he thinks that's the only one that I can score off. But they've tended to know that there's going to be something that they can score off coming around the corner.
That's in the air and through the gap between shortish mid-wicket and square leg, out to the boundary, out to the bleachers, and that's the 50 partnership, as you can hear the extended applause from British crowd in here already. Be a couple of thousand in, you'd have thought. Can't see the other side of the press box. There'll be quite a few there, because there'll be a good viewing position today with the possibly not as good as it normally is. The pitch is more to the west side. So
oh dear, it's gone again.
We've lost the BBC again.
Yellow button, is it? Cleared.
Georgie will hopefully be able to sort us out. So you haven't missed anything.
Akhtar is bowling to Lyth, who works the ball up to mid-on. Hopefully a short enough drop out there, I think, that he didn't miss a ball. Score still 52 without loss. It's almost seemed more likely that Gloucestershire are going to get a catch in front of the wicket than behind it so far. There have been just a couple of shots which have been played in the air, but so far they've been into gaps. But nothing really to interest the slip cord, and even just in terms of beating the bat. Now the wicket goes, Akhtar and bowls. It takes off from full of length.
Bit of bounce.
Yeah, Lyth lets it go. Again, probably on line as well as length, but just the return of a slightly more dark grey cloud overhead, whether that has made any sort of difference to the atmospherics, if that's a word. People seem to use it if it's not. We were talking about this with David Payne during the last championship match. As actor bowls, oh, that's a nasty delivery. That's caught Lyth, I think, on the glove and then gone down into the ground just fine, I think, of leg stump. That
I think that actually went over the top of the stumps.
over the top of them. Let's have a look. It's actually off his arm, and then it missed to the leg side as well, but it may have... No, it didn't miss to the side. It would have been...
It would have hit the stumps had it been on the right line.
Caught him on the almost the lower arm as he tried to get everything out the way of it. A nasty delivery from Actor, who's there and bowls full on the pads, worked up to mid-on, and they will come through for a single. That is good batting from Adam Lyth. Just been struck a blow, get up the other end as quickly as possible.
Glancing blow, admittedly, but they all hurt.
Yes, I was going to say, I don't think I'd want to be struck on the bare elbow by any first-class bowler, even of the supposedly medium pace variety.
No, never
There's
mind.
not much of my elbow to hit, mind you, but...
Never mind the quick variety.
53 without loss, Yorkshire. Actor bowls, standing tall to defenders. Bean, as he plays that one up the surface.
I remember after South Africa had just come back into Test cricket, I think it was their first game, their first time back at the MCG, and Alan Donald had struck Mark Taylor on the shoulder, and it had gone through to the keeper, and he was rubbing and all the rest of it, and he got asked about it in the press conference afterwards.
Actor, 2 slips in a gully, bowls. This is tucked off the hip by Finlay Bean, but he's picked out Middleton at mid-wicket, and there's no run to complete the over. 53 for that loss.
And somebody said, "Oh, you know, that looked really painful." The one from Donald. He said, "No, not really." He said, "The painful ones," he said, "are the ones that hit you and then drop down at your feet." The glancing ones.
Right.
So, he said, "You know when you've been hit when your body's actually completely stopped the momentum of the ball." And I thought, good point. 53 for no wicket, and it's going to be Webster to continue. Bowls, and that's just pushed to mid-wicket, and there's no run there.
Shall I see what's going on elsewhere? Because we haven't done a update round the grounds yet. In Div 2, Northamptonshire are 48 for 2 against Glamorgan. Middlesex 45 for 1 against Derbyshire. Webster bowls. This is driven beautifully through wide mid-off, but it's only the slowness of the outfield that will prevent that going for 4. They're going to come back for a third run, and the throw comes in from the boundary, but Lyth is home at the non-striker's end. Is that a vital production meeting?
Yeah, we're just basically talking about musical chairs at the end of the over. Doidge's going to come in here, and I'll slip into your seat.
Sussex against Leicestershire, that's first versus third in the Division 2 table. Sussex are 49 for 3, all 3 wickets to Ian Holland on loan.
Hampshire player.
Dutchy.
That delivery turned to mid-wicket. No run there. He's not called Dutchy as well, is he?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Who's the original? Well, probably not even the original Dutchy, but who was the Dutchy from the left-hand side? No, from the from the Australian team in the when would it have been, in the 1980s, 90s?
Oh, heck.
Dutchy Holland. Next delivery from Webster through to the keeper. No run. He was actually on a tour over here. You're looking horrified, aren't you?
I can't think.
Toured England.
Yeah, gosh.
Probably in... Is he on the 93 tour? He might be on the 93 tour.
Dear, no, it's the only
Probably
Australian,
89, maybe 89 tour. You have to look that one up. Actually,
only Australian Holland I know is John Holland, who's far more recent. I think he might be been a one-test wonder.
Next ball, Dutchy Holland played for New South Wales. You'll find Bob Holland is his football name was, I think.
He played 4 tests actually, John Holland, more recently Victorian.
No, this is Bob
yes,
Holland.
I know, it's not the same.
What did he do? He couldn't have played that many tests. It would have
Put
been
the Wi-Fi to work.
Yeah, late 80s. I think he was in his pomp. 56 for no wicket. Through outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. We'll perform the musical chairs. And if you're listening at home, you won't even know anything's happened.
11 tests and 2 one-day internationals. Robert George Holland. 11 tests, a batting average of 3.18 in the days when batting averages were batting averages. 34 wickets at 39.76, and let's see if I can see 84 to 86 his Test career, and played his ODIs in 1985. Not come across him, that's poor. Don't like not coming across somebody completely. I'll come across Jonathan Doidge, who's busy getting his headset in position. He's going to get there.
Looks as though, dot ball. It looks as though William Mustoe is going to join us by the look of things, so you may as well have an extra 5 DT, because he's making his way up the steps beneath us to do his usual spot on air during the 4 days. Impromptu, but you know, he's a maverick. A bit like DT. So 56 without loss. 27 of them to Adam Lyth, 22 of them to Finlay Bean, and Lyth going at this delivery from around the wicket, gets an inside contact on it towards mid-on. He'll pick up 1. So see if we can sort a few things out while the former chairman makes his way in. And code and strength and conditioning coach Harry Booker just having a wander around the ground beneath our commentary position as Lyth turns that one, looking to play it to leg, but it drops out into the offside, and there is no run. Pretty warm in here, having come back into the commentary spot. And apologies folks if you lost us, if you're listening audio only through the BBC Sport website and app, because we have had technical issues. I think we'll just describe it as in the first hour or so of our broadcast this morning, as Adam Lyth falls over 1. There is an appeal, but that is denied. And as ever, I am delighted to see the smiling face of former chairman of this cracking cricket club, Bill Mustoe, alongside. Good morning, William.
Good morning, Doidge. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. We'll let you get your breath back, I think, for a moment or two. It's a fair old climb up those steps.
Well, it is for an old fella.
And so, in he comes again. This one angled in, but then leaving Adam Lyth, who is also at the same time leaving the ball. 56 without loss. Are we okay now?
We're fine.
Not
Isn't
completely
this a
gassed?
wonderful sight?
It's a great sight.
Isn't it? Just the sun shining, but cloud cover, so it's not too dazzling.
Be an even lovelier sight with a blind or a canopy over the top of the box.
I see you've tried to put wires across, so the cables across, just to help.
Yeah, here's Actor again. Lyth flicking off the legs, down through long leg, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. There was a handy effort, an attempt at the dive down there, but couldn't manage to reel it in. Dom Goodman. Lyth on to 31.60 without loss. Represents a pretty good start when you've been asked to bat first.
I think that's excellent, and the ground looks a picture. And obviously we need to win this one.
Yeah,
it's important
to win a few of them.
Yeah, there's over 2,000 people in, so Scarborough's doing what it does. It's just one of the great places to watch cricket, and of course a very important year for us, Doige. It's our 175th anniversary of the club being founded.
Big dinner last night, so I understand.
There was a dinner last night.
Bo Webster is in and bowling to Bean, who has a little flash at one outside off stump, but gets away with that.
Yeah, we had Aggers and Boyks doing their double act, which was quite fun. An auction of a few nice things, so that was very good. Caroline Hawley from the television Antiques Roadshow did the auction. So it was fine.
Some big names there.
Well,
must have been a big budget do that one then. What were ticket prices? 125 quid each?
Were £100 a piece.
Yeah.
And we had 200 people there, so that was very good.
Very good. Webster is in and bowling. Turned around the corner this one by Bean, who once won. Adam Lyth doesn't, and they stay put.
Now, you've been keeping well, old boy, have you?
I have been keeping pretty well.
That's good, yeah. I've been listening to you on the various streams.
Have you? Okay.
I have,
I'm sorry
yeah.
about that.
No,
it wouldn't have helped your mental health or well-being, would it?
No, I have pills, though, that I can take.
Here's Webster again round the wicket. And Bean gets a straighter delivery, turns it to the leg side of straight. Goodman fields, no run.
Yeah, we did have a look at these blinds for you.
Oh, well, that's great. And just to know that, that's just enough to know that you looked at.
Have a look. They're not standard. They're much wider than we thought they were. So we're going to have them made. So if you've got a few bob you can give us, we'll get them done.
Just your typical standard roller blind down here, it'd be fine.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be all the way across.
Oh, well, I just didn't want to.
I'm not bothered about anybody else sitting to the side.
I didn't want to skim on the budget for you, Doige. You know that.
Bean plays one into the leg side, no run. The other thing, while you've got the maintenance man up here, is if he's got a masonry drill,
right,
and he could stick a hole in this wall through to the box next door, that would be very advantageous.
You're going
in terms
to tell
of
me that the ISDN works from that box?
Yeah.
Yes.
So at the moment we have.
You have all
the
sorts.
BBC has had to break the budget to buy a 15-metre cable to get around from one to the other. I know.
I find that incredible.
There was a high-level meeting about that. As that latest delivery is wide of off stump and no run. Yeah, very high. I mean, it went to the very. I mean, almost. I think to
director
to the top.
level.
Yeah, director general level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we afford to put a 15-metre cable in it?
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Did they not just have a masonry bit and drill that they could have just bore a hole in?
Well, I don't think we're up into this technical thing of cabling that you require these days.
Bean turns one into the leg side, and again no run. No, forecast set fair. You know, we know all clubs, even the county itself, are trying to get some more money in the coffers, and doubtless yourselves, the need is very much there. So you're hoping for a 4-day game.
Yes.
Good crowds.
Absolutely.
Yorkshire win sometime during final session on day 4, probably.
You've got it perfectly, Doige. You're a script writer par excellence.
Give Alvarez Bean punches one back at Webster to complete that over. 19 of them now gone, 62 without loss. And well, if day one's anything to go by, Sunday, I know obviously weekend off for still plenty of people from working life, and a good number in.
Yeah, there is. And
are there many in round this end of the P-Zone Park side? Can't see because of the press box.
Yeah, no, it's surprising. Since we did the West Stand Up last year, there are more people sitting on that. So we got people all around the ground, whereas that was always a bit sparse historically. But no, it's good. I would think we'll probably nudge 2,500 in when we're done, hopefully by lunchtime. So I'm reasonably happy because it just looks splendid again.
Yeah, great place. Dickie Bird just down beneath us, watching from the side of the sight screen as Zaman Akhtar is in and bowling round the wicket at Lyth, who drops that one out into the offside. And there is no run. What else can you tell us? Any other Scarborough Cricket Club related news?
No, I mean, we had we talked last night about the great players who played their last game at Scarborough, including Don Bradman, Australian, who got 150 odd, and the great Sir Geoffrey Boycott, which I will tell you about his last innings in a minute.
Lyth leaves another one wide of off stump. Fire away.
Yeah, it was. He actually made 61, and was unfortunately run out, which is probably unusual. But there's an irony in that the batsman at the other end was none other than Jim Love, Yorkshire in England, and Jim is now our head of recreational cricket. But Boyk said last night it wasn't Jim Love's fault, which was magnanimous.
Very facts, dear me.
Yeah.
Never has there been such a come down. I see the President medal is attached.
Yes.
Did we? When did that event?
I've been president. You're obviously up to speed, Doigi.
I can't remember.
I can't remember
last
year as
well.
well.
Oh, well, you're right. Okay.
Yeah,
oh, well done with
my
that.
last year anyway, but that's fine. It's
just finished your career as president.
He's really on the ball. I mean, it's nice to be here, of course. But I'm glad you're not wearing the shorts anyway this year. That's fine.
Well, funnily enough, they went in the case, and I thought, do I put these on just for Bill's sake? After you'd said it a couple of times.
I haven't got over the first year I saw them, I tell you. It's very worrying.
That delivery from Actor wide of off stump, and Adam Lyth. Well, it went by anyway, through to James Bracey. No run.
Lyth was at the dinner last night. He was in good form.
Was he?
He had a great season, hasn't he? 3 tons.
Yep.
I've told him he owes me one here. That hopefully he can keep going.
Yeah, got a big one here, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Not so long ago, as he's just flicking one off the hip this time, and we'll get 4 runs past the despairing dive of James Bracey.
That's good. Yeah.
He does. He does love it playing here, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, he does. Of course, he was here. You know, it was his club, and we taught him all he knows.
Absolutely.
But he's probably forgotten most of it very wisely.
I think you taught him all he knows about socialising, probably, Bill.
Oh no, Doigi, how could you say that about me? Unbelievable.
Actor coming in, and Lyth, an exaggerated leave, will complete that over at 66 without loss, 35 to him. Finley Bean took a while to get off the mark, but he's doing okay on 22 at this moment in time. Plenty of cloud cover. So what's the plan for the rest of the day, since you're all suited and booted? Is there some other lunch going on over in the marquee?
Yes, I shall be going over there to welcome the people.
Yeah.
And, as president, one has these duties, you know, Doigi.
Yeah. Are you president, are you? Okay. Did we not mention that? And then you'll presumably amble your way back round to the president's balcony away to our left, will you, just by the entrance?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, no, I received visitors. I haven't seen you there, but it's...
Never get an invite to anything anymore.
Here he goes. That's it. Yeah. Doesn't get a blind. Doesn't get an invite. Yeah. Look, it's predictable. But you're not.
What can I say? I can only speak the truth. Dot ball from Webster to start this over to Finley Bean.
Yeah. No, it is a pleasure to see you, because you've been coming a few years now, haven't you?
It must be a pleasure to see me. I'm not sure I share that sentiment with you there.
That's terrific.
As Bean drives into the offside, no run.
The mutual admiration is wonderful. And it's what keeps me coming back up to this box.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm rarely insulted by
anybody else.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad my reputation precedes me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I haven't heard you doing any impressions lately.
There you go. There's one for you.
Yeah.
That's a generic baddie from a Bond film, no doubt. As Webster's in, and that's turned into the leg side by Bean. No run.
That's what it was it? That was fine. Okay, I got that one. What about your FST? You do Truman rather well, actually. It's legendary.
I was I'm glad I just edited myself, because what I was going to say in Fred's accent to you might have meant I would be walking out of the door without a job, as Bean is driving down the pitch, but well fielded off his own bowling by Webster, no run.
Very good.
Marvellous.
There you go.
I never got an invite to your dinner last night with Geoffrey.
There, yeah. Jeffrey was in good form last night. He was saying about the injuries to all the bowlers that we've got, and how in Fred's day he didn't know where the gym was. He certainly wasn't gym fit, but he was bowling fit because he bowled and bowled and bowled overs at the start of the season.
Yeah, inside edge from Finley Bean down to long leg for 1.
And I think that, you have to say there is some interest in that argument that it may run is, are we getting too technical from a physical point of view and not enough cricket-wise? And if you look at the number of overs they bowled in the season, they'd bowled 1,000 overs, the quickies. Today, I think, look, it's what, 300-400?
Yeah, lovely shot here by Adam Lyth, just over pitched by Webster, driven through extra cover as one of his signature strokes and on his home ground. 4 more to him, 39 now, and 71 without loss at the end of that over.
Because I think, haven't we got sort of 6 bowlers that are injured or something? Is it? It seems to be a lot.
I've lost count, to be fair. I've got the abacus ran out some time ago. But £100 a ticket to see Boycott, what is going off out there? There'd have been £200 a ticket and pleased to pay it to see me, and queuing all the way up to Albert.
That's what I've come to hear.
Marvellous.
That's
what a player.
Doidge doing his FST. Life doesn't get any better looking out over this wonderful venue. Doidge in full flow.
Stop it. Right. So my actor's going to continue. I thought you might have brought us all a coffee up or something like that, Mr. President.
I can't come up the stairs carrying anything at the moment. I need to hang on. Yeah.
Finley Bean waits back to us at his Peace Home Park end as Zaman Akhtar coming down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end, and he has a push at this one, slanted straight across him through to Bracey. A few yelps from out there in the field, but no harm done in the end. I see you've not had a go at the spectators for their shorts, have you? Just dodgy. I've not even got them on. Is it because they've paid? Is that all right? Because I haven't paid to get in. Do I?
Well,
the full brunt of that?
No, you cost us dearly, especially if I get a blind for you. It'll be frightening.
Benko's getting a few laps in. He could come up here and we might get some sense out of somebody if he fancies coming up to the commentary box.
Yeah, no, why not? It's a good idea. Get him up.
3 slips and a gully wait. Finley Bean, well, not far off giving an opportunity with that previous delivery. Here's Akhtar bowling to him again. This time, I think I'd probably give him more credit for playing inside the line. He wasn't pushing at it like the previous one. Oh, Ajit Singh Dale, my apologies.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Got too carried away with the fun and frolics here in the box and haven't noticed the change.
Well, there you go. Yeah. I must say Aggers was very good last night.
Was he?
Yeah, he was talking about the innuendos. No, the proper innuendos that happen in commentary boxes.
Yeah.
And, with Tuffers and with Boyks and the setup with Boyks.
And this one short of length and on the rise as it meets the gloves of James Bracey. Finley Bean leaving.
Yeah, they actually set him up, didn't they, about his hundreds ending at heading.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it was really funny, and they showed they played a clip of the actual setup, and then Boyks was getting more agitated by the minute as it went on, and then Aggers just said, "No, it's a wind-up, Boyks." I won't tell you what he said, but anyway, he didn't swear, in fairness, which was surprising.
It's Singdale in again and Bean pushing out to the covers. No run.
Yeah, that's he did say you muppet, yes, which was actually quite mild. Actually, you're quite right, but it was. I mean, you can imagine some of the commentary, and there's one story that I won't repeat, but it was. You remember Johners and Aggers with the. Couldn't get his leg over on a.
I certainly do. Remember hearing that live, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely. Here's one wide of off stump from Singdale and easy leave for Finley Bean.
So I'm surprised with all that fun you get that you actually get paid as well, Doidgy. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. Well, it was nice to know that you went for a professional MC for your dinner last night. Anyway.
Well, the dinner was actually organised by Mrs. Boycott, Rachel. That's what she did. She organised it all, Doidgy. I can wash my hands of any culpability on your behalf.
Is there the usual festival dinner coming up in?
There is, yes.
Okay.
Would you like an invite to that?
Are you asking? Is that an invitation, or are you asking if I want an invitation?
I'd be happy to give you a personal invite to enrich the whole proceedings. Yeah, if you promise to behave.
Thank you very much. That would be very kind and accepted as Bean drops one into the leg side from that ball short of length from Singdale. So end of that over. It's 71 without loss.
Well, it's been a pleasure, actually,
yes.
And it's lovely to see you all.
And you.
In good form. And perhaps talk to you later in the game, assuming it goes on a few days.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to day 4 for you.
Cheers, Georgie. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. There we go. Bill Musto, who claims to be president of the Scarborough Cricket Club for the last year or so now, but he didn't write me a letter in the first instance just to tell me that, did he? Former chairman. I'm going to keep it as former chairman, Bill. So DT back in for the last bit of the day, well, for the morning even, not the day. Let's not wish our Scarborough life away. We have a change of bowling at the Peasholm Park end. Ed Middleton is coming into the attack.
Very
to bowl his leg spin.
Very early. Not much past an hour and a bit here on the first day. The seamers have taken no wicket. Always bat first, Doidgy. Always bat first at Scarborough.
Right. So Middleton. Right arm over the wicket. Bit of drift actually with that first delivery. And Adam Lyth has hit it for 6 over mid-wicket. There was interest from the fielder out there on the boundary edge, and it's not so far beyond his reach in jumping at his full height, but it was Zaman Akhtar, maybe not quite tall enough. Joel Garner might have had a chance of catching that.
Stood on his shoulders, he might. It was a metre over his outstretched hand, wasn't it? Something like that.
But that's certainly a posing of intent by the left-hander at the leggy first ball. Man who's been out there for 90 minutes, 45 on the board, on his home patch. And he'll be enjoying himself out there. Beautiful Scarborough sunshine. It went just a few rows back into the bleachers. Middleton just gets the ball checked by the umpire. And comes in again then. This one a full toss, which Lyth doesn't make the most of and turns away immediately on striking it because he knew that. Hit it straight to mid-off.
Certainly making his presence felt, isn't he, Adam Lyth? As the leg spinner comes on, it's like, not going to have a look at him, I'm going to strike that first ball for 6.
Middleton in again, flicked off the leg straight at short leg this time into the shin pads of Cameron Bancroft, so they've got a slip short leg, a man backward of square, 45 behind.
Fair play to Middleton. He hasn't dragged either of these following deliveries down, has he? He's kept okay, full toss, but he's kept it up there.
Here he is again, leg stumpish and worked away. Backward of square, Akhtar is going to have to get round the boundary and keep them to 2. They've also got a straight mid-wicket, deepish mid-on and deepish mid-off, extra cover, and a sweeper about 80% of the way out towards the square boundary on the west side of the ground.
90%.
Go with that then if you like. The chairman of the Pedant Society as Lyth opens the face and runs it out in front of square on the offside, about 3.25 metres. but possibly 3.26. One run. 48 to Lyth. 23 to Finley Bean. Welcome along if you just joined us more recently. BBC Radio Leeds on the BBC Sport website and app. Ed Seaborn, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and David Townsend for the full match here. And in comes Middleton to bowl for the first time to Bean, who plays a bit of the forward cart to that one. And it was stopped by the fielder, who was fairly close in on the leg side. Didn't look his most aesthetically pleasing shot of his relatively short career so far.
A front foot
Dot
cart.
ball.
I like that. Yeah, well, it's good to be back here, Doidgy, and we've got a couple of diameter as centre an X. What do we call it? He's written to X. He said, great to see Scarborough in all its glory. Solid start from the Yorkshire openers. Nice to hear you keeping the whippersnappers under control. Great coverage as ever. So there you go, Ed. He hasn't copied you into there. But I can only think of one whippersnapper in the box, Doidgy. So. Start of a new over from Actor Bowles, and that's outside the off stump. Really putting a fair bit into this.
No, sorry. I'll rephrase that. What's not wrong with
It's
that,
not.
you know?
In actual fact, it's Sir Webster, isn't it, coming down? Singdale. Get there in a minute. Reading these tweets out and not concentrating, DT. 80 for no wicket. So Singdale, who bowled the over of the morning early on, he's back on. Bowls and driven by Lyth, who finds the gap between cover point and extra cover, and that's away to the boundary. And applause for Adam Lyth's 50. It's a very generous applause around the ground. It's almost call him a local lad, I think, Doidgy, from Whitby. Loves batting here. And another half century. That's his third half century this season in the Championship, and 3 centuries as well. So he's having a heck of a season, is Adam Lyth. So, could we call him? Could he be in the autumn of his career, perhaps now? So next delivery has Lyth up on his toes, angling it down to third slip. He punches the bat in. A bit of annoyance with himself there. And I think he knows he should have left that. He got away with it. It was never in any trouble. But it's one of those that can just sometimes glide off the face and carry to one of those 3 slips waiting. And a gully. Singdale bowls, lovely drive, 4 runs. Over pitched, outside off stump, thank you very much. And a repeat of the shot earlier in the over. He moves to 56. And now 88 for no wicket. 23 to Bean, who's playing very much the foil, but Yorkshire will be delighted with this start. Here's Singdale again bowls, and again Lyth drives, and that would have been his third 4 in the over, except cover's now dropped back to sweeper, so it was just a single. Lyth on to 57. Win the toss and bat at Scarborough, Doidgy. Can't go against tradition. Well, you can, but you shouldn't. Singdale bowls and driven back to him by Bean. A pushed really rather than driven. Diving stop by the bowler end of the over. I don't know whether you
84 deliveries, and 6 balls and 1 6.
6 fours and a 6 to Lyth in that half century. Don't know whether you were listening earlier when Andy Walker put his theory on that cod is not a fish that should be taken seriously, Georgie, when it comes to fish and chips. But, Harry's replied from Aberdeen. He said he's enjoying the live stream in the midday Aberdeen sunshine. We are both haddock fans for our supper, but cod in a fish cake, is that allowed? I think Andy Walker had better get back and tell us whether you can have cod in fish cakes. But like myself, he prefers a bit of haddock, all 3 of them probably.
Meanwhile, Middleton continues from the P-zone park end, and Adam Lyth works it through the leg side, and they get a single. Apologies if I am distracted, but we are having issues with the output this morning. DT, can you just please take over? This could be a call with regard to it that I'm trying to take.
Middleton. Leg spinner from the P-zone park end. Bowls to Bean, who goes for a huge hit down towards the pavilion. That goes all the way over a wideish long on for 6 runs. So very positive attitude from these Yorkshire openers to the leg spinner. There's a fielder back. It was Webster who's sort of 3/4 of the way back to the boundary with deepish mid on. But that's Middleton's now been hit for 6 in both of his first 2 overs, and clatter there into the pavilion. This lovely old North Marine ground. Leg spinner bowls, and that's pushed through short leg. Apologies to those of you listening on the feed. The feed is fine, but the BBC commentary not so fine at the moment, we believe. Middleton bowls, and quicker delivery. Again, he's just past the short leg out to one of the 2 men in the deep on the onside for a single. So Yorkshire approaching the 100 without loss. 58 to Lyth, 97 for no wicket. Bean slipping a short leg, the close fielders. Flicking the ball from hand to hand, Middleton in bowls, and that's turned into the short leg, and gets a hand to that and pushes it back. Doige is off the phone. We'll probably get a technical report in a minute. Middleton a little bit shorter, but again quicker. Just turned by Lyth through short leg for 1 run. So, Lyth 59, 98 for no wicket.
They've left it late to start thinking what the makeup is.
Are you okay to keep going? We've got a lot of problems on the BBC app and website in terms of output. It's not looking like we're going to be able to go out for much of the day if they don't get it resolved in the next 15-20 minutes before somebody knocks off a shift. So I now need to put out a general message to everybody who's sending in Twitter messages saying, where are you, to say you're going to have to find us on the stream or you're going to miss us.
There you go. Hope you got all that at home. Those of you listening on the stream. Technical problems so often happens on a Sunday. seem to be able to get it sorted in the week. So here's Dale Singh again bowling, and that's a cracking bouncer. And Lyth takes evasive action through to the keeper. Well directed, quick, putting a bit of effort in is Dale Singh. Steaming in. Say down the hill it looks like that until you actually get out there, and it's a lot flatter than it looks from up here in our commentary position to the left of the press box. The next delivery through to the keeper. Lyth was able to leave that alone. Yorkshire openers had far too many deliveries that they were allowed to leave alone in the first 35-40 minutes. Far too many. And win the toss, put the opposition in. You a minimum of 2 wickets by lunch. Really want 3 or 4. And at this stage, doesn't look like happening, but seeing Troy put that right, that ball good length, just shaping back, just moving back into Lyth stumps a little bit, and he defends there onto the offside. Excellent season he's having, Adam Lyth. I was saying earlier, this is his 3rd half century. He's also got 3 centuries, and 3 centuries and a 97. You can.
Who wrote that?
Bill Musto. That's what he was saying. Quoting the Yorkshire Post.
That's always a disappointment to get out. You get that close. Seeing Dale bowls again. Lyth up on his toes, tries to force that one through the offside. Doesn't time it properly. The bowler fields following through.
Right, well, look,
Georgie's
I've done the best I can.
Everywhere.
I've done the best.
It's like one of these films, Georgie, where the clock's ticking down and the bomb's going to go off or something. You know, you've got how long have you got left?
15 minutes. When somebody leaves their shift in 15 minutes' time, there will be nobody in the building of one of our radio stations who could do anything about this. So if we don't get commentary by 1 o'clock on the website and app, it is not going out for the rest of the day.
Singdale bowls. Oh, gee.
That was a rich snorter, wasn't it?
It really was, and very well played by Adam Lyth, who got sort of played that one with both feet off the ground. I think he was up on his toes and a bit higher than that, and pushed it just down in front of him. Played that very well. Loads of experience, of course. Well, you've been brave enough to call him the veteran yet, Doige?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is really, isn't he?
He certainly is. 37 nearly. Goodness me.
God.
Spring chicken to you, I know, but
years go by, don't they? Singdale bowls, and that's down the leg side and taken by Bracey. I just add another very to my age every year instead of a year. So I'm very, 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 very late 50s now. It's a good little tip I can pass on to yourself in a few years' time.
yeah, I'm 29 plus a few.
Long time since I raised my bat.
So 98 without loss. We have got a bit of correspondence other than those who are saying, where the heck are you on your live feed? Phil O'Rourke says 62 without loss after 20, obviously a little while ago. Off to a comfortable start for Yorkshire and against Gloucestershire, yet to make inroads into the Yorkshire batting order. Gloucestershire require patience, accuracy, venom and wickets. He's off to make his lunch.
Is that Lily? Did you say Lily?
No, Phil O'Rourke.
Sorry.
Dom Goodman coming back on at this Peasholm Park end of the ground. I'll get through the rest of the correspondence, or I'll attempt to do so, between deliveries here as he comes round the wicket to Finlay Bean, who leaves the first ball. David Bates says, hi from Colchester. Could you say hello to Bill Musto for me? It's 10 years since I worked in the office at Scarborough, and 52 since he played in a Lord's final against my London club Brentham. I was only third team ability, he says. Adrian Thomas says, of the 22 combined Yorkshire and Gloucestershire players who played at North Marine Road, Scarborough, the last time Gloucestershire were in 2012, only Adam Lyth survived from the match 12 years ago. As this one is turned into the leg side, and there is no run. That's underlining his veteran status, I suppose. Andy Lockwood says, how do JD? Cottingham Andy here. Good to hear from you, but yes, we're aware of the feed issues. James Green says, with a lack of pace bowlers, any reason we've not used Fernando in the blast? Looked a useful bowler, and we've been short in this area. Is Townsend promoting the latest instalment of Do They Play Cricket In? As this is another leave from Finley Bean, and there's no run. Nobody's probably promoting his latest chicken venture back in Thailand, no doubt, at some point.
Chicken chops.
Charles Lewis says, at Scarborough for Yorkshire match, clearly a home match, as I've just seen a guy wearing a white floppy wide brimmed hat with a cap on top, as you do. As Goodman turns again, bowls now to Bean, who is working this one to leg, no run. Martin Rowe says, some blokes in front of the hospitality tent look as though they got dressed in the dark, Jonathan. Depressed Sagalou wishing us a good time here in Scarborough. And I think we're just about done. Oh, Bent Nielsen also. Scarborough looking splendid. Hoping for a nice quiet game for the next few days, with Yorkshire coming up on top with a win. As in comes Goodman, and again Bean is able to leave one wide of off stump, so a bit of wasted energy in this over so far. A Sorby Bridge CC lads, Martin Mellor and co. We had a couple of halves with them last night, DT and I. They're here in force and prepared to put a photograph of themselves.
Oh, there's
on X.
No need for that.
And Yorkshire lad, who came up to the box earlier on today, he's here, and he's put a nice photograph up of his pack-up. He's brought the love of his life along. Memories of 1986, he says. His wife's come to the cricket for the first time in donkey's years. Last ball of the over was blocked, and there is no run. Jason Thacker says, without tempting fate, the YouTube stream has been bang on today. Seem to have more cameras than usual, so getting replays from numerous angles. Marvellous. And Malcolm Palmer says, great to see real cricket in whites at last. We could have done with Ben Code. McCurr hasn't impressed, he says, and Jordan Thompson is far too costly of late. Still, good luck, lads. Have you all say BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1 on X.
Start of a new over. Lyth drives backward of point. Just picks up a single. I think in a way he'll be glad to get down that other end. He was hurried along in the fight in the last over by Singdale. He's can't be accused of not putting the effort in. He's really flat out at that top end, isn't he? You can see the effort going into every delivery, even through all these wires in front of the box. Singdale, oh, another cracking delivery. Short ball rising. Finley Bean is getting out of the way. Played that very well, Bean, actually. And Adam Lyth's going down the pitch now, having a little tap the batsman coming together, nattering.
Martin Bloomfield, good afternoon to you. I know you frequently remind us, Doidgy, that you're not responsible for the live video stream, but the team that is deserves a shout out this morning for what seems to me to be a much improved coverage. There you go.
There you go.
There you go to the boys dotted around.
Singdale, he's getting carried away now. That was another short delivery and not as potent as his earlier ones. It's too short and well over the batsman's head. I think that would have been a no ball in a white ball game.
You felt like Bill's 2,500 comment was coming up a bit short, I would have thought, in terms of attendance number. Feels like there's more in than 2,500.
Still plenty of seats if anybody's listening in the local area. It would be the worst way to spend an afternoon. In fact, I'm struggling to think of a better way. Next delivery, that's a better length. Pushed up to mid-up, well, at my age anyway.
I think heaven for you would be the North Riding pub being within the boundaries of this ground, so you could sit there commentating with a pint of some strange brew that costs £9.50 for said measure in your hand while describing the action. That would be just about heaven for you, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? Fish and chips as well?
Yeah, fish and chips, yeah.
Well, there is a fish van over the far side there somewhere.
And Callie instead of me for company, no doubt.
Next delivery is pushed to extra cover. Now, you know that's not true, Deutsche, but it would be absolutely wonderful if we could have Callie back.
The three of us doing that would be good.
I'd probably sub you out for Dave Bradley, who was.
Oh, for Bradley's right.
That was the best 4 days of commentary I've enjoyed. That I think it was 2014 we were here for the Worcestershire game. They were absolutely myself, Callie, and Bradders. That was the most enjoyable 4 days. Some of your efforts have come close. Singdale bowls and I thought about a single there. Smart bit of fielding out there by Hammond. He's able to shy at the stumps, and I don't think it was too far away.
Did Bradders also drink eccentrically titled
No, he
beer?
doesn't. Bradders he's teetotal. Well, he doesn't drink alcohol, I don't think. So, but he does drink. But he does eat fish and chips. He likes his fish and chips, does Bradders. So, yeah, that was wonderful. A wonderful 4 days. It's a little bit like going on holiday, isn't it? It's coming to Scarborough. The seaside. There's something special about English seaside towns. I know they're a bit dated and they're a bit seedy now, and they're past their best. Rather like myself, so I suppose that's probably how I enjoy them so much.
Definitely dated, seedy, and past your best. Here's as Lyth pushes into the offside, and there is no run. It's Dom Goodman continuing at the Peashone Park end. Yeah, that first game I did was with you and Bradders here, wasn't it? Worcestershire, 2018.
It would have been, that would have been, that's 6 years ago, no, isn't it? But it is. You must look forward to that when the fixtures come out. You have a look. Oh, who've we got at Scarborough? When are we playing?
And which pub will DT be trying to get me into this time? As Goodman's latest delivery is again wide of off stump.
Well, that's actually the wrong way round. I only ever try and get you into one pub, which is the North Riding, which has got some fantastic beers. Whatever, and he drags me down into the middle of town somewhere. And we have to drink from one of those multinational pubs, and or whatever, owned by some big corporation rather than local business.
Here's Goodman bowling to Lyth, who drives through the offside and will possibly, maybe get 4. Yes, he will. It was a good chase, to be fair, by Miles Hammond, but he dragged the ball over with him on stopping it. That brings up 100 opening partnership for these two boys again. And remember, earlier on this season, me quoting some statistics that their opening partnership so far, per se, in red ball cricket was in the high 60s. That's a very good effort when you think how difficult it is early on to be averaging 60 odd for the first wicket between them, and that's not going to do that stat any harm at all, as Lyth watches one go by and then has a pretend swish at it after the ball has gone. They're 3 minutes from lunch. They've nearly got there without loss.
Oh, look at that, talking about lunch. Look at those fish and chips. Look. Of course, doesn't that make you look hungry? Oh, those of you on the live feed are just... Oh, possibly not enough. He needed a bit more vinegar. The chips look a bit dry.
Goodman again wide of off stump, and again Lyth leaves. So this has not been a good session by what Gloucestershire were looking to get from it, clearly, when they won the toss and decided that they wanted to stick Yorkshire in. And under skies that have got a little heavier again more recently, and started off with a fair bit of grey tinged cloud overhead, they've not taken advantage of what they perceived were obviously good bowling conditions, as Lyth turns one away into the offside this time, and there's no run. We'll get one more over in before the lunch break from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, but yeah, unless they pick something up, well, they can only now pick up one wicket before the lunch break, of course, because they would walk off. Unless they pick something up, it will have been a fairly dismal session, you would have thought. 103 without loss. More
fish and chips passing us by the back of the pavilion. Oh dear, there's a good feast there. Look, whole tray full of goodies. It might be coming our way.
Yeah, I think that they're probably destined this way, but
those the press lunches.
Of course, they don't.
Look after
they don't bring them up here, do they? Ed might nip round and grab us a few bags, actually.
That's why I sort of showed him how to get there earlier, but he'll probably get lost.
He's just told you to get lost, I think.
Here's 103 for no wicket. What a great morning for Yorkshire. Clouds have just come over a little bit. It's just got a little bit chillier in the last 5 minutes or so. And we're going to see Singdale finishing bowling for the morning session with this over.
Nice bit of, well, there's a couple of jam and cream scones down there, as well as a fairly sizable chunk of Victoria sponge walking by. Well, not the sponge isn't actually walking. It's been carried by, because I know I'll get pulled on that one by my colleague.
You'd probably get that fancy dress day at a test match, a few Victoria sponges. That ball pushed into the offside by Bean for a single. You watch players' body languages, don't you? You could almost see Bean thinking, "That's me done for the morning," when he was running down there for that little push. He might get back on strike, of course, but he's thinking to himself, batted through the session, Pat Sessions, red ball cricket, great effort.
Leg slip in place here, by the way.
Yeah, we've seen a few go in that direction, haven't we? There is a gap to Hammond's left and Bracey's right that could still get through. Short delivery, oh dear. And a no ball. Umpire Bainton holding his arm out. He's put the effort in, but we spoke about this earlier, didn't we, about getting carried away with the bounce here and needing to actually bowl just that little bit fuller. And he's bowled a couple of cracking bouncers as Singdale, but he's also been guilty, certainly in his last couple of overs, of bowling too short. So he gets that's a better delivery, and that could, well, big shout there for LBW. That's come back in
And was too high, but apart from that, it was
too high.
It felt like it.
Yeah, one or two of,
I think it's just before lunch. We better all go up for this type of an appeal.
I don't know if we get to see a replay of that in a minute or not. But,
we have 3 spots on our monitor here in the commentary box, folks.
What do they signal?
I'm not sure. I thought you might know that. Here's Singdale again. 3 slips and a gully go down as he bowls, and that's driven firmly by Lyth, but only back to the bowler. He was looking to get down that far end. We didn't get to see a replay of the LBW. Oh, here we go. Somebody with a bright orange shirt on there. Now, is that a rugby league shirt or is that a local football shirt? You don't know. Nope. not definitely not a rugby league shirt, to my knowledge.
Next delivery is again rapid. Lyth got in a bit of a mess looking to play that, but he just hit the thigh pad or something, did it? Just dribbled out on the onside. No run anyway, just dot goes into the book. But, certainly bright enough. Not sure.
Last couple of fielding adjustments. Leg slip, Ben Charlesworth coming across the field there now. Third man's vacant, 3 slips.
Your photographer, mate, he's already been up for his lunch. Look, he's back down there.
Good old Dave. I say good old Dave, he's not brought 3 bags up for us, has he?
Oh, he's sent the lad. You think he's going to get it right? Singdale bowls down the leg side and no run there. And indeed that is lunch. So very much Yorkshire's morning here. Gloucestershire winning the toss, deciding to bowl. Lyth on 64, Bean 31, see it through to lunch on 106 for no wicket. Gloucestershire didn't make them play enough in that first 40 minutes, 45 minutes when there was movement. Batting's got a little bit easier since then. You see the two, those of you on the stream can see Lyth and Bean walking off, very pleased with their morning's work, as well they should be. Gloucestershire have got a lot of thinking to do in the lunch and interval. Come out with some new plans for this afternoon to take wickets, but generous applause, and quite rightly so, for those 2 batters as they make their way off. The staff, ground staff, going out to the middle to tidy up the pitch. Ed's back with lunch. And
all's well with the world. Okay, we'll take a breather then. So 106 without loss after the opening session. We'll do the same as the players and take our lunch back with you for the start of the afternoon sesh.
Well, I mean, we've got 2 games and then he's got 2 months off, effectively. So he's not quite ready for this game. So he's got to be ready by next week. You think he could have started well?
It's taken 2 games to get fit because it's a goal for 3 minutes. And that's basically the last 4 rounds. Which are probably doing something because it's a goal for 3 minutes. But it seems to not. She'll still be on the physiotherapist couch.
What's he like with that? I don't know. Is he like... Not his bad again. No, he was the one in the Headingley. He slipped over chasing the ball. He stumbled. Yeah, and that was it. He didn't bowl in the second, did it? Yeah, it was the Glamorgan game at Headingley. Yeah. No, you didn't go to that one.
Maybe I'll just do
It was the last game at Headingley. I'm sure you weren't there. We couldn't bowl them out on the last day.
You said they couldn't bowl out on the last day. So I narrowed that down a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, in front of the pavilion at the moment, James Wharton is being presented with the Supporters Association Young Player of the Year Award and also the Champagne Moment Award for last season, August 6, to take him to 100 in the T20 against Worcestershire. Many congratulations, James.
Yeah. Don't know if that fountain round the back is working. Do you know if the fountain round the back is still working?
No, I don't know. I'm not going to take the ball into it. Because there's another one somewhere as well, isn't it?
And just to let you know that Ted Kirwan is with today and tomorrow with his cricket stall that's at the rear of the Popular Bank. You can find books, cards, autographs and other cricket memorabilia, and it's well worth a visit. So go and see Ted, and that's at the rear of the Popular Bank. And finally, many congratulations to Alan Long, who's attending Scarborough to watch Yorkshire play for the 60th consecutive year. Thanks very much indeed for all your support, Alan.
Hey, hello, Jimmy. Yeah, just in mid-lunch. Yeah, you're right. Yep, sure. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The thing is, they didn't need to go to Weatherproof to eat.
No, I understand, yeah.
But they got in there and they had these huge jugs of this funny coloured stuff.
Cocktail, was it?
Yeah, one of them was red, cloudy and white, and the other was like mango juice, cloudy and white. I said, sorry to bother you, what are they? He told me some kind of cocktail. And I said, how do you serve them? He said, oh, you mix it up and then pour it. I said, are they strong? Oh, yeah. He said, we wanted a cheap cocktail to get half pissed before I went out.
Well.
It was a bit disappointing, the number of fangirls that were in there.
You are in a Wetherspoons in Scarborough.
Yeah, I know.
On a Saturday night.
I just think diabetes.
What are you expecting?
You know, I'm tempted to go to Derby next week.
Chesterfield.
Chesterfield.
Yeah.
Well, I'm off until the 9th.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time for some lunchtime scores from around the Vitality County Championship, starting in Division 1. Durham are 144 for 2 against Essex. Kent are 102 for 2.
Yeah, I'm off for nearly the whole of August.
Nottinghamshire are
And there's no cricket.
111 for 3 against Somerset. Hampshire are 104 for 1 against Warwickshire. And finally, Surrey are 105 for 2 against Worcestershire.
I like Chesterfield. It's a
Northamptonshire are 105
pleasant city, it's a
for 2
pleasant
against
ground in a
Norwich.
pleasant city.
Middlesex are 86 for 2 against Derbyshire. And finally, Sussex are 84 for 3 against Leicestershire. And play is due to resume in approximately 5 minutes'
It's not
time,
a
so if you
stadium,
begin making your
it's
way
a
off the outfield.
proper
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Some nice seating under some trees at one end.
Wait, it's always been
You can
nice
get
when
out
you
to
see
sun.
games on TV.
I'm looking forward to it. There's a nice Spoons pub just over the road.
I brought some water to the
The problem you'll have, I think they're travelling every day or staying over. There's not a lot of accommodation in Chesterfield.
I think they've got left-handed.
In fact, I think the Wetherspoons is a hotel. I think it's a Spoons Hotel. But I'd be surprised if they had any rooms. Have a look.
It's worth figuring out.
No cover on it this year. Do you buy one?
I stopped about 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
How much do you think it is? 20.
They need covers on hardback books to protect the hardback cover.
Yeah.
There should always be a cover of something.
Well, that's been a cover for quite a few years now. So I stopped doing
There
it.
used to be a dreadful cover of some action in there.
Yeah.
None of my old Yorkshire would be able to have covered on. I tend to read more very old Yorkshire yearbooks than I've still got a salt in mine now, it's still got boxes. I've still got the whiskey one you gave me a couple of years ago, the ones you're missing.
Oh yeah.
I haven't got the story yet.
Only about 10 missing.
Yeah. Probably some of them you can't get, they're now facsimiles.
Yeah.
Like the year that Verity got 10 for 10. The following year, they're hundreds of quid. Even the facsimiles are expensive.
In a lot of the old Yorkshire cricket yearbooks, Yorkshire used to win games and stuff. Apparently it was, yeah.
But do you remember this game last year against Derbyshire? Yorkshire won by 277 runs.
Yeah, we were.
I know we were here, but I can't remember it. I don't remember it finishing.
Bowled them out.
He was
Bowled them out an hour after lunch.
It just seemed inevitable. Just
Finishing 7-16 on the 12th day. You know who scored 100 for Yorkshire in the second innings?
Hold on.
Who?
Let me think. going to say something like Tattersall. No, wait.
Umpires Ant Harris and Neil Baker.
No, Tattersall got 15.
What, Revis, was it?
Ravish?
Yeah.
Yeah. 106.
I remember I think the Derbyshire players were trying to lose it.
They sold at 86. Hill 79.
It just seemed inevitable.
But you remember we had to move. That game where we were moved twice.
Well, actually, when I came here today, I sat there because I thought the strip was the one on the left. Because they had security either side of the strip. And I thought, you know, the movers again.
But they might,
You know the game against Durham?
yeah, it was washed out. They got about 100 for one on the first day and then it was washed out.
It's got 100 for Yorkshire.
Who got 100 for Yorkshire?
Yeah.
No, it's not that. Live?
Graham Van Buren leading out Gloucestershire.
111.
Adam Lyth and Finn Bean continuing the batting
You
forward.
probably give that the answer to anyone.
2 days washed out.
So remember,
It's better in the pub.
last day was absolutely flooded.
Yeah.
Did they have any play on the third day?
I spent all day in the pub
All
watching
day?
the rainfall, watching the test match.
I knew we'd done that, but I didn't know if they'd got any play here at all.
We didn't even get past the pub. Couldn't even see the bloody street.
Welcome back to North Marine Road in Scarborough for session 2 of this opening day between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. The weather has cleared somewhat over the lunch break, only a few scattered clouds now, and for Yorkshire it looks as though things are set pretty fair as well. 106 without loss after 31 overs in the morning session. And given what Doidgy was saying earlier about it being easier to bat on as the day wears on, that's particularly worrying for Gloucestershire, especially given the fact that they won the toss and they chose to field. Dom Goodman it is to bowl the first over after the lunch break. He's there now and bowls to Bean, is on 31, and the ball's defended back to the bowler. 64 to Adam Lyth. And I should say also, hopefully we are now back out on the BBC Sport website and app, as well as on the live stream, after some technical jiggling about in the lunch break. I think, hopefully, we're back out on all platforms, as Goodman, starting his 9th over for the day, bowls wide of the off stump, and that's let go. Ed Seaborn and Dave Townsend with you for the start of the session. Jonathan Doidge will be back in about half an hour's time, and I think, DT, that Gloucestershire need to bowl rather better than they did in the morning session.
Yeah, we said it several times or something before lunch. It just didn't make Yorkshire play enough, did they, in that, especially in that first 45 minutes.
Goodman's got 2 slips and a gully, and he's bowling to Bean. This is tighter to off stump, but still not offering a shot, is the Yorkshire left-hander.
One cracking over from Singdale when he had Lyth playing and missing, but other than that, there was the odd delivery and some very good short stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say there were some sharp bounces from Singdale as well towards the back end of that session, but not really how you'd be wanting to get wickets on the first morning. Goodman in, and this is clipped down to fine leg for the first run of the afternoon session. 107 without loss. Bean moves on to 32. Yeah, and really a victory among all things for Yorkshire to get the leg spinner bowling in that morning session. They wouldn't have wanted Gloucestershire to have turned to Middleton, and he got planted once into the crowd and once into the balcony to our left by first Lyth and then Bean. Goodman bowls and forward goes Lyth, defending his first ball into the offside after the lunch break. There are 2 substitute fielders on for Gloucestershire at the moment. We've got Chris Dent at cover and Josh Shaw at mid-off. Ajit Singh Dale is certainly one of the 2 off. I thought as they were going out, I couldn't see Webster, but he's clearly standing there at first slip, so it's somebody else. Goodman round the wicket, bowls tight to the stumps this time. Lyth comes across them and plays the ball to Van Buren at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. Must be either Hammond or Charlesworth, because they're the only 2
Hammond.
left. Yes, I think you're right, because I think that's Charlesworth jogging towards the stumps at this Peasholm Park end. 107 without loss, so 32 overs bowled. They didn't do too badly, given they only bowled 2 overs of spin in the morning session. Too badly to get through 31 compared with what we normally see.
Yes,
About the only...
over rate was excellent, but the...
Yes, it's about the only kind of positive, really, from that morning session, from Gloucestershire's perspective.
And a little bit of worrying thing was the way that the Yorkshire batters took to the leg spin of Middleton. You know, they went after him, laid down a marker, and you think to yourself, well, he's going to have to get through a bit of work, and if he's going for lots of runs, that's not going to help. So, start of a new over, and it looks as though we've got running first. I think that's the first. Did he bowl from that end, Zaman Akhtar, earlier? He did,
yes,
didn't he? Yes, he
yeah.
did. Yes, he did.
Webster came from this
no, he had.
end.
Yep, we had Goodman and Webster from this end. See, up the hill really isn't much of a hill. Next delivery. Oh, Akhtar wide outside the off stump. Bean plays a drive at it. The slips all go up. They all think it's out. Well, they don't. But the bowler really didn't have anything. Didn't join in with the appeal.
No, I think he's hit the ground. Has been creating the noise.
Here comes Akhtar again. And that is edged, and 1, 2, 3 bounces and over the rope until we find the third. And that was in the air. Had there been a third slip, I think it would have been over his head.
Yeah, it really flew, didn't it? I mean, to start with, off the bat, I thought that might be Gloucestershire in business at last, because it's really the first edge that we've seen of any particular kind.
Akhtar again, round the wicket to the left-hander, bowls, and another drive that hasn't found the middle of the bat. It's got a thick inside edge this time, wide of mid-on, and there's no run there. Gorgeous afternoon here in Scarborough.
Yes, I noticed that already some people are foregoing the use of a shirt.
Yes, mostly men. 111 for no wicket. Next delivery bowls, and that's a better drive. That's found the middle of the bat. Away that one goes through extra cover up to the boundary by the tea room scoreboard on the far side. Those of you who know North Marine Road and have been here, and those of you listening who've not been to North Marine Road, it really must be on your bucket list. It's a fantastic place. And they played a one-day international here, a couple actually. I think certainly one anyway.
Right.
Next delivery is eased into the onside 4. They're going to come back for 2. Oh, no, they're not. No, there's a scream you probably heard in the effects mic from Adam Lyth, sending his younger partner scampering back. And they settled for a single. 1976 or 1977. 1977, I think, was the England against Australia here.
Right.
You can check that one. I don't know how many they played, but I can remember particularly there was an ODI on this lovely ground. I suppose the capacity here is. Well, we should have Bill Musto up here to tell us, but they regularly get crowds of 5,000 in.
Yeah, well, it's not bad. I mean, compared with some regular county grounds.
Well, it's the intimacy of it, isn't it? It's a sort of closeness.
Yeah. There's something really nice about the way that the terraces enclose the ground, I think. Goodman round the wicket to Lyth, who lets that go. Pardon me, Bean. And again, the ball going over the top of the stumps as well as past the outside of them. 76 England versus West Indies first ODI here, it says. 2.
Yeah, so it wasn't one in 77.
Goodman bowls full and straight, and Bean plays it up the pitch to the bowler. Well, I mean, I'm only reading off here.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
just the 2. But there can't be many grounds outside the established county headquarters that have had ODIs played on them. I wonder whether this would be the only one.
In comes Goodman and bowls, strikes the length back a bit. It's played off the back foot up to mid-on. He played women's ODI cricket here as recently as 2014, England versus India. You really can get a sense of where the women's game has gone in recent times in terms of the venues that those have been played at. Scarborough would have been somewhere in the middle probably of the years when it was played at grounds like Wetherby and I'm trying to think where else, but they certainly played at least they might have played a test match at Wetherby, I think. Goodman in, and this is blocked out to extra cover. And then you go through the sort of, quote-unquote smaller county grounds up to now there being as many games at the traditional test venues as not. But yeah, 2014 England versus India, the last women's ODI, first one in 1998.
They played at Wetherby. That's escaped my knowledge.
On the wicket goes Goodman and bowls, and this is firmly punched in defence to wide mid-off, where Josh Shaw does the fielding. All sorts of extraordinary off-the-beaten-track venues that I mean, sort of club grounds here and there that escape my memory at this point. It comes in quite a lot at somewhere like Wormsley, which is somewhere also on most cricket fans' bucket lists that I've never got to. It's never cropped up for me yet. Wormsley round the wicket is Goodman bowling short, and this is pulled away and stopped at deep square. That was hit very hard, but I mean that's not even a yard either side, and that would have been a boundary, but it picked out, I think that's Middleton under the floppy hat at deep square leg, so it's only a single. 117 for no wicket.
A yard either side, I think you'd have fancied him to get it, but I know what you mean. Certainly 3 yards he'd have been struggling.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's poetic licence, isn't it?
A yard is from your hand to your chin, basically, isn't it? Did you know that? It's like that.
Right.
That's a yard. That's the old measure.
How long is your arm compared with mine? It would be fairly similar.
Well, if you had a tape measure here, we could probably no doubt do it. But the start of a new over from Akhtar. Bowls down the leg side, flicked at it by Bean, who's annoyed with himself. It goes through to the keeper. They used to measure materials out like that for sort of sales and things. It's so many yards. And
right. No, unfortunately, I was brought up on the metre rule, really.
Well, yeah. No. Yard plus 3.5 inches or something, isn't it? I mean,
brought up on spans.
Akhtar bowls, and Bean is struck on the pad. There's a sort of exclamation of an appeal rather than a serious inquiry of Mr. Bainton. Quite clearly going down the leg side.
Just the people in there.
117 for no wicket. So.
The blazers seem to have disappeared momentarily, whether they're still enjoying their lunch somewhere. There seemed to be a lot of them about earlier on.
Perhaps they're taking their blazers off, it's quite hot.
Are you allowed to?
Akhtar bowls, and again there's another sort of half shout as Bean looks to play it on the onside. It's struck on the pad. Trots through for a leg bye.
Problem is it's sort of smacking of desperation a bit, some of these appeals, really, because they've had such little to shout about.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them seem to be just shouting because it's beaten the bat or whatever. Here's the actor again, top of his run, running towards us from the Trafalgar Square end. Bowls through to the keeper, no run. I heard you mentioning earlier about Trafalgar Square being named after the Trafalgar Square in London.
Would I do something like that?
But that is actually Trafalgar Square. It's a square.
I know.
Well, it's actually an oblong rather than a square. But,
I've been there.
Well, there you go. You see. And who knows, the square in London may well have been named after that. Here's actor to Lyth, who strikes that one nicely, but picks out the fielder just in front of, just roughly mid-wicket on the leg side.
There's a couple of Trafalgars about. Is there another Waterloo about other than the one in London? Is there one somewhere else?
Quite a few Waterloos.
Whereabouts? Is there one in? Because there's a Glasgow or somewhere like that. Is there a Waterloo there?
Here's actor again. Bowls. And almost got that one through. Lyth, full pitch delivery, just dug it out. Attempted Yorker perhaps, and just about kept that out. There's one in Sweden, isn't there? Because ABBA sung about Waterloo, didn't they?
Of course.
So,
right.
So there must be one there.
Maybe it's
all those years ago. I keep coming out with these references. It'll be years before you were born.
It's Liverpool, is it? No, that's right. It's Liverpool, not Glasgow. I had a feeling that there was another sort of metro station where you could take a picture of the sign saying Waterloo,
and it's not actually
Waterloo in London. That's right. There's a station on Merseyrail. I couldn't remember whether it was the Glasgow Underground or Merseyrail. That's what it is. In comes Goodman round the wicket, bowls a bouncer. That's surely going to be a no ball, is it? No, he's going to get away with it. It's one for the over, or first one for the over. That looked as if it was comfortably over Finley Bean's head from this angle. Didn't have anything to do with it. Gloucestershire have got the deep square out as well as the fine leg. So he's got licence to bowl a bouncer, and Goodman has got quite a lot of wickets that way this season. As he's bowling Fuller, and this is stroked into the offside off the back foot just for a single. Because of the fact they've got this extra fielder on the leg side, it creates the gap in the covers. So they'll trot through for 118 without loss. They haven't really gone after this with any, apart from when Middleton was bowling, any real sort of massive attacking intent, but they're still scoring at roughly 3.4 and over, which is a perfectly handy run rate in this form of the game.
They've been looking to drive whenever the opportunity is there.
Goodman in, bowls very wide, and Lyth watches it go. It's just not really, even if it were almost like a consistent plan to bowl wide outside the off stump, it's still been almost either too far leg side-ish or too far outside the off stump, and not really particularly in between. And I'm sure the hope would have been, from Gloucestershire's perspective, that they were going to take the confidence. They've had extreme confidence after their last couple of T20 matches, but also from their championship matches before the break. As Goodman bowls, that looks a bit closer, but I heard two noises. Not out, says umpire Harris. Lyth getting a long way across and trying to work a straight ball through the onside. I'm pretty sure even with this headset on I heard two noises there. Possibly it could have been two pads, but I don't know whether we'll get another look at that. But Gloucestershire liked it, but the umpire very much didn't. Goodman runs in again, round the wicket, bowls wide outside the off stump. He's had a slash at that as Lyth on the cut and has been beaten by it in the end. something at least happening this over, one way or another. I mean, he does like to cut balls that are quite close to him, does Lyth, but I didn't really get the impression that he missed that because he was cramped for room. I think possibly just misjudged the bounce as much as anything else.
Yeah, got a little bit big on him.
Goodman bowls full. This is edged. Oh, it's just short, I think, in the end of gully. So everything is happening other than the wicket this over, as it turns out.
Yeah, you'd have to say that's the second best over of the day, wouldn't you? Following up to one earlier from Singdale.
He got squared up again a little bit there, didn't he? I mean, it was an edge where he was trying to play, I think, through the leg side, then got turned round. That's why the ball didn't carry quite so well, because it almost caught too thick a part, I think, of the bat, and it's just dropped short of Ollie Price at gully. 119 without loss, just the one run off that over, and Goodman's figures look very tidy. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17. He's, I think, probably seen at least from that over where he needs to be keeping it.
Yep. Yes, that was a probing over. So Akhtar starts his next. That's wide outside the off stump, hit in the air, but safely past a diving Miles Hammond at extra cover and away to the scoreboard side. Scoreboard showing 123 for no wicket, and that boundary takes Finlay Bean within 3 runs of his half century. Little bit of risk involved in that. Was in the air for a while, but he was hitting it to the left of Hammond. Akhtar bowls and swings at that one going down the leg side. And again, the nagging accuracy just isn't there from Akhtar. He's bowled some good deliveries. So he bowled the best over of the day, didn't he? Well, no, that wasn't. That was
Singdale,
yeah.
How many grounds in the country can you pick the ball up as it crosses the boundary rope like here now? Even some of the out grounds, there can't be many.
Next delivery from over the wicket this time is turned into the onside for 1 run by Bean. He moves to 48. Out grounds you can, most of them, can't you?
I certainly can't in Cheltenham. It's all ringed round with fencing. I think at Radlett it tends to be, doesn't it? I think from memory.
Chesterfield, certainly you can.
Right. Again, another one on the bucket list I've not got to yet.
Next delivery through outside the off stump, no run there.
There's much chance of Derbyshire putting Gloucestershire there either.
I hadn't been there until a couple of years ago. Was it last year? But it's fabulous. It's a lovely old pavilion, very close to the town centre. So
perhaps we could get people to tweet in about the grounds on their cricketing bucket list. If you've got any, send them in.
Next delivery slightly in the air, but turned away and square, and for 4 runs by Adam Lyth. There was an anguish cry of a catch, but as soon as there's that, he struck it nicely and he struck it square, and as soon as it was past the mid wicket, it was racing away down to the west stand.
It was around about this time last year that I think Dizzy Gillespie was asking for 3 favourite grounds.
Oh right, yes. Lyth defends this next delivery. Yes, it's the 1-year anniversary of Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, when Jason Gillespie joined us for the day. Well, say joined us. I don't think I was commentating that day. I was just chauffeuring him around the country. The big fella.
Oh, that was magnificent, and I vividly remember the happy birthdays as half volleys were presented, that sort of thing.
Oh.
That's just happy birthday for the batsman, that sort of thing. But yeah, if you've got some cricketing bucket list grounds, either in this country or around the world, send them in at EdCricket6, at Sporting Lives 1, or, as Goodman bowls and Bean stands tall in defence, at
DO_cricket.
Do_cricket.
Yeah. That's my my Twitter these days. I don't know where I had over 2,000 followers on the old GT cricket. Only got about 500 now.
We're going to mention all the new ones you'll be getting through this match by name. Goodman bowls, and this is looped up off the thigh pad into the onside, well short of mid-wicket. I don't think there was any bat onto the thigh pad. And again, a yelp rather than an actual appeal.
Well, Howie Murphy and Andrew Hibbett have followed me today, which is thank you very much, gentlemen. And Dermot up in Aberdeen. Was he up in Aberdeen? No, Dermot wasn't, was he? He was the one who called you a whippersnapper.
Goodman bowls outside the off stump, and that is let go. I've been called far worse, beginning with W as well, actually.
I'm sure you haven't, Ed, I'm sure.
And not to my face, but I'm sure quite a lot of times behind my back.
You can't please everybody all the time, can you? I saw, two, a couple of guys getting a bit of stick the other day. A couple of good friends of mine.
Goodman is there now, bowls. That one doesn't bounce quite as much as some others, and Bean is still able, though, to let it go. Bracey takes.
Frank Watson and Dave Bradley were the dream team when they were on. You couldn't wish for two better commentators. Oh, talking too much, talking rubbish, and
Still,
that obviously must have been Bradders because Frank has never talked rubbish in his life. So.
It still does amaze me how on the radio you can talk too much.
Yeah.
Goodman in, bowls a short delivery. He's had a real go at that as Bean. I've no idea whether he was looking to cut or pull that in the end. Somewhere in between the two. He's rehearsing the uppercut, which probably would have been the best shot for it because it was very short outside the off stump. And he ends up swatting past it. What did we have earlier? We had the front foot cart.
Yes,
that was the back foot swat.
Yeah.
I did quite like the front foot card.
Yeah, back foot swat is sort of more traditional, isn't it? But
Goodman bowls, and forward is Bean playing this one firmly. Back to Goodman, and another tight over there. That's again the sort of over that they need to be coming from both ends, really, to build some sort of pressure on these two. 128 without loss. It was a maiden from Goodman, so 3 maidens now in his 12 overs, just gone for 17.
Yeah, a lot of traditionalists sort of hate to see first-class cricketers trying to lift the ball over. But when you think about it, you just got a slip cord. Anything over the slip cord is runs. So it's you might look to try and clear long on or deep mid-wicket or something. That's a far riskier shot than just trying to clear the slip cord.
Exactly. You think of the leading Test run scorer of all time, one of his signature shots, Yorkshire's Sachin Tendulkar, was the uppercut.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. There's no third down there. It's a safe old shot. So, start of a new over from Akhtar and pushed square of the wicket. Did they not run, huh? Or did they just jog through so sedately that...
I think they did come through, yeah.
Yes, they did, because Bean was on the other side, wasn't he? Yeah, we've got... that was the bit that was confusing me, thank you. So, in he comes again, Webster and bowls. Bo Webster. The man with the best name on the either side, I think. Although Ben Charlesworth might sort of challenge that a little bit, might Cameron Bancroft. Cameron Bancroft. You've got a few interesting names going on there in that lineup, haven't you?
Okay. Van Buren doesn't take your fancy so much then.
Webster bowls, and that's outside the off stump through the keeper. No run.
I did wonder why David Payne was playing in this game. Unfortunately, the wind has got hold of my notebook and has blown a page apart. I thought I must be seeing things. Suddenly looked down and saw Payne on my list of participants.
He's not on my list.
No, and I don't think he's here. He might be listening.
Webster bowls and pushed up to mid-off. Very much in sort of a holding pattern at the moment, aren't they, Gloucestershire? They've going to try and maybe put a bit of pressure, a bit of scoreboard pressure on the Yorkshire boys by not giving them anything easy to hit. You've got a 6-3 field, so very much concentrating on outside off stump as he bowls there, and bowls that one straight, and it's pushed up to mid-on. Got away with that one a little bit, but 3 saving one. Well, no, 2 saving one, and the sweeper back there with a couple of slips and a gully. It's just want something to happen. The visitors, they've toiled away for 38 overs. This is the 39th as he bowls, and played firmly up to mid-on, so tidy enough over, and maybe that'll build up a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think in his 5 overs in the morning session, Webster probably was the most threatening of Gloucestershire's bowlers. He got some movement through the air that nobody else did, but that's going to be going now as this ball gets older, and also the conditions feel much more like batting conditions than this morning, which, with a green tinge to the pitch and with new ball first morning, etc., it didn't feel as though it would be bad bowling conditions. Goodman round the wicket to Lyth, who sways out of the way of that one, and through it goes to Bracey. But probably of the bunch, the 2 most consistently accurate bowlers bowling in tandem now, Goodman and Webster, although how long Goodman gets, we'll see. Looks like it's going to be a long day for Gloucestershire seamers at this point. Goodman bowls. This has been glanced off a thickish but controlled edge down into the gully by Adam Lyth, and there is no run. These two very much setting the kind of platform that any side wants. Nowadays, middle order players like to come in and bully the ball about, bat freely. Very different when you get wickets clattering early on. So much nowadays it feels like boom or bust with batting lineups in red ball cricket. This time Lyth does guide the ball through the gully, and the outfield has clearly quickened up throughout the morning, because I'm not sure that would have gone for 4 first thing, but it goes quite comfortably as Lyth finds the gap. I don't think Goodman would be too disappointed with that one though, because at least he did force Lyth to play with not the full part of the bat. However, it was perfectly safe. 133 without loss as Lyth moves on to 73. 10 fours. And 1-6 that was hit first ball bowled by Ed Middleton, Gloucestershire's leg spinner. Goodman bowls round the wicket, and that's let go by Adam Lyth. I mentioned Dom Goodman earlier, born in Ashford, grew up in Buckinghamshire, Amersham, but then went to school at Clifton College, I suppose in some ways the spiritual home of Gloucestershire cricket, where it all started. As Goodman bowls, and this is played rather uncertainly by Lyth down into the ground. It trickles up to mid-on. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. He got himself in a bit of a tangle for one of the few times in his innings. Yeah, then attended the University of Exeter. I think actually played, although it wasn't an official first-class match, Goodman played for Exeter against Gloucestershire a couple of years back. Goodman is in, and that is a leave from Lyth to end the over. Dave Townsend has stepped aside, and Jonathan Doidge is back with me.
Hey up.
Haven't heard anybody do that yet. I've not heard a single E-bar gum either.
Happen.
Extraordinary.
Happen. That knows. Well, here we are, enjoying the afternoon sunshine at Scarborough, and from Yorkshire's perspective it is a very good day so far. 133 without loss on their home patch, having been asked to bat first. So clearly Gloucestershire felt that there was something in that, either in the pitch or in the air or both. And in and bowling, Bo Webster down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end. Finley Bean turns that one into the leg side. There is no run. It is the second century partnership of the campaign for this pair, who had a very good time of things last year, as I was mentioning earlier. Webster in again. Bean, high elbow, plays to mid-on. No run. That other century partnership, of course, came against Gloucestershire at Bristol. 180 before they lost the first wicket in one of the innings down there.
Second innings, yeah. Because Bean got his first-class duck in the first innings.
Yeah, but Josh Shaw, yeah, he was ducking it in big time, wasn't he, in the first 3 or 4 overs from our end, yeah. Remember now, as Webster comes in, that passes the outside edge of Bean's bat. And another dot. The slip cordon has reduced in number to 2 more recent times. There's still a point who's deep, a gully as well. Cover mid-off, mid-on. And out by the west stand, we might get an offering of an ice cream from somebody shortly, is a sweeper square on the leg side, as well as a long leg. Bean takes a straight delivery and turns it into the leg side. As we said earlier, the general way of things here, aerial conditions notwithstanding, is that batting does tend to get easier as the day goes on, and quite appreciably so sometimes, almost like flicking a switch once you get to the afternoon session. Yorkshire supporters will be hoping that that continues to be the case today, and of course any moisture in the pitch this morning, with a dry, windy and largely sunny day, will be being gradually drawn out. Bean turns one into the leg side and they pick up 1.
Either way, it's very different to the one previous game of 4-day cricket that I've watched on this ground. I went to see Essex visit here in 2017 in a game that was over just after tea on the second day. Mohamed Amir took 5 wickets in both innings.
Webster round the wicket, goes short. Lyth ducks out of the way, and that will complete the over at 134 without loss. 5 in each innings.
Yeah,
that's no mean feat.
No, I mean, him and Jamie Porter bowled seemingly almost unchanged through 2 innings, and they really did rattle through things. It was a fairly typical Essex win over the years, really, in terms of just consistent wickets falling, and then somebody through their middle order playing an almost sort of one-day style counter-attacking. I think Tenduscarter got an 80 odd, something like that. Nobody got 100, but Tenduscarter sort of marshalled the tail, and they ran really well between the wickets as well. But didn't see much spin bowled in the match. Harmer only got a few overs, I think, in each innings. I think he might have taken the final Yorkshire wicket, but
you know, it must be a seamer's paradise if Harmer's only getting a few overs, because he bowls on anything, doesn't he, and usually takes wickets on it.
Yeah, they didn't really need him. I mean, Yorkshire didn't bowl badly themselves, but it was one of those where, you know, Essex get to 220, and I mean, they've done it so many times at Chelmsford over the years as well, you know, scraped themselves up to that sort of a score, and whether it's Porter and Harmer, or Cook and Porter, or a combination of all 3. And that was the year they'd come up straight from Division 2 and won the title. Ollie Price is going to have a bowl. So his first bowl, and bowling his off breaks to Bean, who's on 49 and just defending back up the surface. the hero from 2 nights ago, Ollie Price. Extraordinary onslaught to lead Gloucestershire to victory over Somerset, along with Ben Charlesworth, as that's punched a short extra cover for no run. The amazing thing is he didn't have a single T26 before this season. He had 2 in his previous game before that one against Sussex, but then came in and hit 4 in the space of 7 balls, I think. Really did come out of the blue. Price bowls. Oh, he's tried to be hit for 6 there by Bean, who's gone for the slog sweep and got a thick bottom part of the bat on it down to short fine leg.
Yeah, has he misread the length, or did he lift his head? It didn't look great, did it?
Yeah.
Big heave of a shot.
Like you say, the head may well have lifted up. Looking for the sort of slog sweep that he planted into the balcony off Middleton. Price bowls, that's short, cut away through the offside for a single, out to the sweeper, and Finley Bean joins his partner Adam Lyth on 50. And a very generous reception for it as well. 125 deliveries, I think, with 7 fours and a 6, so more patient than his partner, but doesn't matter. Yorkshire are batting at a fine tempo here. 135 for no wicket. Price is into Lyth, who turns it off his pads towards backward square, and that allows them to come through for another run.
A little bit of extra competition between this pair out there. Adam Lyth averaging just and very much only just under 39, and Finley Bean averaging just under 40.
Yeah.
I'm sure Adam will be saying, but how long have you been batting for?
Price bowls, a good delivery, which is blocked back to Price. A decent start from him, just 2 runs from the over, 136 without loss.
I've averaged my 38.79 over donkey's years of first team cricket, lad. Against all best bowlers around.
Played almost 10 times the amount of matches as well. 230 for Lyth versus 24 for Bean.
You were spot on, by the way. It was 125 deliveries, as just announced by the Golden Voice. Just been having a chat with him. I sat over on the balcony for a little while with Howard Ferguson and Jerry.
It doesn't quite have the same resonance around Scarborough versus Headingley. It really seems to sort of reverberate around Headingley.
Probably just the PA system, as Lyth drives at this one from Bo Webster. Still continuing at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, but it's straight into the covers where Dom Goodman does the fielding. There's a jolly sort of atmosphere, as you might expect here, with the sun shining and Yorkshire on top at the moment. And I want to try and cash in. Goodman to Lyth. Oh, beautiful shot. Absolutely superb shot by Adam Lyth. Just a little too full from Goodman and a little bit too much width, and as a bowler that is danger territory when you're bowling at Adam Lyth, because he's so strong through that area, straight through the covers to the foot of the bleachers for 4.
The tricky thing is because he's also coming out of his crease to play that shot, because he knows he's having plenty of time. Webster is not express pace by any means, so what Webster thought probably wasn't a half volley when it left his hand ends up being closer to it.
Yep, this time he goes a bit more leg stumpish and he's clipped away for a single. The lads will be happy about that. They love a 6 or a 4 followed by a single. Classic batting rotation and all that. 141 without loss, 78 to Lyth now.
They still teach him that, or is it just hit another boundary?
I still think there's definitely a place in the game for,
particularly in this form of the game. Yeah, definitely.
I still think they quite enjoy it in T20 cricket, to be honest, from the comments I've heard. Particularly, for the greater part of the innings, maybe not so much later on. Yeah, it might be hit a boundary and then hit another one further. Goodman to Bean, who this time is going to get 4 through third man. He opened the face and gave it a good crack away. Maybe towards the outside edge of the bat slightly, but I think we'll give him credit for it was somewhere near where he was trying to play it. Again, a bit too much width from Goodman, so 4 more on the total, 145 now.
I think, again, because these two are seeing it so well now, Webster didn't bowl a half volley there by any means, which is why the drive went squarer rather than through cover, but because they've got the measure of the pitch, they're feeling that there's not going to be a great deal of movement out there for them anymore. It's danger time now for Gloucestershire when you see those sorts of shots being played, especially because Webster and Goodman had been the pair that had given them the most control, really.
Yeah, here is Webster again. This time a better delivery and treated with respect by Finley Bean, and there is no run. You can get in touch, by the way, at Sporting Lives 1 on X or at Ed Cricket 6.
Yes,
that's, dear me, I can't believe I've remembered that. And also BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
We had started to talk about grounds on people's cricketing bucket lists.
Oh, really?
People were going to send those in. I don't know whether you've had any yet.
Okay, Webster in, short ball. Finley Bean thinks about playing at it, but in the end thinks better of it. 145 without loss at the end of over number 43. We've got a 96 over day in prospect. They were an over behind at the end of the first session, which by modern standards is a pretty good effort. See how we're placed at tea, but of course tea will be taken at 3:40 or with 32 overs remaining, whichever is the later. Cricket grounds.
In terms of ones that you most want to visit that you've not been to yet, because we were talking about Chesterfield and Price bowls. This has worked round the corner for a quick single, which is well taken. In the end, Singdale doesn't pick the ball up, but it wouldn't have mattered. They'd have been through anyway, 146 without loss.
For me, there are loads, because I've not, unlike DT, travelled the cricketing world and wish I had and would still like to do so. So from what everyone tells me, I'd love to go to Gaul. I'd love to go to Dharamsala. I'd love to go to the MCG just to go there and experience a packed house.
Back of a length from Price and played along the floor to extra cover.
So those three definitely would be up there.
I would have to say the MCG would be one of mine as well for a Boxing Day test. Dave Townsend's shaking his head, but the thing is, you've been there and we haven't, so it's different. This is flicked
and
around
also
the corner, but straight to short fine this time.
Also, he always thinks he's right and he's not. So we just go there to defy him, I think.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's plan a trip.
Next Ashes.
We'll not even bother inviting. We'll just invite Dizzy instead, see if he'll come up from further down south.
Price bowls. This is played into the covers in defence. This, for the benefit of Yorkshire supporters more so than Gloucestershire supporters, Ollie Price, the younger of the two Price brothers. Tom, sadly out with a back injury at the moment. Hopefully see something of him later on in the season as Ollie Price is in. This is played in defence back to the bowler. Gloucestershire also missing Zafar Gohar, who would have been there. Well, I say he would have been their primary spin option, but of course they've got Webster playing, so they couldn't have had Webster, Bancroft and Zafar, so it would have been interesting to see what they would have done with the side if they had all three available. And this is stroked out through the covers for a single by Bean. He'll move to 55, 147 without loss. 80 to Lyth and, let's say, 55 to Bean. Yeah, I mean, there are so many. It's sort of hard to choose to narrow it down to kind of three. I mean, some of the grounds that they've been using for the T20 World Cup, some of them look really beautiful, but I think they're not using Dominica, which I think is one of the prettier ones in the Caribbean. Certainly St Vincent looks magnificent next to sea on one side, and seems like the parking is done on the old airport strip from some of the aerial photos that I've seen from there.
Nicely driven into the offside by Finley Bean. There's a half stop, which probably saves a couple of runs actually. They get back for two. Webster continuing at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, so 149 they now have between them. As I mentioned, they got to 180 at Bristol. Just checking up, trying to remember, they had 4 century partnerships between them, plus 3 others in the 90s last year, opening partnerships, this pair. Just trying to get a handle on if the 180 at Bristol was their best, as Bean turns one down to long leg, and that ripple of applause.
You'll notice the changes.
There you go, we'll turn up the applause.
Thunderous applause
For Lyth and Bean, 150. And a very, very good start indeed when you've been asked to bat first on day one here at North Marine Road.
Yeah, worrying symmetry from Gloucestershire's last championship match but one, where Leicestershire asked them to bat first at Grace Road and Bancroft and Charlesworth put on 3-1-6.
Short ball there from Webster, dropped into the offside by Lyth, and there was no run. So 6 opening partnerships of 100 or more between this pair. They're a fair way yet behind a chap called Percy Holmes and another called Herbert Sutcliffe, who put on 69 century opening partnerships for Yorkshire, which is very much the record for the county. Short ball here, Lyth ducks underneath it, no run. Bettering the next best pair by 40 century opening partnerships, the next best pair being a certain G. Boycott and R.G. Lum, 29 for that pair. Hutton and Lowson, 22. Moxon and Metcalf, talking to Ashley at Headingley on Thursday, first time I've seen him for a while, 21 they put on, short ball, and he was tempted for a moment, Adam Lyth, but he played it with pretty soft hands. It was aerial, but he knew he was in safe areas because the man square on the leg side is set back, so legitimate stroke.
Yeah, just half pulled out of it in time to soften it. No fielder at square leg. Always the thing, do you have fielders in the ring or out of the ring for the short ball?
Webster in again. Bean gets right in behind it, and there is no run to complete that 44th over at 151 without loss. Yes, that 180 at Bristol was the best that this pair have put on together, so 30 runs away from advancing on that.
Yeah, so the last 2 times, speaking of that enormous opening partnership between Bancroft and Charlesworth, which was a record for any county against Leicestershire and Gloucestershire's highest opening partnership in the championship away from home. Last 2 times they've been put into bat, 706 for 6 declared and 409. Price round the wicket, bowls, and played softly into the onside for no run. Gloucestershire's last match, Derbyshire, shock of shocks, chose to bat first and scored 526. Yeah, very much worrying times for Gloucestershire as Price is in, and this is defended into the offside. Of course, coming into this, Gloucestershire in 4th place in the table, 11 points behind Middlesex, who occupy the 2nd promotion spot, but knowing that Sussex top of the table taking on Leicestershire, so a chance for it either to tighten up or to get past Leicestershire's. This is flicked into the leg side, just wide of short mid-wicket, and Goodman has to get his legs moving, and as a consequence they take another single, 152 without loss. Yorkshire, well, I mean, it's still the case that really even Derbyshire, propping up the table at the moment, know that a win and they're right back in the mix, because there've only been 7 wins total in the whole of Division 2 this season. Price bowls a short ball, it's pulled away behind square, and that will go for 4 runs. That got what it deserved. First drag down from Ollie Price, and Bean helped it round the corner, didn't get too tempted to try and whack it for 6 in front of square, and just took the boundary that was on offer. 156 now on the board. Ollie Price is in and bowls, tight to the stumps and defended.
David Wilford, good afternoon to you, says Newland, Cape Town, beautiful backdrop of Table Mountain. Yeah, that one hadn't originally spring to mind, but yeah, I should have said that. Yeah, that's another one I'd like to go to.
Yeah. Round the wicket goes Price, a fly to deliver which is slapped back past him and past mid-off as well. He stretched out with one-handed Ollie Price and couldn't quite reach it, and then Van Buren at mid-off had a go, and the ball has flashed past both of them for 4 more. 160 without loss at the end of the over.
It was a cracking shot, one of the shots of the day for me. Really gave it some oomph, but got over the top of it at the same time. 66 now, 160 without loss then. Let's catch up on a bit of correspondence if we can. Barbara Lashley saying keep it up. With regard to Yorkshire, the only team batting not to have lost a wicket. Also, Gary saying very frustrating for supporters that Joe's not playing, especially with Shan also absent. Presumably at the behest of the famous ECB. As Bo Webster turns at the end of his run. Coming into bowl here to Lyth, who goes through the trigger movement, then turns it into the leg side, no run. He says, totally illogical decision. Surely he would be better prepared for the test going into them after first-class match followed by a short rest rather than latterly only having played T20. And he's going to be here in August. Well, maybe, but that's you haven't taken the players' thoughts into consideration there as well, Gary. Have you asked him if he wanted to play in this one? As Webster was in, and Lyth looks as though he wants to turn that into the leg side, but gets a bit too early on it. A little bit of a leading edge, but no harm done. Edward Harland says, JD, when you were off air, the talk with JT and Ed mentioned international outgrounds. Weatherby was mentioned, but I think you might find it was Collingham, England v Australia 1987.
Collingham, was it? Right.
As Lyth pushes that one out square on the offside and picks up a single.
Yeah, that sounds familiar, but it's listed on a major cricketing website as Weatherby, but yes,
I mean it's only a mile and a half up the road from Weatherby's Collingham and Linton CC, which I drove past it the other day on my way up to Chesterley Street. Ryan Sidebottom played a little bit of cricket there after his first-class career finished. I seem to recall last time I was there, David Milan actually was around as well. He doesn't live so far away. Short ball pulled here by Bean. There is a sweeper right in the very spot that he's hit it though, so he'll just get the one. He says we, brackets Wig Hill Park CC Lord Hawks Club back in the day, played an evening 20 over game the following week to change in the changing room marked Australia, elevating us greatly from our lowly Weatherby League second division position. Thanks, Edward.
What work are they doing?
162 without loss. Webster in over the wicket to Lyth, who punches that square on the offside. Picks up another one to take his tally to 84. Martin Bloomfield, who likes to send us in a limerick, says a partnership of over a ton with Lyth and Bean batting as one. While searching a cable, dodges under the table instead of being out in the sun.
Good.
Ba-boom. Thanks, Martin. As Bean gets an edge on this one, that's the genuine edge. He's not gone at the ball hard, which probably spared him the chance of giving a catch. But it was a bit edgy for 4 through third man. He'll take it. He's on to 71. And the team are on to 167 without loss. And Ken Lashley says, afternoon JD, greetings from Walton on the Naze. North Marine Road is looking good. I'm not totally jealous. We're at our second best happy place, celebrating someone's 75th birthday yesterday, but enjoying the commentary and live stream. Excellent opening by Adam and Finn. Things are looking up. We should be in Scarborough for the festival game later in the season. Thanks, Ken. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
Touch and go as to whether that last one would have carried had there been a fielder there anyway, between slip and a wide gully. There was a sizable gap for it to get through. Ollie Price to continue with his off-spin bowling, and this is turned slightly in the air for a moment, but well short of mid-wicket. There was a ground, you might know this, I think in the sort of shadow of the power station at Wetherby, or near Wetherby, but I don't know what that was called, but I think they've stopped playing there. Price bowls, this is blocked into the onside, because I saw, and it's one of those extraordinary pictures of various club grounds around the country with the gigantic concrete cooling towers in the background. It's definitely in that area.
Concrete cooling towers, Wetherby.
There's a shout for leg before wicket here, and not out as the umpire. One looked as if it was fairly straight. I think possibly umpire Harris deciding it was just outside the line. Looking at that, it wasn't too far off. Price not really getting a great deal of turn.
Thanks to Duncan Russell, by the way.
Price bowls, loops that one up, and it's clipped past short mid-wicket down to long on for a single.
In my haste to get out a tweet at lunchtime, I didn't notice myself, but I put after being put into bat by Glamorgan, Yorkshire R100. So you know when you put your at and your GL, it's obviously brought up the load of them, and I've selected the wrong one. So there you go. I've sold you all a dummy, folks. It's done now.
Price bowls. It's another good delivery, which just slides on a touch to Bean, who plays in defence, but not quite as securely as other times. Right. Ferry Bridge. That's the ground.
The BBC has a reputation for many things, but I've just destroyed its reputation for accuracy.
Slog sweep from Bean, and he sent that one high and handsome over mid-wicket for 6. Gone somewhere in the vicinity of the ambulance.
Yep. It might need a bit of treatment, the ball, after that, because it will have crashed into the wall at the side, no doubt. Maybe scraped on the pavement on the way through as well. Super shot by Finlay Bean, who's on to 77 now. Bit of cat and mouse between this pair. And Ed taking a well-earned breather. And DT, who's been taking the oxygen on board, sitting beside me while he was off air, coming back on. We're going to have a slight break as well, because the umpires are now calling on the briefcase to check the balls. Are you alright, DT? No, you don't need that particular lead. You do have a connected headset already, old boy.
Thanks very much. Thank you. You said,
were you trying to wire yourself up to Mars there or something? Because you are on a different planet today.
Quite possibly. You said the opener's playing cat and mouse. It's more sort of like a hare and tortoise, isn't it? Because Bean started off very slowly, very circumspect, but if both of them get 100 here, which they could do, 85 and 77, you wouldn't bet on Bean not getting there first at the moment, the way he's accelerating.
No. So 174, another 7, and they've reached their own little landmark.
Very brightly coloured dress just walking past us. So I've noticed this year there's some fabulous colours around in fashion, aren't there? A lot more vibrancy going on. Also, I mean, that sweater of yours you bought in, it's almost sort of singing in the corner of the room, though, isn't it? It's sort of giving out.
Yeah.
It's
I've got two actually. I've got the sweater, which is a light blue, and also a gaudy orange as well, because that's Perth Scorchers shirt.
Oh, it's a shirt. Like a pair of shorts or something.
And the man who's about to face this next delivery, of course, well, I've been requested to try and get a signature from him on it. Having played for them, Adam Lyth, and it's Ajit Singh Dale, by the looks of things, who's back into the attack at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Yeah, I was thinking back propped.
That's turned away down the leg side.
Camera bankrupt.
Did he signal a leg by there?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were.
I think he must have done 85 still on the ball for Adam Lyth. So 175 without loss.
What was their record partnership? 180.
Oh,
These two.
yeah, they're on
These two.
personal best, if you like, or what would you call it? A dual best, partnership best. Singdale down the incline, slanted across. Finley Bean from over the wicket. Bean does have a push at it, but no appreciable movement off this pitch so far of any major note, and certainly not a lot in the way of swing.
We thought early on, looking at it, and the green tinge that was there, and your famous 9mm or whatever it was, that we were going to get plenty of early movement and wickets, and we were talking about would we be here on the third day, on the fourth day rather.
My famous 9mm. Here's Jeet Singdale driven back at him by Bean, but picked up cleanly by the bowler, who threatened to throw but then didn't.
Millimetres, not centimetres, JD.
So prone to exaggeration, David.
175 for no wicket after putting the opposition in. It's you regret it, don't you? You must do as a skipper. Why didn't we have a bat?
Yeah, you've got to do it at this stage, haven't you? Singdale in again, bangs one in short. Being happy to duck underneath it. What have we got here? Forever Dormo says, following you on YouTube, Doiji and Co. Fish and chips can be enjoyed several times a week, but every day is perhaps overkill. Good to hear David Townsend in form, back from Thailand. Much too hot and humid for me there, he says. Scarborough in June is hot enough.
You should try Thailand in April and May if you want hot and humid. Oh, it's hot this year.
Here's Singdale again, turned to leg by Bean. Fielded coming round from mid-on.
And I do like the heaters, you know, Doiji. I like a bit of warmth. That was difficult.
Mighty Mariners asking if there's a YouTube feed from here for the Diamond next Sunday. I wouldn't be able to answer that question, I'm afraid. I certainly won't be here because I'll be down at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, for day one of Yorkshire's next match. As Singdale is in again, that's banged in short once more. Bean ducks underneath it. So end of the 48th, 175 without loss. Bent Nielsen says, been to the following cricket grounds: MCG, Marvel Stadium, SCG, Headingley. Never seen a cricket game at them. All Aussie rules or rugby league and union. The only ground I can claim is Abbottslund, a PIA 11, including Wasim Akram, against the local team. Good afternoon as well to Dutch Bird Kate.
Hey, where she is?
She bottled out of coming here this year, so next time she asks us for a press pass to get in the com box and do some scoring, I think we'll be referring her back to Los Canos de Meca in southern Spain. I've probably not pronounced that correctly, but there you go. Morocco a stone's throw away, she says. I think this is you, old boy.
Oh, indeed. First ball of the new over, and pushed out into the offside. Ollie Price bowling is more economical off spin than we saw the leg spin this morning. Poor old Ed Middleton, they did go after him those first couple of overs. Bowls there, and again, there's one or two they haven't been too sure about, haven't they? With Price, they haven't all been hitting the middle of the bat, and that one got an edge. Square of the wicket. No run.
Good play, this lad.
Round the wicket. Lyth, just the one slip as a close fielder, and Lyth watchfully pushes back down the pitch.
Notwithstanding the fact that you were a Division 1 county in recent times, have there been other Division 1 counties sniffing around for him? Yep.
Price bowls, and that's played firmly square for No run.
The off-
Vince fielding.
The off-microphone answer to my question from Ed was basically yes to that question, but he signed a contract extension, so Gloucestershire have got a firm grip on him for the moment.
Looking around the field before just settling himself before he comes in and bowls this. Little hop, bowls and Lyth forward. Lyth showing him a lot of respect, and I think that's an indication of just how well he's bowling at the moment, because Lyth on 85, you'd think he'd want to get after the spinner on obviously not a lot of spin in the track. He bowls that one, and Lyth allows that one through to the keeper. So another good over, a few little variations there from Ollie Price. He'll be pleased with that. There's a maiden.
As I was off the air and sitting in the president's balcony suite while you two were on, did you make the Adam Lyth edge a dropped catch or not from here? No, it did bounce short. Yeah, we couldn't tell from side on very well, strangely. All happened in a flash. So chanceless so far for both these players. Ajit Singh Dale is going to bowl down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Good crowd in here at Scarborough today. Fantastic. And if you can get here during the next 3 days, it looks like we're set up for a game. Singh Dale is in and bowling to Bean. He takes a ball short of length and drops it into the offside, and there is no run. So, yeah, do get here if you can. You can still listen to us, of course, while you are here. Not going to put you off doing that. But if you can't make it, then we'd love to have your company throughout on the BBC Sport website and app.
Well, get in touch if you haven't done it before. We do read most of them out, as long as they're, not offensive.
Singh Dale in, and that's turned in front of square on the leg side by Finlay Bean, who will move on to 78 as a result. The total to 176. There are a few brave souls on what will probably be a bit of a sun trap on the balcony of the pavilion itself, away to our left. Quite a few Panamas been spotted, shading heads from that sun. Quite a nice breeze up there as well, I should imagine. Adi, who's operating the camera up there, he's braver than that. No Panama for him. He's got the shades on, got his legs out. Extra sight screen as Singh Dale is in. It's a short ball, and Lyth ducks underneath it. Sight of more passing spectators beneath us, while they're allowed to move at this end with the bowling coming from the far end. A few ice creams been chomped on.
Walking in slow motion, a lot of them, aren't they?
Right.
The older generation.
Yeah, it does look to be a bit of an effort, doesn't it, for some people? And that's just on the flat down at the bottom.
Well-filled shirts just walking past.
Singh Dale in again, leg stump. Lyth drops it square on the leg side and picks up a single. 86 to him, 177 without loss. There's probably a few. If I had the bins to hand, I'd be having a look over at the suits in the stripy deck chairs by the marquee, but I reckon there'll be one or two just having that afternoon snooze now after a glass of something at lunchtime, a bit of something to eat. Singh Dale in again, past umpire Neil Bainton. Straight delivery, which Bean defends into the leg side.
No quizzes arranged there this year, Georgie, or will that be in the second game?
Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing yet.
That was good fun last year, wasn't it, with the Derbyshire boys?
Yeah. It was. Singh Dale making his way back to his mark. And he comes then. White sweatband on his left wrist, his front arm. It's up there to drive, an invitation accepted by Bean, but it hits it straight to mid-off. And it's a dot to complete over number 50. 177 without loss. So we'll be getting to what, 64 before we take tea. There's a little while in this yet, the best part of an hour. Ali Maiden, Yorkshire batting coach, just making his way around, having a chat with one of the Gloucestershire contingent. And we're going to see more of Ollie Price from this Pease home park end.
Price just likes to settle himself, doesn't he, before he comes in? A couple of paces and hop, and Lyth again is saying, well, you're bowling well, lad, but I'm not going to take liberties and get myself out. 86 not out on the board. But how long will he be able to maintain this discipline? Price just moving his deep gully or backward point just a couple of metres. Bowls that one, and it goes exactly to where he moved that man to, and there is no run.
Marvellous field placing, reminiscent of me against the Aussies, the 68 Aussies.
Price round the wicket, a quicker ball, and Lyth's going to get a single though. He goes back and finds the gap. Square of the wicket on the offside that runs way down to the towards the newly refurbished West Stand, which I still think is too far away to be watching down there. It's got enough spectators in it though. Next delivery brings Bean forward defensively. Pushes back to the bowler. Fair bit of work to get through this afternoon. You'd think Ollie Price, if he keeps wheeling away, keeps the ball, keeps the batsman quiet. Bowls to Bean. Bean looks for a drive and gets a single to deep mid-off. That's Akhtar there who does the fielding. Just got that nice quiet Sunday afternoon feel about it now, hasn't it? Sitting outside in the sun, perhaps thinking about getting an ice cream. Just all is well with the world, and all is well with Adam Lyth as he cuts that backward off point for a single. There's a slip out there, and the batsmen are able to come up back for two. I thought that was for a moment. I thought he was going to slip and the ball was going to go through, but. Two more runs, so 4 off the over.
And congratulations, and because that is their
highest partnership.
Yeah, the highest partnership for the pair.
181 for no wicket. But lovely way to spend just a lovely English summer's afternoon, isn't it? It's a bit of sun out. Make sure you got the sun cream on. And you don't have to have an ice cream, just think about having an ice cream, that'll do. Good substitute. Murmur of conversation.
A few of the Yorkshire boys having a walk. Don Bess, Jordan Thompson, it's like Conor McKerr alongside.
What's Tomo done with his hair? Is he gone a bit permy or something?
He's actually discarded that hair appendage that he had for a season or two. Doesn't seem to be wearing it anymore. Maybe it's just not fashion now. Dale in and round the wicket this time to Bean, who drops that one into the leg side. And there is no run.
Did he have an Alice band or something before?
Yeah, that's that type of thing, yeah. Yeah, they've never become de rigueur in the commentary box to my knowledge. Ed's probably got the sort of hairstyle that would suit one, actually.
Yeah, maybe.
So Singdale down the slope towards us, and Bean, top of the bounce, punches that one square on the offside. 1 run. Rich says he's loving the comms. Fish and chips, haddock v cod. North Riding Brew, support your local Scarborough camera pub. And Yorkshire 100 without loss going into lunch. Yeah.
And all is well with the world.
Rob Overfield nailed the issues we had this morning by responding, must be the cuts kicking in once more. Absolutely spot on. Singdale coming in, and Lyth takes this one on top of the bounce and pushes it out at square on the offside. And that's another single to him, takes him to 90. Martin Rowe pointing out that some gentlemen just below our common position are quite loud, or a variation thereof. Yeah, difficult really. You can't stop people when they've paid for a seat sitting as high up as they can. Given where the strip is positioned for this match, the sight screens will be obscuring a fair bit of their view because there are a few feet beneath us. Short ball here, Bean ducks underneath it. The only option is to try and find a space somewhere else for the effects mic. But I'm not quite sure I've got cabling long enough to get it away from those voices. And if I put it on the roof here, on the Combox flat roof, it might be covered in seagull excrement come the end of the day.
Oh dear.
Singdale continuing then, bowling here to Finley Bean, who's on 80. And we'll just drop one into the offside and take on the bowler, who had to field off his own bowling. They get through for one. Good running between the wickets between the pair of them. They should be seeing it fairly well at this stage, you would have thought.
A tweet, Doidgy, not directed to us, but not Fred Titmus, who's a regular cricket tweeter. The county championship game starting at Lords today. The next one, September the 9th. Doubt if there's ever been a gap that big between championship games at Lords, other than perhaps between September and April.
Live on strike.
Certainly not on. Certainly not in the middle of summer.
Singdale, ball short of length, and Lyth has to withdraw the bat high above that one, which passed him probably just above the waistline down the leg side, through to James Bracey to complete the over at 184 without loss. 90 for Lyth, 81 for Bean.
It's at this time during the day, so you sort of run through the scorecard of the day's play so far, don't you?
Go on then, feel free.
Okay. Gloucestershire won the toss. Yorkshire 184 for no wicket. Lyth not out 90. And, Bean not out 81. There you go, Doidgy. Plenty of time. Field not even set for the next over.
Fancy some scores from elsewhere?
Scores on the doors.
Aye.
Go on, George Dawes.
England, of course, starting in their Super 8s match against the USA in under 30 minutes. They've chosen to field first on winning the toss.
First delivery is played back down the pitch. And be interested to see how the USA get on with that extra pace of Archer and Wood if they're both playing.
Aye. Not as quick as I were. Nor did they do as much with it.
Price. Bowles, and that one swung away by Bean, and he's got another 6 over into the bleachers. It is the short side, short boundary, short of the 2 boundaries, but
yeah, I thought he'd hit it straighter somewhere down the corner of the clubhouse, but looking at where the spectators were taking cover, it was fairly central through mid-wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
You mean you followed that all the way, did you?
Well, I didn't, but I saw the shape of the shot he was playing. I thought, no, that's not going straight, that's going square, Doidgy. That was just me using my sort of many years of experience.
Your knowledge, yeah. So something that I clearly can't match.
Price, he won't like that. He's brought his figures somewhat. Bowls to Bean, who drives this one. A good looking shot. Took wide of the sweeper. Wanted to come back for a second. Lyth sinking. No, we'll just leave that at 1. 191 now. And Bean is within 2 runs of his senior partner, having given him a very large start. Lyth on 90 faces Price. And that ball very, very nearly played on there. And, chased it wide. I think hit it into the ground. It popped up into the keeper's gloves. But it could easily have been dragged onto the stumps. Lyth has already been out once this year in the 90s. Won't want to do it again. Price bowls to him and looks to hit that one square of the wicket. Can't get it more than 8-10 yards away from the crease. Doesn't get a single. Just a little pause from Ollie Price. I quite like that with the spin bowler, just settling himself. Bowls again, and there's a defensive shot from Lyth. That's the last ball of the over. 191 for no wicket. 90 to Lyth, 88 to Bean.
Okay, Chelmsford, Division 1, Durham 234 for 3 against Essex, having won the toss and chosen to bat. At Canterbury, Kent were put in by Lancashire and are 143 for 5. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire chose to bat and are 192 for 7 against Somerset.
That's not good, is it?
No. And at Edgbaston, Hampshire won the toss, chose to bat and 170 for 4. Change of bowling by the sound of things at the Trafalgar Square end.
We see Middleton on, aren't we? We are.
Middleton.
Well, this is another big lad who bowls leg spin, yes.
Called Middleton, yeah.
See if he has a bit more luck than he at that end than he did his 2 overs at this end.
Yeah, 2 overs for 18 so far.
Over the ropes a couple of times.
Well, they look to take him on again. Bean on 88. A slip in place. And he comes. Bean just pushes one out to short cover there. Zaman Akhtar does the fielding. And there is no run. Tosses the ball from one hand to the other, Middleton. Will come in again then. He's bowling over the wicket and Bean pushes one straight back to him. He waits. Middleton makes him wait as well. Then comes in. Study of concentration. Bean just turns that one through mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single. 89 to him, 192 without loss. Into the 54th of the day. Another 10 before tea. Sweeper out there on the leg side boundary has been brought up on the 1.
Who taught you to drive, Doidgy?
Middleton in, and Lyth just eases one away to the sweeping deep backward point. We'll pick up another single. 91 to him, 193 without loss. Who taught me to drive? The first driving instructor I had was a guy called Andy. And then after I'd failed, I had a different one called Neil for about 4 lessons and passed second time. Middleton in, and Bean tries to sweep quite firmly but misses out. There's a shout of catch it, no run. There's obviously, this is a loaded comment and question, so come on.
The guy who taught me to drive is a Mr. Middleton.
Oh really? I can't remember the surname of the first one. I just remember him being called Andy, and he used to hit me over the knee with a clipboard if I didn't take my foot off the clutch. So it was a bit of a scary experience as Bean pushes one out into the covers. Final ball of the over, there's no run, but the second one much different. And yeah, that was Neil Lyth.
Oh, there you go. He wasn't my instructor, wasn't Ed Middleton, it was Mike Middleton. So.
Marvellous.
Oh, a long time ago.
Wonderful.
And I can't remember the name of the bloke who walked in front of the car with the red flag.
Max Hunter, good afternoon to you, Max. Max says, your colleague was talking about playing in the shadow of a power station and was struggling for the name of the club. I know I've played next to Drax Power Station, if that's what he was referring to. Yeah. Big cooling tower. Drax Power Station is Selby way though, really, not Weatherby way.
It's very
Ferrybridge, oh right, well yeah, you're in the right area then, yeah. Ferrybridge as a cooling towers no longer exists. That was demolished, wasn't it, a few years ago? I remember big stuff about that on the local news up in North. Change of bowling at this P-Zone Park end. Zaman Akhtar to come on, and our very own David Townsend to call it.
Akhtar bowls, and that's down the leg side, and just shaped to work that one away, did Lyth, and didn't make any contact. Score remains 193 for no wicket. What's voices?
We're just on about swapping around, and we'll give you another 10 minutes because tea's going to be late anyway. I'll turf you off in a little bit. Or maybe you can stay until we've got a batter on 91, another one on 89. You see, so I thought I might linger rather than disappear now, as I should have done 3 minutes ago.
Losing all my tablets here, Deutsche, that's not good.
It's the magic of live radio, folks. You're losing your marbles, did you say?
Next ball from Akhtar outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. Crowd enjoying themselves. There's just a nice little gentle murmur you hear around the ground. Conversations going on of all sorts. Akhtar bowls again. And Lyth covers up, pushes it to mid on, no run.
Yeah, it was one of those games when Yorkshire won. You know, you played 60s, early 70s, where quite feisty affairs.
Wonder if John Arlott did this. You know, Richie Benno.
What, took an antihistamine tablet?
While not cutting their microphone and drinking a bottle of water at the same
Or they'd
time.
have had a man to do that for them, wouldn't they? Next ball is outside the off stump. Again, no run. You see, the players are obliging me as I perform these various off-stage antics. There's a very good book out there. Ed's probably read it. Have you read the Arlott and Swanton book? The
Arlott and Swanton book. Yeah, marvellous, isn't it? Yeah, wonderful.
Have you read that? It's well worth a read for any cricket fans listening. It's to ball down the leg side. The battle for the soul of English cricket, or something, from the war through to the 70s, and how the two of them in their own different ways.
I thought you were lapsing into Bruce Forsyth then for a moment.
Oh, Bruce Forsyth doing Arlington Swamp. Why on earth is Bruce Forsyth coming? It's
What, my loves?
more likelihood of my driving instructor doing Arlington Swanson. There we go. That's the end
It's
of the over.
nice to see you.
193. No,
To see you.
Poor old Bruce. He's not with us anymore either, is he?
No. Anyway, useless 80s music fact of the day, because it's just appeared in front of me on my X feed from the 80s diaries, that Mike Oldfield's Moonlight Shadow was on Top of the Pops 41 years ago to this day, June the 23rd, 1983. Thank you very much. As the first delivery of the over is hit quite firmly into the offside. Ed Middleton continuing. Finley Bean, the man on strike. No run. Comes again. Bean tries to go down the ground but doesn't quite get hold of it. Middleton's able to field. And again, there's no run. Who sang on Moonlight Shadow?
Cat Stevens, wasn't it?
I think that was Moon Shadow, wasn't it?
Was it? Oh, that's a
Not
new
Moonlight
something to
Shadow.
do with the moon and
Female
a shadow.
singer. This one full from Middleton and driven down to long off by Finley Bean, who moves to 90 as a result.
I don't know, Elkie Brooks.
It's good, but it's not right. Say what you see.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, got some chanting going on. Middleton in, Lyth, scythes, opens the face and gets it away. Down to backward point. Sing Dale does the fielding. One run, 92 to Lyth, 195 without loss.
Yorkshire. The lunchtime beer is kicking in over the far side.
Middleton again flips the ball from one hand to the other, waits, and then comes in and bowls to Bean. Oof, dear me. He had him going back foot to this one. It looked like it turned an orthodox leg spin delivery, so in towards the left-hander. He did have to chop down on it. Just a moment of slight concern. Back with Middleton again, in past umpire Benton. And this time Bean is able to get half forward and flicks in front of square on the leg side for another single. He's one behind Adam Lyth, having not scored for quite a long time this morning. That's the way of things between these two usually. Hare and Tortoise. Probably a better description from DT than my cat and mouse. 196 without loss. Maggie Riley is the correct answer. Phil O'Rourke, thank you very much.
Who's that?
The singer on Moonlight Shadow with Mike Oldfield.
What was her name? I didn't hear when you said it.
Maggie Riley.
Ah, okay.
As in R-E-I.
Yeah, not heard of
Phil
her.
O'Rourke also says, after my faux pas with the tweet, at this point, Gloucestershire cricket are wishing it was Glamorgan cricket, Jonathan.
Nice drive there from Bean through the offside. He fancies a second, but Lyth's having none of it again. So played away down towards the hospitality tents on the west side. So the score ticking over towards that 200. The two batsmen ticking over. They're level now, Dorji, 92 each. Look. Act up. 17 on his back, runs away from his bowls, and that's clipped away, or attempted to clip it away, as you could hear the appeal. Big shout from the bowler. Probably not his worst shout of the day, but it's always missing leg stump, that one. England cricket team in action, needing to beat USA shortly. Next delivery is just on a good line and quietly pushed into the offside by Adam Lyth. no run.
Not 10 past 4. Else I've seen was
He's not fallen asleep, folks. He is still here.
Ball making its way back to the bowler. To bowls and clipped away square of the wicket for a single.
I think his script ran out at that point.
Well, it's
to ad lib for a moment.
I thought there was a double act going on, and there was, the straight man wasn't coming out with anything.
Nah. Don't pay me enough for that.
Back to again. Bowls, and that's pushed in the direction of the Gloucestershire skipper, who, these decisions are never made solely, are they, by the captain. There's always a little bit of a committee goes on, and we'll watch, little look at the pitch, and look, 9 inches, 9 millimeters there, and that's going to
cost you your job.
Next delivery, pushed into the offside. 9 millimeters of grass.
And moving swiftly along. James Green says, "Hi gentlemen, some of the Gloucestershire players appear extremely tall. Is this correct? The live stream has been interesting. I've seen fish and chips, cream cakes, ice creams, crisps, cheese salads, ham salads, sandwiches, large gentlemen in various positions, large lady oiling her legs, books being read, newspapers being read, one chap removing mayonnaise from his beard, another scratching his belly, or perhaps he was massaging it. I cannot imagine what you are doing in the commentary box."
And we've now got a gull on the outfield. Picked up by the camera there. Where's he fielding? Oh, he's down there, look at very wide, long off.
Middleton in and bowling it to Lyth, who turns one in front of square on the leg side. No run. Bent Nielsen says, "Will you stop doing impressions? You're getting worse than Rob Brydon hosting a TV show."
He's not the worst, is he, Rob Brydon? People like your impressions, Doity.
Trapsy, Craig Traps also got Maggie Riley. Well done to you. Set Lyth drives through the covers. Will it have the legs? Not sure. Yes, Ajit Singh Dale gave it a good old go at chasing that one down, and it didn't go zinging through in that direction. It wasn't straight out of the middle for Adam Lyth, but it was good enough to bring him 4, take him to 97, and that, I think, is the first double century opening partnership since he and Alex Lees brought up that landmark against Durham at Headingley 10 years ago. Long time between drinks for double century opening partnerships, so well done. Very well done to this pair, bearing in mind they were put into bat. Oh, that's much better from Adam Lyth this time. He's really smashed it away through the covers, and he will take off his helmet and receive applause from DT sitting alongside, and all round the ground, most of them on their feet. He loves batting here. He's a top draw player, as we've seen throughout this campaign, and that takes him to what is now a 36th first class 100. He just keeps piling them on, Adam Lyth, and it's been a tremendous chanceless knock.
Great knock. He saw it through, didn't he? He saw it through the first hour. He got plenty to leave, to be fair, from the Gloucestershire bowlers, and got through that. And then he knew, well, he's batted here enough times. He knows that it gets easier in the afternoon. And century number 4 this season.
Middleton in again, Lyth solidly behind it.
But interestingly, he hasn't got more than 117. Those 3 previous centuries.
Can he go big? He's gone big here a couple of years ago. Middleton in and bowling to him again right behind it and pushing back to the bowler. And no run, so 206 without loss. What a glorious day at the moment for Yorkshire. They're trying to set things up here. Still got Will Luxton, James Walton, George Hill, skipper Jonathan Tattersall. The next 4 to come, as Middleton's final ball of the over is pushed into the offside by Lyth. And there is no run, so 101 to him, 206 without loss. 13 fours and a 6, and
I think he said 175 deliveries, so that's a great effort from Lyth, and he did get there first. Bean's on 92. Be good if.
This is the highest opening stand ever at Scarborough. Didn't you know that? We can put it on the radio. It's the highest opening stand.
there you go.
If
We've
you
just
tell the announcer, the announcer doesn't know. Well, he just looks it up on his phone on sat next to him. Yeah, it's the highest opening stand. And we got put in, of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yep, they hadn't got to the highest opening partnership on the ground. And to be honest with you, I'm struggling to get my head around that, but that is the highest opening partnership on the ground according to our spectator who's just visited. We haven't corroborated that ourselves. Not saying he's wrong, but
Akhtar bowls no run there. Start of a
we
new
better
over.
just check that out.
It's another of the joys of Scarborough is that our commentary position is very open to being visited by friends of the commentary team and random strangers who come up and bark out instructions and statistics. Akhtar again defended up to mid-off, and Bean will be determined to get those extra 8 runs himself.
Wilson, 228 versus Scotland at Scarborough.
206 for no wicket. It may not, so according to the gentleman below us, there's now a dispute as to whether it is the biggest. This next ball is well, he looked to be pulling that, then changed his mind at the last moment. He slashed that one away back to the square down to the hospitality 10th for 4. So he's on to 96. Ed's producing something in a sort of 2 point for me to read. Yes. Oh, you better show. Can you? Hobbs and Sutcliffe have made 242 here. So the next delivery is played firmly. It's not going to be his century. It's down to deep extra cover. 2 more to Finley Bean, who moves on to 98.
Just pick up here if I can. Oh boy.
Ah.
So Bean. 2 slips in a gully. 212 without loss. He's on 98. In comes Akhtar. Short ball. He was tempted with the man set back, but didn't take it on. It's going to be the end of that over. 212 without loss. Finley Beans have been playing second team T20s recently. Scores of 13 not out, 18, 0 not out, 23 and 25. Ideal preparation, you would have thought, for being put into bat first up in the first team with a red ball at Scarborough. But it doesn't seem to have affected him too much so far, as Ben Code runs the drinks on for the senior of the 2 players here, Adam Lyth, 36 years of age, of course. Finley Bean, 14 years his junior, and playing in just his 24th first-class match, having debuted against Lancashire at Old Trafford in September of 22. It's going to be Middleton bowling to Lyth here then from the Trafalgar Square end, round the wicket. And Adam just pushes forward, drops one out into the offside. There's no run. The gull population seems to be increasing away to our left, over by the bleachers on the east side of the ground. There'll be a few scavengers around with lunch having been taken, and probably a few discarded sandwiches, chips, that sort of thing. Middleton in, it's full. Lyth over the top of it, just pushes it really as much as anything through extra cover. Singdale does the fielding, and they pick up 1. So Bean back on strike. It's an in-out field. Van Buren mid-off is just asking his cover sweeper to come up squarer on the 1 and moving Zaman Akhtar into cover. In fact, now he's sent Singdale back to sweep backward of point. Mid-on is a bit on the deep side. And a catcher in on the leg side. And in he comes, and Bean steps back and cuts firmly, but Singdale is placed beautifully by the skipper, and will keep them to 1. A 99 for Finlay Bean, 214 without loss. Couple of passing hot dogs beneath us. Here he comes and bowls, and Lyth just again punches out square on the offside, takes the easy single option. 103, 215 without loss.
A few of the crowd thought that was the push for Bean's century there, I think. That's a wildly enthusiastic ripple of applause.
He's back on strike then. 1 run shy of the ton. Middleton just keeping him waiting, flicking it one hand to the other, comes in and bowls. It's not going to be with this ball as he eases it up to the incoming mid-on. No run. Crowd just a little hush at the moment. 1 or 2 still trying to do crosswords and keeping up with the score. And Middleton passes umpire Neil Bainton and bowls it now. Bean turns it square on the leg side, and that will be it. Finlay Bean's 5th first-class century, just 22 years of age and playing in just his 40th first-class innings. It's not a bad strike rate, is it? 1 in 8. Adam Lyth runs down the pitch and gives him a huge hug. He's worked very, very hard for this. Took him a while to get off the mark. Finlay Joseph Bean is a very good young talent, and it's a thoroughly deserved 100. Both Chancellor's centuries from this pair, and that's taken Yorkshire on to 216 without loss.
What was really nice to see there was that Lyth almost was enjoying that century as much as Bean was. He was giving a little hop and a run down the pitch and a big hug and punched his bat.
184 deliveries, 12 fours and 3 sixes in there for Finlay Bean.
Yeah, very good innings from the young man, and these two obviously love batting together. Perhaps it's something with Lyth and batting with left-handers, because of course Alex Lees was his partner for a long time, wasn't he? As a very successful partnership, the most prolific, the best partner he's had prior to Bean. Maybe they'll go past those performances of Lees and Lyth, and you can really build a team on good opening partnerships, good opening bowling partnerships, good opening batting partnerships. Sets the rest of the side up. 216 for naught.
We were just discussing whether Ed was going to earn his money today or just sit off air.
Does he want to come back on here, does he?
No, we might as well carry on. There's only 3 overs to go until T first delivery a dot there.
Yep. And change of bowling. We got Ollie Price back on. Right arm off spin round the wicket, driven back to him, and no run there. So
one or two of our correspondents suggesting that DT's lost it, but I can assure you he never had it in the first place.
Has been on the back foot, easing it through the offside for a single.
Afternoon to you, Russell Walker, who messaged me, it seems, an eternity ago. Dig in, chase nothing and let it come on, he says. Play. That was 11 o'clock this morning. I think they've done all right by you. If that was the request, Russell.
Price bowls. And now Lyth, who hasn't got past 117, and despite having scored 3 previous centuries this season, just wants to, 3 overs, as he say to T. Doidgy. Just wants to mind his work, doesn't he? Next delivery has him covering up. If these two can walk off together at T, that's an incredibly strong position, given that this ground does yield up wickets. Somebody's having an early ice cream there, walking around the boundary. Price bowls again, and that's allowed through to the keeper. No run. Crowd have had good entertainment today. You'd like to see a few wickets, but a big opening stand like this, particularly in front of the home crowd. If it had been Gloucestershire 217 for no wicket, well, that perhaps wouldn't have been quite as enjoyable for the majority of the people here. Two overs to go before the tea break. We can all nip next door and have a nice cup of rosy, as Ian Gould always used to say.
Yeah,
probably still does. Not as an umpire though.
Middleton going to continue from the Trafalgar Square end. Finley Bean on strike. We'll just punch one along the deck into the covers for a single. Hi JD, says Aki Gaz. Do you have an update on Matt Fisher's injury? Bowling in the twos a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I saw that on video. I'm not sure what the situation is, to be honest with you. We haven't given an update because I haven't had one recently, other than he's not ready yet. He didn't look to be sort of going right through the crease, I would have said, on the little bit of video footage I saw. Not like you normally see him bowl, so maybe it was just to see where you're at type thing. Phil O'Rourke says Adam Lyth's second 100 of the season against Gloucestershire, every bit as good as the first one too. And he's just turning this latest Middleton delivery backward of square on the leg side, but there's a man positioned there. No run. Flicks it from one hand to the other. Bowls it now. It's full and on leg stump and whipped away to the square sweeper for a single. Bent Nielsen says the steady, quiet partnership, both now getting a ton, is exactly what all my shrinks ordered. I have at least one for each personality. Middleton again taking his time, bowling here to Bean, who punches back to him. Again, no run. It was aerial just for a moment, and he stands and has a stare at Finley Bean after collecting the ball himself, the bowler. Rob Overfield asks where the opening stand lies in all the opening stands for Yorkshire at Scarborough. Just an idle thought from the Bill Ford enclosure. Yeah, we're trying to work on that. Ground statistics are not so easy to come by, as Bean steps back and that's dropped into the leg side, no run. But we had a visit from a gentleman who told us it was the highest opening partnership on the ground, but it's not. So good try, but maybe a bit of revision needed. In comes Middleton again. This was definitely a quicker delivery, fired past the outside edge of Finley Bean's bat. He pushes forward but misses. That's the end of the over. 2 more before the tea break. 219 without loss. So what do we think it was? Hobbs and
Sutcliffe.
No, that wasn't for Yorkshire. Hobbs and Sutcliffe. So we're trying to find out if it's Yorkshire's highest stand on the ground. Maybe we'll get a little bit of time at tea to try and do a bit of research on that front.
It's actually, this should be the last over before tea, no? Or does the... Which end did they start from? They started from the top end, didn't they? So this will be the 64th over. Topley's taken a wicket in the first over against the USA. So good bit of news for England, 9 for 1 after the first over. Last over before tea here, and Ollie Price bowls, and that's turned around the corner. Bean again is off for a sharp single, and Lyth, the level of the voice sort of rises, doesn't it? No, it goes up and up. But he's going to have one there, similar shot, but he's hit it a little bit further down towards deep square leg for an agreed single. Everybody just jogs in, changes positions, goes back to their positions really, not too much changing going on. Both batsmen left-handed. 220 now for no wicket. Keep going, this will be, you say, Hobbs and Sutcliffe, what was theirs, 240. Next delivery has been back defensively. They got a great reception going off at lunchtime, these two. I think they'll get an even better one at tea time, should they just survive these last couple of deliveries. Tossed up and defended by Bean back down the pitch to the bowler. Really a heck of a start in a game, 220 runs. Shorter, quicker delivery by Price, the penultimate one of the over, and again defended. Lyth has taken his helmet off. His work's done for the afternoon. He's at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat. As Ollie Price bowls to Bean, who allows that one through outside the off stump, and that is time for a cup of rosy. It's time for tea. Yorkshire 220 for no wicket, 102 to Finley Bean, 105 to Adam Lyth, and they're walking with their helmets and gloves in the middle there, and now walking off, and they'll get a great reception as they do make their way off. And these two really do enjoy each other's companies, don't they? You can see the joy that Lyth showed.
I like the fact that they've taken the gloves and helmets off and left them to bake in the sun while the it's a super day as far as the White Rose is concerned so far today. I can't remember many better ones in my time doing this job at Scarborough, or in fact anywhere in terms of opening partnerships.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please home park end of the outfield with their wheels. Please only use other. And we'd just like to wish a very happy 70th birthday to a gentleman called Graham, who is a member of the Rawdon Cricket Club, and Graham is with us today. So have a wonderful day, Graham, and happy 70th birthday.
Time score.
18-6 Featherstone.
Walking around there, I got there with a marquee. I noticed this little, something small running like a dervish and a ball being propelled at great speed. So I turned and looked around and said, what ring are you doing? So we were walking back to her, she ran too right. Threw the ball, held the pace so fast that Lord Matty couldn't even get back to it. And then 5 yards away, the girlfriend obviously went into bat at another team, another group. She measured out the stride, batting, and of course the boyfriend was bowling. It took an extra 5 yards, so it was as fast as possible. To extreme end.
Ladies and gentlemen, play will be resuming shortly. If you can make your way off the outfield now, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make your way off the outfield now. They will be resuming shortly. Thank you.
Also, the Irish Partnership running wicket. Here it's 297. Right, game and balance against Knox in 2013. So it's about another 78 to beat it.
It's going to have to do.
Yeah. How are York doing?
18-6.
Sorry?
18-6 last time.
What losing?
Umpires Ant Harris and Neil Baker. Graham Van Buren leading out Gloucestershire. Adam Lyth and Finn Bean continuing the batting for Yorkshire.
Bit of an old trick, it was a nice day, you leave it to dry out. I don't know where it's going.
What time's close to play then?
Should be 6, I think, about 10 past 6. How many overs left?
We'll string it out somehow, make it 25. New ball, so should really be finished by 4.
Welcome back to sunny, stunning Scarborough. It is a gorgeous late afternoon, and it is particularly so for Yorkshire supporters and the Yorkshire players, because they have witnessed something which has not been seen on this ground in Championship cricket for Yorkshire. This is a record county championship opening partnership for Yorkshire at Scarborough. 220 is the current number, with Lyth on 105 and Bean on 102. But there are several more milestones which may well be passed in fairly due course, because there are several other records which are under close threat from these two, as Gloucestershire make their way back out to the middle, searching for something at least to take from this opening day. They'd like a few wickets in this evening session. Maybe the second new ball might provide something. However, there's still a bit of time before they can get to that. 16 overs to be precise. Ed Middleton, it will be to bowl the first over of the evening session. And he's coming in from the Trafalgar Square end to bowl, and Lyth works this one into the onside, and Howland can't quite bring it under control at mid-wicket, so they will take a single. 221 without loss. Ed Seaborn and Dave Townsend on the BBC Sport website and app, and the Yorkshire live stream. And Jonathan Deutsch will be back in 30 minutes or so. Being put in a shift this afternoon. Mind you, he wanted to stay on.
Yeah, going up towards the hundreds.
Middleton in, driven, not timed, up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Already seen a little bit of spin in this pitch, haven't we? Which is more bad news for Gloucestershire, really, isn't it? We assume they'll be batting last.
Yep. Middleton's turned a couple from out wide. Middleton in. Oh, swing and a miss from Bean. Was flighted up there from Middleton. And Bean had a right go at that. I mean, they were hitting those shots away with abandon in the afternoon session.
Here we are, only 4 balls in, or however many it is to this session.
Middleton bowls and
That's
leading
better.
forward to defenders. Bean head over the ball, big stride in, plays it to extra cover, where Bancroft does the fielding. Yeah, it is a serious sense of deja vu this day from the reverse point of view at Grace Road when Leicestershire put Gloucestershire in a couple of matches ago. This is squenched on the drive down fine on the offside by Bean. He'll collect 4. It was very full and really was a squeezing shot on the drive. In the end, a long way behind square, flashes down for 4 to 25 for no wicket.
Just keep you up to date with the England game going on in that T20 World Cup. USA 55 for 2 at this stage, so that's in the 8th over, 7.4 overs.
I think I saw Rashid had just bowled his first over. There is a bit of turn there, but it's from further back of a length, allowing Bean to get onto the back foot and flick it into the onside, take a single. He'll move on to 107 to 26 without loss. Is that the first time that Bean has overtaken Lyth today?
Given that it took him a long time to get off the mark, yes.
Yeah, I don't think he's overtaken him before now. It was just whether, or at least, unless it was in the 90s or something like that.
No, he got with him. I think they got level at one point, didn't they? I think they got level on 90, and then Lyth sprinted away to his 100. And it's going to be Ollie Price to continue, which is good news for those of us who are hoping to get away at 6 o'clock and have a pint in the North Riding Hotel.
Not Doidgy though, because he
just behind.
He wouldn't want to go there.
Well, Doidgy just hasn't got a taste for beer really. He just drinks lager. So anything a bit exotic, that looks cloudy, you know. Price bowls. It's called hazy, not cloudy, Doidgy. You know, it's a modern way of making beer. And that's defended back down the pitch. And the off spinner comes in again to left-handed Bean, who turns that. There's all sort of oohs and ahs, and he's just turned it out to mid-wicket. Straightforward single as far as I could see. There's one slip in place, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on who's looking to come into deep mid on, and now he's sort of retreating back to long on. Mid-wicket and a fielder on the 45. Price bowls again, and Lyth goes for the sweep, gets hold of it beautifully, and that's past the man at 45 and very quickly away to the far side of the ground, the tea room. And all the years I've been coming there, I think I've been in the tea room once, and there was a queue and I didn't buy anything. I just
just went in there to experience the queue.
Half an hour off or whatever, you know. So yes, it's a well-known landmark of this lovely ground. The gulls, as you can hear them, now affects Micah. Looking forward to a feed at the end of play, no doubt. Ball's pitched up this time from Price. He's dropped a man back at sort of orthodox long leg. He's not deep backward square. He's a bit further round than fine leg. So stop that sweep shot, or certainly reduce its value to 1 run. Next delivery is pushed into the offside.
I think it was that 2017 match on those bleachers over there. There was a dog basically getting into a scrap with a seagull.
Only one winner there. Price bowls, and That's pushed up towards mid-on, doesn't get anywhere near mid-on as it's fielded by the man who's going to bowl the next over.
The bark did the trick, though. Actually,
did it? No, actually, it's Don Goodman. There's some big blokes in this Gloucestershire side, aren't there?
There are, and I'm just trying to think whether this would be the tallest side they could put out in terms of the fact that particularly Van Buren is always going to play. If Van Buren were replaced by basically anybody else, then the average height could be made taller. But you've got Goodman and Webster and Middleton, probably all well over 6'4". Middleton bowls a flight to delivery, hit firmly down the ground, and it slaps into the advertising boards on the bounce for 4 runs. So 235 without loss. This is the highest partnership in all first-class cricket for Yorkshire on this ground.
Right. It's a test of character as well, this for Gloucestershire, isn't it, to come out for a third session not having taken a wicket.
Yeah. Middleton in. This is short, pulled away, clattered over mid-wicket, and at least the spectators are signalling it's 6 over there, and so now is the umpire.
That's a big hit down to the west side of the ground, but it was pulled down, dragged down by Middleton, and Bean had plenty of time to just make sure he's going to get enough on that and get under it enough to clear the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket.
Unfortunately, even if I had tracked the ball, there's no way I could have seen where that one landed round the corner, round the press box. Short again, pulled but not timed. Out to deep square leg it goes for a single. 242 without loss, and got away with that one as well as Middleton.
You're getting all excited now because 243 is the highest opening partnership of any type on this ground.
You've ruined it. Well, it's all on you if they don't get there now. Round the wicket goes Middleton, bowls full and wide and driven out to cover by Lyth, so that equals the highest opening partnership on this ground by any side.
And I'll tell you what,
Messrs Hobbs
and Sutcliffe is not a bad pair to be equaling.
Just remind myself actually of what the game was that they were playing in. Middleton is in, fires this one through quickly. It's clipped down to short fine where Charlesworth fields, so there's no run. HDG Leveson Gowers 11 versus New Zealanders. A match which was drawn.
Yeah, not surprisingly. It had been a 3-day game.
Middleton bowls. This is slammed in the air over wide long on, and 1 bounce for this time, I think.
And that is the record.
And they have indeed erased Messrs Hobbs and Sutcliffe from the first class opening partnership record.
On this ground, yes. I think they have to score a heck of a lot of runs to erase Sutcliffe and Hobbs and Sutcliffe from the record books entirely. What did he end up with, Jack Hobbs? Ridiculous number of centuries, didn't he?
He got his 100th 100 at Bath, that I know. But in terms of the total, I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Didn't he get 100 hundreds after his 40th birthday, Jack Hobbs? Total, I'm thinking 198 altogether, something like that. Should really know that, shouldn't we? Ollie Price bowls, and that's a shout of catch, but it's hit straight in the air and it bounces just to the right of where Akhtar was running around from long on. Didn't quite get hold of that Lyth, but he's losing ground now to Finley Bean, who's 123 and on strike. Short delivery, and he's I think almost premeditated. If he stayed where he was, then he could have put that one into the bleachers, but he was making room for himself to force it through the offside and doesn't beat short extra cover.
That's 199.
199.
You'd think I'd have remembered that, but there we go.
That next ball is worked into the onside for a straightforward single. It's one. I think it's one of those where they argue over the status of certain games and it gets changed from time to time.
I mean, you'd imagine even something like that, Leveson Gowers 11 versus the New Zealanders, might be a point of, not necessarily picking out that one, but that sort of thing, a point of debate.
Next ball from Price this time to Lyth. Brings up the 250, just eased that around the corner for a single. He moves on to 130, 124 to his partner. And they just go down the pitch and just a little bit of handshake. As I was saying before tea, it's nice to see that these two really do, they really do get on. This next ball is pitched up and it's over between the bleachers and the pavilion for has that gone all the way as well? It has gone all the way. So another 6 to Bean, and I think Lyth has just saying to him, just have a think, just don't get carried away. You could make a very, very big score here, and sometimes the momentum gets the better of you, doesn't it? And a little bit of a mistake and a ball that you should have had more respect for gets you out. Ollie Price bowls, and there's a big shout there belatedly. I think the batsman got a fair bit of bat on that, but I think they were feeling that maybe it hit the pad first. And oohs and ahs from Gloucestershire. Yorkshire pushing on, 256 for no wicket at the end of the over. Adam Lyth, the point I was making to Doige, his highest score this year, this is his 4th century, but his highest score is 117. So he has been sort of 100 and out in his first 3. And he got a 97 as well, so he's in cracking form, is the boy Lyth. Well, not the boy Lyth anymore, he's the veteran Lyth.
It's just a question of whether tea comes at the right point in terms of you then actually go in and reset and come back out refreshed and ready to go again, or whether it comes at actually the wrong point and has the opposite effect. I don't know, but so far showing no signs of letting up, and they've forced Gloucestershire to go back to seam. I think they would have recently. So it's Webster back from the Trafalgar Square end, and this is turned by Lyth down to long leg. And he'll take 257 without loss. So everybody getting excited about the 250 and the round numbers. It's all about 228 first, then 243 and 274. Much more important things. 274 being the highest partnership for the opening wicket for Yorkshire against Gloucestershire on any ground. And that'll be Mr. Sutcliffe written out in the record books again. Then comes Webster and bowls, and that is left by Bean.
Yeah, this is what they've got to do at this stage, Gloucestershire. They've just got to plug away and try and keep Yorkshire to 4, 5 and over, something like that. Just don't, which they haven't done since tea. They've got away. The spinners have taken a bit of tap. Middleton's come off.
Yeah, I wonder whether Price is going to be kept on, really. Webster bowls, and just a little flick at that one, Bean, but he keeps everything out the way. Yeah, what do they got to think? Well, take 1 if we could somehow get 2 wickets before the new ball, and then get the new ball talking somehow, but I don't know. So often you see these second new balls at the end of the day, they just don't do a huge amount. I mean, the first new ball didn't do a great deal, even this morning. Webster bowls short and wide and clattered through cover for 4 runs, sitting up. And the only danger there really was that he was going to plant it straight into somebody's hands, but no, 261 without loss.
Well, I think we know what Jezzy would have said if he'd have been on air at the time. Happy birthday.
Yes.
It did sit up nicely, didn't it? USA are 67 for 4 in the 11th over. So the spinner's doing a good job there.
Webster is in and defensively playing this one, being into the covers. So a couple of...
Namely Rashid,
quick
actually.
wickets, yeah. So that means, yeah, they've got rid of both Nitish Kumar and Aaron Jones, the American hero from the opening game against Canada. Corey Anderson at the crease for the USA. Webster bowls. This is off the pad of Bean down to fine leg. Neil Bainton will just about extend that leg out to make the signal, and then I think he was actually removing his, oh, I say not his, Webster's sunglasses, but it did look rather comical as he was swaying forwards and then swaying backwards, reaching up for the sunglasses. It'll come to me one day. 262 without loss at the end of the over. Still 11 now make that overs until the second new ball is available.
Adil Rashid, who's, I think he's still nominally a Yorkshire player, but he wouldn't have played for the county for a while now. He's got 2 for 10 off 3 overs in that. 69 for 4 off 11. So England appear to be in control of that. This first ball of a new over. He's just pushed back to the bowler by Bean, and there's no run there. It is Ollie Price continuing with his off spin and getting a better line there. Bean treating him with the respect that delivery deserves, just pushing it quietly to extra cover. And next ball is driven past a diving short extra and out to the Gloucestershire skipper, who, I don't know whether we mentioned it before, but won the toss and elected to field today.
Just a few times. I suspect we'll mention it a few more times.
Those decisions are not made.
No,
and committee decisions.
As I say, I've seen it so many times, not just this season but last season as well.
Next ball has Lyth going back and mistiming. They have a look at the pitch, saw a bit of grass on it.
Yeah, and they do, and they think, well, the grass is going to go. What's going to happen when the grass goes? Is it just going to get slower? So bowl first and make the most of it while it's at its quickest. But
pitches are always pretty quick here.
That's
next ball is pushed into the offside by Lyth. There's always a bit of bounce. You see some cracking games here. You do. The one that comes to mind for me was the Yorkshire Middlesex one that probably decided the title in 2016.
Oh, you mean the declaration bowling didn't?
Next ball is turned quietly to deep backward square leg. No, they were always going to have a result in that final game, because either Yorkshire, if it was a draw in the final game in 2016, Somerset won the title. And if there was a result, either Middlesex or Yorkshire won the title. So there was obviously going to be a result.
I know. I'm just pointing out that it may not have been so had it not been contrived, but that's just cricket. I'm not.
If it had been any other sort of combination, but both Middlesex and Yorkshire wanted to win the title, and if one of them won that game.
Here comes Webster and bowls. This is flicked away into the leg side for a single to deep mid-wicket. I think I've finished prodding now.
Well,
266 without loss.
Prod as much as you like, but I mean it was... anybody who thought that the two, Yorkshire and Middlesex, were going to somehow play out a draw in that game was... didn't know... what was going on.
You don't see the title played out in front of you. This is glance down into the gully. Bancroft does the fielding and there's no run. You know, they could have blocked at the end, I suppose. Trying to block at the end, but I guess at that point the mental aspects have come in, and you know your chances of winning the title have gone. So,
and they may well have been an agreement that Yorkshire would go for them all the way as well. So
here comes Webster. He bowls. This is down the leg side, and having a cursory flick at it is Adam Lyth. I am not being 100% serious in case
I know you're
is
not, but I mean, you imagine it in a football sense. You know, there's let's say Liverpool have finished their games, they're top of the league. If Arsenal and Manchester City draw, then Liverpool win the title. But whoever wins out of City and Arsenal, you know, are they just going to sit back and play out a draw?
That's why
no,
they
they're
play
both
these football matches at the same time, isn't it? Webster bowls. This is flicked off the hip by Lyth. A pretty trademark shot for him that I don't think we've actually seen exactly like that yet today, where he raises that front leg and whips it away off the back foot, but he didn't really time it. But there's no fielder at square leg, so another single. No, exactly. I mean, it's the same thing with the Euros, isn't it? Where they play the two group games at the same time at the end.
Yeah, but they played that. They played those two championship games at the end. The fact that
Somerset won too quickly.
The rakes have been out at Somerset.
Here comes Webster and bowls. That is left outside the off stump. Are you suggesting there were rakes involved in that game?
I'm suggesting that the pitch was very amenable to a
right. So it's okay to contrive a result, but it's not okay to contrive a pitch.
No, because that's not. I don't mind a pitch where that. You know, that takes spin. The pitch here is generally excellent. It's got at Scarborough, it's got bounce and it's got turn.
Webster bowls, thuds into the thigh pad of Finley Bean. They'll come through for another leg by though, so the partnership continues to increase. 268 it's worth now at the end of that 12th over from Webster, and really, from Gloucestershire's perspective, of course, the wicket column completely empty, but other than particularly Goodman, he says stalling for time because the Wi-Fi isn't failing to load the bowling figures completely for me, but Goodman has been miserly, but the others at varying times have gone to most parts of this ground. Well, Singdale 13 overs for 36, especially at the pace that he's bowled. It's been pretty good, but it was just those first few overs.
Price bowls again, and it's just that was a front foot mow, I think we can call that, by Finley Bean, and that again has disappeared. I'll tell you what, if you were sitting quietly doing your job, as those two ambulance drivers over there, aren't they?
It was. I think it almost went into whatever outlet that is next door to it. Is that the hot dog?
No, that's fish and chips down there.
Oh, is it?
There's no hot dogs.
I can't see it. Well, somebody said earlier, was it Deutsche, said that somebody went down below us with hot dogs.
Oh, they must have got them from outside, I'd have thought. Price bowls again, and it makes room for himself and crashes that one through the offside, but only a single. There's a sweeper out there. Bean now is on to 144. He's just raced away, hasn't he, from his partner who's on 116, and remember, hasn't gotten better than 117 this year.
And that was the record Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire partnership opening wicket.
There you go.
Six sixes he's hit now as Bean as well.
They've all been. No, he put one down to the west side, didn't he? Lyth goes for that, reaches for the ball and plays it out square the wicket for 1 run.
Mark Lane down there having a word with Zaman Akhtar. Fly in the wall there.
Price bowls to Bean, who drives fiercely but straight to short extra cover. Wicket's got to fall sometime. There's going to be ironic applause when it does. Price bowls back, defending into the offside. No run there. My good friend Kevin Taylor, as you probably know, the father of Jack and Matt, was going to come up to this game. He's got one of those camper van things, you know, that you drive around. As a house on wheels, basically, aren't they? The little things. And I sent him a message this week. Meet up in the North Riding for a pint, and he said we've been away too much of late, and sadly we're giving that one a miss. And I think that might prove to be a very good decision.
It may be, yes. Also,
neither of these lads are playing.
Neither of them are playing. Yeah.
Neither of these lads are playing. And there's 276 for no wicket on the board at the moment. Kev would be, yes, he wouldn't be in the best frame of mind, I don't think. Big darts player these days, very wins various trophies and things. He throws a decent dart. There's a couple of outs there, aren't there? 144. How would you get out on that? That'll be.
Oh gosh, don't start on that. There's no way I'm achieving that at this stage.
That'd be.
Well, you could go treble 20, double 12. That would be a good way of doing it.
I suppose, yeah, you could do it that way, couldn't you? 117. That'd be. Ooh, Lord. Not quite so easy. Probably is a way of doing it.
Oh yes, treble 20, 17 and tops.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Over the wicket goes Zaman Akhtar, rising up onto his toes to play that one down into the ground is Adam Lyth. If it had been any double other than double 20, I don't think I'd have managed that. I think that's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be. It's three short of Shanghai, isn't it? Oh dear. Well, Shanghai on 20s, yeah.
That's 120, isn't it? Shanghai 20s. Yeah.
Extra cover in fairly close as Zaman Akhtar continues. He bowls a bumper, which is ducked underneath by Lyth. So Akhtar back on, replacing Webster. Only bowled 2 overs, was it? Yeah, just 2 overs from that Trafalgar Square end. I wonder whether Webster might just change back to this end now after another 6 was hit in that previous Ollie Price over. Akhtar bowls. This is clipped down fine. That'll be... no, it won't. There's a fielder down there. I didn't see. They've got 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. One at long leg and one at fine leg. So it's 1 run. I'd no hope of seeing Bo Webster down there. It's only 1. I thought it was going to be 4. So they've got the field now very much set for... I mean, it's not too far off some of the fields that we saw in the Ashes last year now, with the 3 fielders fine, 2 on the leg side, 1 on the offside, backward point, square leg, wide mid-on, and pretty wide mid-off as well, and a sweeper out at cover. Short delivery is ducked by Bean, and I guess... perhaps that was the word from Mark Elaine to Zaman Akhtar. Come in and bowl some short stuff before the new ball.
That single, by the way, took Lyth to his best score of the season, his 4th century, and he's 118 not out.
There's a little way to go before his career best.
Oh yes.
251. Bean's current first class best 173 is closer to being under threat. Akhtar bowls, and swaying out of the way of that one is Bean. Going to have to tap into the energy reserves is Zaman Akhtar, especially as he is coming off a hamstring injury as well. Both Goodman and Akhtar missing the last month with hamstring injuries. Exactly how much they might have played in the blast, I'm not sure, but possibly the early season cold conditions contributing to some hamstring tweaks. Akhtar runs in, bowls a fuller delivery, this time outside the off stump, and Bean doesn't play a shot, so 1 run off the over. And it does rather feel as though just ticking down to the second new ball from a Gloucestershire perspective, or B, just hoping for a real lapse in concentration from one of these two that so far has not come.
Yes, it also rather feels as though my time is just about up, but it's felt like that for several years now.
Right. It does indeed look as though it's a change of ends for Webster coming back from the Pison Park end. Since the end where probably looked the most threatening of anybody in that morning session. He was the only bowler who really got some consistent movement out of, well, mostly through the air really. But even that was not enough to produce a wicket. We've seen, I'm trying to remember, about 2-3 edges of any kind today. Webster round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and a sprawling take by Bracey, who does well to save himself some buys. Have we had any buys yet? I don't remember any. Try and confirm that in about 25 minutes, once the correct page is loaded. England have taken a 5th wicket, by the way, in the game against the United States. Liam Livingstone has claimed England's 5th wicket. Webster in round the wicket. This is push driven back towards Webster, who scoops up with his right hand. Adil Rashid has just completed his 4 overs, 2 for 13.
It was a fairly good effort by Rash. Are we all satisfied that it's now the highest owning partnership in first-class cricket on this ground?
Yes, and against Gloucestershire by Yorkshire. Slip and well, I say a slip, it's more like a gully and a leg slip. Webster bowls outside the off stump, and it's just run on a square drive through deep cover for a single. Previous record opening partnership for Yorkshire against Gloucestershire, 274 by Percy Holmes and Herbert Sutcliffe at the Wagon Works in Gloucester in 1927. Wind's getting up, it's a pleasant breeze actually, as this is clipped away firmly to mid-wicket and an excellent diving stop. Judging by the way he's getting up, it's Miles Hammond, and it is. That was timed very sweetly by Bean, who ticks along to 145. 279 without loss. We've seen partnership records tumble aplenty in the last few games from a Gloucestershire point of view, but has to be said it has tended to be Gloucestershire who've been doing it, not the opposition. Webster is in, this is driven away past cover, diving effort comes up short, but the sweeper will get round from the deep cover boundary and they'll trot back for 281 without loss. I've just thought ages ago, another one of those bucket list grounds, the Basin Reserve in Wellington. I'd love to go there. I'd imagine actually it's not too dissimilar an atmosphere to here at its best. Webster over the wicket bowls. There's a bit of in-swing there, but it's still defended by Lyth, albeit perhaps not quite as much out of the middle as the majority of his shots have been, but that completes that over 74 bowled. And 281 for no wicket. But you know, in terms of, you've got the grass banks, I suppose, sort of roughly similar to the bleachers, and just a really nice open ground, and you've got the hills in the background. Just seemed like a lovely place to watch cricket.
So, we come for over number 75. Actor down the incline towards Bean, who ducks underneath one. Finley Bean has been in fine form as I've been making my way around the ground, just stopping at various points to watch from different angles.
Sign autographs.
Yep. I signed numerous autographs. Not I stopped with photographer Alan Mackenzie just down to our right, sitting on the grass boundary edge for a while. Good chat. Ooh, now then, the lesser spotted false shot by Finley Bean today, who got underneath a short ball. He's clearly got that probably up somewhere near the splice. There was no power behind it whatsoever, but agonisingly and kind of summing up Gloucestershire's day, he didn't go to the hands of Dom Goodman, who was at square leg, a few yards behind him, couldn't get there to make a catch. So 282 without loss. In comes Actor again, pings another one in short. Lyth is happy to duck underneath once again. Half a dozen overs before we get to the second new ball, and they're going to have to use it much better than the first. It's looking like a pretty flat deck, I think you'd have to say, given that they were put in and they've achieved a score like this. That green tinge this morning with the overhead cloud cover sort of exaggerating that. It's disappearing as Lyth takes another short ball and drops it into the leg side. So he swings and roundabouts in cricket with this sort of thing, but you get 282 on the board. Everyone's delighted with that. Records tumbling on the ground, and then you start to think, well, we've got to try and bowl these boys out twice.
Yeah, and it's the sort of thing that, going back again to that Leicestershire game that Gloucestershire had, they effectively gave themselves a couple of days plus a session to bowl Leicestershire out twice, but it's an awfully long time to be in the field for.
Yep, there's Actors in, and Lyth square cuts.
So do you think then actually we cut the first innings a bit shorter so you don't go on for quite so long, thinking then we might have time to give the bowlers a bit of a break? And at 282 without loss, I think you can already start to think in those sorts of terms. At least, maybe not now, but once the second new ball has been seen off, I think then you can start to map out what you want to do in that respect.
Actor in again. Lyth short ball, just dinks it down into the offside to complete the over with another dot. So 121 to him, 146 to Finley Bean, 282 without loss. I think you probably realistically looking at Yorkshire going on to 450, getting maximum batting points and probably pulling up stumps at that point. That's what they've done already this season, and then having a go at whatever point of the match that happens to be. Obviously the sooner you can get there, the more time you've got across the two innings to bowl out your opponents. And they've scored at a pretty reasonable rate, which is currently just shy of 4, 3 3/4 and over.
I mean, they've taken that up from 3.3 to 3.7 in not too long, really going after the spinners. Webster bowls, and one does swing back in, but playing with the swing through the leg side, Bean out towards deep mid wicket, and he'll take 2. 148 he has.
Russ Walker saying, delighted his earlier hopes for Yorkshire have been accomplished. Perhaps our best batting display of the season so far. Well, I think I'd say that, yeah.
I mean, it's two people, isn't it, as well?
Yep, 550 runs and declare. Thoughts? Well, as I say, just saying now, Russ, I reckon there might be more of a mind to go 450. We'll say max batting points, have a crack, see how long it takes first time round, and then make a decision on what they want to do after that.
Two fielders in close on the leg side now as Webster bowls, and this is clipped away aerially for a time, but on a couple of bounces in the end out to deep square leg by Bean. He's on to 149.
And let's be honest about it, they've struggled to bowl sides out twice, and the irony of Hover in the season was that they managed to do that and then still lost the match. So I think 450 and have a go first, and sort of, yeah, if you go 550, you're just taking a bit more time out of the game, and you probably are, you're certainly hoping to be bowling, or at least having the option of bowling twice in succession.
Webster running in, and this is driven back just up the offside of the pitch. There won't be a run as it's fielded by Shaw up at mid-off. Yeah, and you know, so often you hear this now, you've got to give yourself the maximum amount of time to take 20 wickets, and who knows, Yorkshire may well come out and extract much more out of this pitch than Gloucestershire have, because they know, well, firstly they know where to bowl on it, but also they will fancy themselves bowling more accurately than Gloucestershire have. Webster bowls, this is edged. Oh, I think that's a one-handed drop in the gully, which I think is the first actual even half chance for Gloucestershire. It went very quickly, but I think that was just a fingertip job from Bancroft in the gully. It was not an easy catch by any means. It would have been a pretty top catch if it had been taken, but that is as close as Gloucestershire have come to taking a wicket today. Webster getting some swing with this old ball. Webster bowls, that's a slower ball, and it's attempted to be slapped through the covers. It's an excellent piece of fielding by Goodman to knock it down, add extra cover, but they can come through for a single. That means Finley Bean has got to 150.
For the second time in his first-class career, 173, his personal best achieved earlier this season. Gets another hug from Adam Lyth, and thoroughly deserved, absolutely thoroughly deserved applause, because of this pair now. He's the one that hasn't given a chance, and he's very much in the ascendancy with that 150 on the board.
Yeah, and he's been the one that's been on the attack of late as well. Webster bowls another very wide delivery. It's left by Lyth almost. You wonder at the end of that over there whether that was a deliberate strategy from Webster to bowl as far outside the off stump, knowing that they're going to be playing shots at just about everything the way that things have been going recently, but he couldn't tempt Lyth there.
16 fours and 6 sixes for Finley Bean in that 150, 234 deliveries to get there.
His third 50 must have come in a
rapid
decent
time.
number of, decent rate, I should say.
And he's on strike. Zaman Akhtar to come down the slope from the Trafalgar Square end. Bounces Bean first up, but he's well underneath that one. So 287 without loss. Still to come for Yorkshire. There will be, I think Will Luxton might have to go see a medic about pad rash. He's been waiting for so long. At the moment, he's down to bat at 3. Short ball again from Akhtar. That's his 2 for the over, says umpire Neil Bainton. Been well away from that one. So Will Luxton coming in next. James Wharton at 4, we think, and George Hill at 5. Jonathan Tattersall 6. Matthew Revis 7. And then Jordan Thompson, Dominic Bess, Conor McKerr, and Vishvar Fernando.
So his last 48 runs have come in 38 balls. Took a little bit of time through the early hundreds, but really accelerated.
Akhtar in, he's thrown him one up there to drive, and he's just dragged it a little bit, Finley Bean. Yep, he's replayed the shot where he was hoping to get it. Probably to the right of Ed Middleton at cover. Making his way back to his mark. Yorkshire CC Grumbler says, I've been digging to see the last time we had a 200 plus run opening partnership. Lyth and Lees did it twice in 2014. Yep, I think we mentioned that earlier. I'm not sure if it was on air or off air now.
I thought it was on, but
yes, you're right. In fact, Lyth and Lees, the last pair for Yorkshire to achieve a 300 plus opening partnership. These two not so far away from achieving that landmark 10 years ago.
What, for any wicket, for any team?
No, for Yorkshire.
Well, yeah.
Here comes Akhtar. Past Bainton again. Good length ball turned into the leg side by Bean. And there's no run.
When I'm off air next, I will try and look up to see what the highest opening partnership is against Gloucestershire for any county, but it's one of those things I've got to go through about 25 different web pages, so I'll get there eventually.
You love that sort of thing, don't you, Ed? You'll be all over that one.
I was hoping to go for a wander around the ground in the sunshine, but
Tough.
Oh well.
You just set yourself up for a challenge. Actor around the wicket again. Bean drives through mid-on, and it has gone through mid-on as well. Where there's a tumbling miss, and is the ball going to make the boundary? Not quite. There was clearly a bit of something on it by the fielder. Who is that Josh?
It is Josh
there?
Shaw.
Yeah. So 3 to Finley Bean, takes him to 153 and 290 now, this opening partnership. Bent Nielsen says, one of my shrinks has been in contact. He claims Lyth and Beans cost him about 5 to 7 full price sessions. That I feel better seems to be of no consequence. Come on, Yorkshire. And Lily, who came up to see us earlier, thinks that this pair are batting superbly. And Russell Walker says, OK, Jonathan, let's split the difference. 500 runs. Yorkshire will end today north of 300 with power to add. We bowl pre-tea tomorrow. That sounds viable. I'm in complete agreement with you about our bowling. And Ollie Price is going to do some of that for Gloucestershire now.
I think some of it may also depend on what Yorkshire think about this pitch, what Lyth and Bean are telling the Yorkshire dressing room in terms of, do we actually think, you know what, we feel pretty confident that we could roll through a side twice on this, or actually we really do feel like it is a flat one, so we need to make the most of the amount of time we could have to take the 20, and also maybe even give ourselves that chance to have a bit of a rest between innings as well if we want it. Ollie Price returning. There are 3 overs left until the second new ball. Price bowls, cutting away for a single. Finley Bean to deep extra cover. So that feedback, I suspect, will potentially come into it as well, but whatever, it's a pretty tidy position to be in. Ollie Price bowls, loopy delivery. It's driven up towards a deep mid-off, but hit too firmly to Van Buren there to take a single. And for Gloucestershire, this has certainly been up there among their most difficult days of the season so far. Price bowls, cutting and mistiming to extra cover. I mean, just thinking back, I mean, it's really only been about 3-4 days of the season so far where you haven't felt that Gloucestershire have been on top, actually. Even the game that they lost against Sussex was lost in really one of the 4 days, and they had the better of the proceedings in the other 3. As round the wicket goes Price and bowls and a forward defence up the surface. I suppose the slightly worrying thing is that it also did happen on the first day against Derbyshire as well. Matt Lamb scored a double 100 for Derbyshire. They won the toss and chose to bat on that occasion. So a bit
Was that
different.
a Kookaburra match?
That wasn't, no. It was a Bristol match. Oh, down the pitch comes Lyth, and then sort of appeared to check his shot and just play a calm cut shot towards deep point. He'll take 2 runs out of that. It's not too often you see a cut shot down the pitch, but he played it.
No, clearly seen it like the proverbial football, and yeah, he did advance down, but then still had loads of time to make the adjustment.
So I think one of the days in the Derbyshire game, one of the days in the Middlesex home game as well, that was on the hybrid surface, as this is flicked through the leg side. Hammond will jog after it and take a single, will the batters. So 293 becomes, I think, 294 without loss at the end of that over. Yeah, there we go. Lyth to 125 and Bean 154. So, you know, there's not been too many dispiriting days this season, and you sort of felt with the Derbyshire day, yes, Matt Lamb had scored the double 100, but the way that Gloucestershire's batting lineup was, it was a confident batting lineup, and they would have been confident they would have scored a big one back, and that's exactly what they did with Bracey, and now the man who's going to bowl, Graham Van Buren, setting an all-time partnership record for the 5th wicket for Gloucestershire in the process. But this coming at Scarborough, I think, is very different from the feeling of that opening day at the Derbyshire match.
Here's Van Buren then, wide of off stump, and so often happens when You get a change of bowling. First time you've seen him all day. You've been out there for so long. Adam Lyth just has a little dart at one wide of off stump. Didn't get a bottom edge on it, but it looked like it might have kept a little bit on the low side. And this one certainly does bounce, and Lyth back foot just punches it square on the offside for 1, as you can tell by both our own headset mics as well as the effects mic. The breeze has got up even more, and it's very much horizontal now on the flagpole away to our left. That's got stronger as the day has gone on, and it is blowing by the looks of things in from the west. Finley Bean steps back and bangs this one away into the covers. 1 run. I was watching the weather forecast this morning and was heartened to know, I think it was Darren Bett who was doing the BBC forecast, that we are now under the Gulf Stream rather than at the it being beneath us, which means that we've got this warmer. It looks like it's only going to be a week or so before things change again.
Of course.
Oh, that was the longer range forecast anyway. So it was kind of a make the most of the sun while you've got it, folks, type of a forecast, as Lyth turns that one square on the leg side and picks up 1. Philip Renko says superb batting from Lyth and Bean. He's tuned in while England and USA are muted on the television. Good choice, I think, Renko. As Bean pushes back to Van Buren. Another dot ball.
97 for 5 after 16 overs, USA.
Don't think that'll trouble England.
I don't think so.
Bean, was he troubled by that delivery? He had a waft at one earlier on, and he just missed another one to complete the over. 115 for 6 now, the United States, with 2 overs remaining.
115 for 7.
It's
updating.
The two men either side of me
T20
are
cricket.
competing with each other to see who can be the quickest to get the news out there.
This hadn't refreshed. In fact, it's 115 for 8. So,
that a hat trick?
I think Chris Jordan is on. He's not on a hat trick. No, he's 2 in 3. I think it was, by the looks of things. But yeah, Jordan, who's come in for Mark Wood in this game. 3 wickets in the last 4 balls in total.
Ollie Price for the final over before a second new ball can be taken, and you bet your sweet life they're going to be taking it here.
I think even if there's unless there's an over in which there's 6 wickets and 6 balls, I think even a hat trick he might take the new ball. Not that I see that coming at all. Who knows? Maybe Ollie Price wants to join his brother in the list of Gloucestershire hat-trick takers. Suspect it will take a hoist up in the air to start it off. 297 without loss. Price is bowling over the wicket to Lyth, and that's a good start. Just a respectful forward defence from Lyth. The field's still very much set back on the leg side. 3 fielders on the boundary and another one on the offside as well, so Gloucestershire aren't going to effectively say to Yorkshire, okay, if you want to make the most of the last over with this old ball, then feel free. As going back and defending is Lyth, so at least at the moment showing signs that he's very much got his eyes on that new ball. Singdale warming up at deep backward square. Price bowls a nicely flighted delivery, which is pushed away to short extra. Only short in the sense of conventional nomenclature, because it's Dom Goodman fielding there. Price in, bowls across his stumps, working that one around that front pad is Lyth. I'll just jog through for a single to deep mid wickets. 298 without loss. It's been a very sedate feel to this afternoon session, just a quiet murmur around the ground, not too much Yorkshire this afternoon. Short, whipped away. This is going to take some chasing, and he's not going to get there. Ajit Singdale round from deep backward square, and the 4 runs that brings up a 300-run opening stand between Adam Lyth and Finley Bean. 302 without loss before the second new ball.
Yeah, the first time that feat's been achieved then by a Yorkshire opening pair since Lyth And Leeds did it against Northampton in 2014.
And what will surely be the last delivery before the second new ball is taken ends up being a full toss, which is in the end smartly fielded by Van Buren up at mid-off, and he limits it to a single, so 3-0-3-0.
And so I'm just counting and recounting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's the 13th highest Yorkshire opening partnership in the history of the club.
Right.
And they ain't got so far to go to eclipse a few more. So this is a very, very good day.
They're not taking the new ball.
Dear me, they're not. Van Buren is continuing. They might do now as Finlay Beans just cracked him away for 4 more off the back foot, square on the offside. So 1-6-4 to him. 307 without loss. Fantastic stuff from this pair today. Just that one chance when Adam Lyth was on 121. Difficult one as well for Cameron Bancroft, but he's gone here. Finlay Bean has hit it straight to point, and at last, with Zaman Akhtar taking the catch, Van Buren has got the breakthrough, and Yorkshire have lost their first with 307 runs on the board. Finlay Bean, what a magnificent 164 runs from him, and Scarborough stands and applauds as he comes off the field of play. What a scene here at North Marine Road. Everybody who can is up and applauding as he raises his bat to the crowd. Magnificent knock. It's not his highest class score, that's 173 achieved earlier this season, but I think it's probably a day that he might remember even more after sharing in this historic triple century opening partnership. 307 for 1, and it's going to be James Wharton walking out at number 3.
Oh, what an innings. Concentration, power, timing. It had everything. Shots all round the ground, front foot, back foot. 250 deliveries is out there for. And almost to that second new ball would have done if Gloucestershire had taken it immediately, but as it turns out, the decision from the skipper himself to keep himself on has eventually provided the wicket, but it's all about Bean and about Lyth, because this has been a marvellous partnership, basically chanceless. Bean's innings, as far as I can remember, completely chanceless.
Until he got out. And the irony of that is, isn't it, you can imagine in those closing stages before 80 overs, they'd be saying to each other, right, we've ticked off 100, 200, 300, let's make sure we're here for the second new ball. And they haven't quite made it because Gloucestershire didn't take it, and so that was 2 balls into the 81st over when the wicket fell. But you're not going to knock that, are you? 250 deliveries, 301 minutes, 18 fours and 6 sixes. It was just outstanding. Van Buren then to Wharton. Who'd want to go in at 3 after that? He's flicked one along the deck, first ball there to Middleton.
I don't know if it's
almost
worse going out now than it is at 0 for 1.
What are you looking at? A list of highest partners?
So Wharton turns that one backward of square leg, and they pick up. No, they don't. Akhtar picks up the ball. That's a dot. So 307 for 1.
All century partnerships on any ground. There must be hundreds.
And here comes Van Buren, and that is driven up to mid-off by Wharton. And there is no run. Bit of debate going on as well.
Fierce debate in the stands.
The highest Yorkshire partnership for any wicket on this ground.
That is dropped into the leg side by Wharton. And there is no run. So just to sum up, 307 for that first wicket. The highest opening partnership in first class cricket by anybody on this ground.
Yes, by anybody on this ground.
164 for Finley Bean, 128 of them at the point of his dismissal for Adam Lyth, and there you go, the irony. They've got the wicket and they're going to take the second new ball now, an over later than they could have, and it's going to be taken here by Dom Goodman at this Peasholm Park end of the ground.
Is it time to bring in new ball specialist Dave Townsend? I think it might be, and I can go and do my exciting research on highest opening partnerships against Gloucestershire. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Jonathan Doidge.
Thank you very much. Dom Goodman then, number 83 on his back, just moving his disc bowling marker. 2 slips have gone back in place to Adam Lyth, but I suppose they've got to try, haven't they? An attack, and get this wicket here. And here he comes. Right arm over the wicket, first delivery thrown up wide of Lyth. Can't tempt him into a false stroke. And is a dot. We have a further 15 overs of play remaining today, or 6 o'clock finish, whichever is the later. It's probably just going to be the former, you would think, given the second new ball's been taken, and so it's going to be seam for most of this next hour or so. But we're going to finish almost on time, and that is very much a rarity. I think this ground last year we saw a finish that was about a minute late, and that's about as close as we've got that I can think of in recent times, as Lyth punches one to mid-off there, and there is no run. What a day. It's one of those days, isn't it? I think if you've been in the crowd, you're not going to forget this one. Sunshine throughout, just about. Good crowd in, and a tremendous opening stanza from Yorkshire, as that one from round the wicket is again way wide of Adam Lyth, and an easy leave for him. He'll be keeping in mind, he'll know his own high score on the ground stat. Very much one who thinks about those sort of things. Just asking somebody to get a shift on who's behind the arm down this Peasholm Park end of the ground.
Well,
Here he comes again then. Okay, round the wicket once more. That is a bit more potentially drivable, but he's just played a checked little punch once again. Go on.
Yeah, pretty remarkable finish to the USA innings. They were 115 for 5 with 2.1 overs left, and what was it, 6 deliveries later they lost 5 wickets in 6 balls, and to be all out for 115.
Well, here's
remarkable.
Goodman again, and that's pushed into the offside by Lyth. No run.
You're better at Coleman than I am. It's remarkable.
Remarkable, or astonishing.
One Torino.
Well, it wasn't him, was it?
Was it not?
No. Who was that? Who was that man? He opened his legs and showed the world his class. It made it into Coleman balls, but it wasn't by Coleman. They're not all by David Coleman in those books.
Pickering?
Yes, Ron Pickering, of all people. And he comes again, that's wide of off stump. And Lyth plays another easy leave. So there we go. Some recent events here. It's all gone quiet again for the moment. Rob Overfield says, I wonder how many here in the ground would have seen Yorkshire with 300 on the ball without losing a wicket in a 4-day game before today.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't have seen it here.
None.
Would they?
Not on this ground.
A record.
Witnessed a piece of cricketing history of sorts today, yeah?
If you live long enough, you see everything, Doidge, they say. Well, that's what I'm told. So,
well, you do if you've got your readers on.
Singdale. I try. He's bold. I've been impressed with Singdale today because he's running and really put the effort in, hasn't he? And he bowled a couple of, well, one particularly very good over early doors, and he's got a new ball in his hand again. He'll be, he won't have as much energy as he did earlier. Let's see what he can do. He's running away down the hill towards us. Bowls. Oh, lovely, lovely drive by James Watt. What a way to come back. Overpitched slightly by the bowler, and well, there you go.
What a way to get off the mark.
Fantastic drive. Certainly bat this like, can't he? Another big bloke. So some large gentlemen playing this match. 311 now for 1. Will Luxton was due to come in at number 3, but as you said, he's gone off to have his pad rash attended to. Next delivery, slightly streaky there by Wharton, just looking to play that through the onside leading edge down to backward point, and there is no run. So one or two people will maybe starting to make their way home soon.
Yeah, well, one or two people already seem to appear to have gone.
Certainly less crowded, isn't it? There's loads of effort there, but that's gone away for 4 byes, and James Bracey's looking at that and thinking to himself, well, Gloucestershire wicket keeper, what chance did I have with that? But that actually moved, didn't it? It moved after pitching. It pitched. It'd be a cracking ball to a left-hander, actually. So it would have pitched around the right-hander's leg stump slightly outside and gone further away, and there was movement there, which would be encouraging in one sense, but poor old Bracey's given away 4 byes that really weren't his fault. I mean, the umpire had any compassion, he would have signalled that as a wide. 3:15 for 1. Balls again, and that's a rapid delivery through to the keeper. Takes that one in front of first slip, so a little bit wayward in this over, but again, giving it, as they say in football, giving it 110%.
Not that old chestnut.
He certainly.
To be fair, at the end of the day,
all
when all's said and done, I hate cliches.
Bowls again, Singdale, and there's a sort of shout from behind the stumps, thinking that might have just clipped the pad first and then the bat. By Bainton's not going to give that. He doesn't he gives the impression he doesn't take a lot of nonsense, doesn't he, Neil Bainton?
No.
Sort of he's not out. There's no debate about it. Gives that air about him. Here's Singdale again. Bowls, and that's a good delivery on the stumps, but it's pushed into the gap on the offside. They've got 1. Think about a second, but Adam Lyth's 37 years old and he's been out there all day, so he's not going to be running any quick 2s.
Dr. Robert, not he of the Blow Monkeys or the Beatles fame, but Dr. Rob Dale says, isn't it time that Yorkshire gave Finley Bean his county cap? It's a thought.
Probably should do, shouldn't they? Well, I like to see county caps earned, There are some counties who haven't capped players. They've had the odd game for England before they've been capped. Is Fish capped?
Yes.
He is. Okay. Doesn't mean a great deal these days, does it? In the old days, it meant they got paid during the winter. Bit of a salary rise as well.
Yeah, I would think so. Peacehelm Park End. Once again, it is Don Goodman, and that's a lovely shot off his legs down towards the ice cream van. That cow corner by James Wharton, but there was nothing much cow about that. right along the deck all the way. So he's started pretty well.
Yeah, Luxton due to come in at 3, but you reckon after he'd been padded up for a couple of sessions, it's.
Well, he was just down at 3 on all the team sheets and scorecards. That was all. I wasn't sure, but that is usually the way of things. But James Wharton has got the nod. Maybe there was discussion. Maybe at some point, because they've got so many on the board, they thought, well, maybe send James in next and Will in loud. I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. As
I would have
he's just pushed another one into the covers. Dot.
I would have thought it would be more mental thing, whereas Luxton's been padded up for 2 sessions, just prepared to go in. He'd been mentally alert, and
as this one. Ball to James Wharton is turned into the leg side, and they pick up 1. I think
you have to know your players, obviously. But maybe at tea time they just said, "Okay, Will, pads off, relax, go and have a shower," and James, give him the 20 minutes that he needs just to get his head in his pads on and his head in the right shape.
In he comes once again, and Lyth just tucks this away, square on the leg side, and we'll pick up another 1. The way things are going, and with no Shan Masood or Joe Root now, or Harry Brook, that stellar top 5 they had earlier in the season, with the inexperienced round, I think the most experienced of those inexperienced players is George Hill, who has played well in the top 3 in the past. I think maybe I'd have been inclined to give him a go at 3, but he's also notoriously one who's not keen on sitting around and waiting. Oh, now then, he's got an outside edge on this James Wharton. It's dropped short of second slip.
Did it?
I think so. It felt like it didn't have the carry. There's a tap on the head from first slip to second. Let's just see, for those who can watch. And those who can't, I'll try and describe it for you in slow-mo. Yeah, it's well short. Well short.
The opposite of that, of course, is players like Mark Waugh. Next delivery through outside the off stump, no run. Mark Waugh notoriously used to fall asleep with his pads on and be woken up. Oh, you in, Mark? oh, okay. And I mean, that is relaxed, isn't it?
Very. So end of the over, 322 for 1. If you joined us more recently, it has been a wonderful day as far as Yorkshire cricket is concerned. Not so, unfortunately, for those of you of a Gloucestershire persuasion, winning the toss, putting Yorkshire in, and then suffering. 307 before that only wicket so far has fallen. Finley Bean caught Zaman Akhtar backward of point off Graham Van Buren for 164 in 250 deliveries, 18 fours and 6 sixes.
Start of a new over, and Lyth has finally gone. The ball coming back in. He's been bowled. Adam Lyth. The innings is over. 129. He's gone for Adam Lyth. He's going to get applauded all the way back to the pavilion. Well, that was a cracking delivery there. In fact, it didn't come back. It just squeezed through between bat and pads. And Lyth looking to play on the onside, played a little bit outside it. He's getting applause and deserves every bit of this applause that he's getting as he walks off the ground. He takes his helmet off. He shows his back to the pavilion, to the 2 sides, to the bleachers, over to the west stand, and off he goes. So a second wicket for Gloucestershire, riches for them. 322 now for 2, and Adam Lyth, not the worst innings by any account. That one, was it? Cracking effort.
Yep, 129 in 243 balls. 317 minutes, and it included 14 fours and 1 6.
And
George Hill's gone in at number 4.
yeah, I think that's sensible. I think they're hoping Luxton won't have to bat. Will Luxton won't have to bat tonight. But we don't know. Maybe that was the original order, Georgie. We don't know, do we?
No.
No doubt find out later. Sorry, John Arlett's just had another little drink of water there.
Dale prepares to come in from the Trafalgar Square end.
So, tail up, Singdale bowls. Whoa, dear, short delivery, and that's he's one for the over, says Neil Bate. No. I know George Hill's a tall young man. That's
Yeah, and on a day when centuries have been scored, both these two would love a first-class ton.
They would indeed. It's just I feel happy for Singdale because he's put a lot of effort. Again, there you can almost see him grunting as he bowls, can't you? That ball outside the off stump through the keeper, no run. Can you pass me one of those pens over from there? One of Ed's pens. They all work, but they just sort of work in some sort of, and they stop working and they work again, don't they?
Yeah, talking of tons, I mean, I'm setting the bar high here when they both walk out about. George has had 3 first-class hundreds. James Wharton yet to have one. 89 is the highest first-class score.
Singdale bowls, and Hill there is struck on the pad as Singdale falls over as he delivers that ball. And you reckon George Hill is the most experienced of the...
Well, George has played 42 first-class matches, 68 innings he's batted now. He's going on for 2,000 first-class runs. So yes, he's averaging just shy of 30, which, when you put it in context, Finlay Bean going out there, and George has gone out there opening and faced the new ball. Finlay's obviously done that just about all the time he's been playing.
Singdale bowls again, nice looking shot this time, and trouble him now up to wideish mid-off, no run.
When I go to Essex, I take 2 covers on, cushions on garden chairs.
So Bean winds up this innings, just gone. With 1,508 runs, he's passed 1,500 in the closing stages there. 38.66, 400s against his name already in 39 innings.
Square leg being sent back to deep, backward square, signalling a short delivery. No, good delivery, and that beats Hill pushing forward.
Other things to take into account, of course, that when you're just looking purely at stats, this is why stats don't give the whole story. There's always the context. What were the conditions like on those days when they've scored their hundreds? What was the opposition standard like? You know, George, for example, has got hundreds in Division 1. Finlay's not had the opportunity to try himself against Division 1 players yet.
Yeah, that's... all has to be taken into consideration. It doesn't tell you that. They don't tell you that, do they? They don't weight it in terms of the opposition.
Andy Lockwood's disappeared off to your favourite haunt, the North Riding. Not £9 a pint, it says £3.50. Chocolate and hazelnut porter. Goodness me. That's supposed to be a beer. Well, we'll all be in there probably about half an hour after the play's finished, Andy.
Why gout?
In, by the way, once again comes Goodman. I don't know why. I'm having a mental block with Goodman here. It's a bit like my gran used to have with him with the video recorder. When you said just press the red button and that records, she'd go, I don't want to touch it, it's going to blow up. And Dom Goodman, for whatever reason, the name is not sticking in my head. He's the only player this season where I keep having to refer back to my team sheet every time. Sorry, Dom, it's nothing personal.
Just think, Wolves forward, big afro hair. Dom Goodman.
I'll start calling him Dom then, though, won't I? Here he is, Dom Goodman, bowling to Walton, who turns that into the leg side no run. It's the best part of the day, isn't it, at the well at the moment? We've had a fair bit of cloud for much of the day, but there's not a lot of it now, mainly blue overhead. The seabirds are enjoying just floating around on the breeze over the top of the pitch, and it's a pretty stiff breeze as well. Haven't heard much in the way of noise from Peasholm Park this afternoon.
It's Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Goodman in again, drifts this one down the leg side, and Wharton leaves well alone. So we might get some guns blazing on Tuesday afternoon.
Have you ever seen it?
I think I might have seen it once, yeah. You know, I mean, they probably roped you in, didn't they, looking like that, as, you know, Captain Birdseye or whatever on the on one of the boats. Me heart is. Goodman in, that's turned into the leg side by Walton, and there is no run.
Is there a cricketing connection to Captain Birdseye?
Probably. You're probably going to tell us one now.
I am. Famous old radio commentator back in the day for LBC, Dominic Allen. Do you remember Dominic Allen? Used to do used to do IRN and whatever. He was Goodman bowls, and that's clipped wide of mid-on for a single. He was on the shortlist of three for the Captain Birdseye adverts. Didn't get the job, but he was very. He got to the last three. So there you are. There's a cricketing angle. And he covered many England tours as a cricket correspondent for LBC and IRN. And Dominic Allen.
Goodman bowling to Hill, meanwhile, who's covering that and then playing the lead, so 323 for 2. 86 overs have just clicked over on the board, so 10 more to come today, 33 minutes before the scheduled close. We're going to be a little bit later than that, but certainly not as long a day as a number we've had here when there have been rain interruptions. We're here till 7 o'clock, 6:45, fairly often on occasion. And it's a problem for DT because he can't get in the North Riding early enough.
What was that
He'll
combination?
usually look at his watch later in the evening and say, I'm 2 pints short today because the play didn't end on time.
What was that combination? Something and chocolate, was it?
Hazelnut and chocolate.
Oof, dear. Not going to have that. Not going to go near that, Dodgy. Sounds like a stout, doesn't it? Gee, that's got to be a no ball, surely. No, he's giving it one for the over. Singdale started a new over with another short, rapid delivery, but misplaced. So they don't have a TV in there. It's a proper old pub. Don't think they got a TV in there. Could be wrong, but I think they.
Is that a no-no, having a TV, or are proper old pubs allowed to have them in?
Proper pub, you don't have a TV in a pub. Good lord. Next delivery is played into the onside. Pubs you go into, of course.
He sent me a photograph from a pub in Leeds the other day. And not that DT is alcoholic, by the way. Let's just make that clear. But he sent me a photograph of him in a pub, and he said, "I'm at your favourite pub, Doige." And I thought, I'm sure I saw the devil in the background. Cardigan Arms in Leeds. He's struggling again here. Do I have to take a delivery for him, or is he going to manage to get so? No, he's going to call this one.
They will.
Am I back on? Yeah, sorry about that. Just something. Is the thought of that chocolate and hazelnut beer? It just pushed to extra cover. You haven't missed anything.
Did it stick in the craw? Did it?
Something like that. Yeah. No, the Cardigan Arms is a wonderful pub. They do have a TV in there. They put a TV in for the Euros. So, but it's upstairs. It's not interfering with people having a quiet pint and doing the crossword or Wordle or something or Sudoku. Next delivery from Singdale is turned square. It's no run to the fielder.
He timed that really well, didn't he? Just
He timed
picked
it
out
well,
the man.
But does that encourage
Well, the figure varied.
Yorkshire, or do you think it covers? It encourages Gloucestershire that the pitch is playing very well.
Woman who said a fifth of Scotland's population is here.
It is, isn't it? It certainly is.
It's Singdale again, bowls, and he's found the gap this time on the onside. Got a couple of runs, moves to 13. 325 now for 2. So the noisy blokes below us are striking up a conversation again. So. Where, the directional mic is pointing in the wrong direction, I think, Deutsche. Singdale bowls and pushed down into the gully. No run. That is the end of the 87th over today. So we've got another 9 overs to be bowled. And
yeah, I'll just disappear off in a mo. I'm just going to have a quick look before I do at.
Oh, apparently the lovely ale is a porter. A porter is a stout, isn't it? I thought. What are we going to get? That's coming from Andy Lockwood. The lovely ale is a porter. Is that a contradiction in terms anyway? Can the ale be a porter? Isn't an ale an ale and a porter a porter? I don't know, Andy.
Meanwhile, here's Goodman. As people are falling asleep during that little spell from DT, that's wide of off stump, and George Hill chooses the leave. I'm just checking out Adam Lyth this season. Oh, he's batted 21 times across all formats, 16 matches. I thought it must be close. 998 runs in all competitions this season at 52.52.
That's very, very good, isn't it?
Yeah, outstanding. Goodman in again. That's punched into the offside
and when
by
you
Hill.
When you say across all formats, I mean that is basically just Championship and T20.
T20 then, across the two formats, yeah. These players. Not that you're being pedantic again.
Full of runs.
All two formats.
Four centuries now, and a 97 in the Championship.
Yep, and yeah, 4 centuries, 5 50s.
So really 5 centuries, unless we're being picky.
Well, you usually do. But best of all, as Goodman's latest delivery is turned into the leg side for a single by George Hill. He's taken 8 wickets in both formats in total at 16. I mean, that is a start that I'm sure he'll be tripping out.
When I was doing my research for this game, I did notice that he's actually higher in the bowling averages than he is in the batting averages.
Goodman to Wharton, who stands tall and then watches one go by. They've packed the cordon again, with these two being relatively fresh out there, but Wharton so far seems to be striking it really well. No alarms so far for George. Just complete this over and then I'll disappear.
Well, that'll be good, worth seeing, or not seeing, as the case may be.
You're going to like it, not a lot. Here's Goodman again, and right over the top of that, Wharton just drops it into the offside.
I'll let the whippersnapper in here then, and then we can...
Don't tell me we're going to have a seamless transition with you on the microphone, DT. Goodness me, wonders will never cease. $326 for 2. 164 of them to Finlay Bean, 129 of them to Adam Lyth. And no addition to the score off that final delivery of the Goodman over. Ed, we'll wait for him to to get the headset back on, which is now in place, and say welcome back and goodbye.
Goodbye. I can't do the wink over the medium of radio, but goodbye. 8 overs left then, and they can't really go quickly enough, I don't think, for Gloucestershire, even though they've taken a couple of wickets now, at least removing the 2 Centurions. But they know that the future of this game, as far as they're concerned, rests on them batting well and batting long now in their reply whenever they're invited to do so. You still feel Singdale has charged in all day, and he's continuing, and goodness me, I thought that was an outside edge. He had a real fish at that one, did Hill, outside the off stump, dangling the bat at it. Wasn't a half volley, and he thought about a drive, but the ball goes past the edge very easily. Could have been Singdale's second wicket. 1 for 43 from 16 overs. Yes, Singdale was guilty of, like all the Gloucestershire bowlers really, of not quite getting it right with the first new ball, but still, at his pace, at his age, I think 1 for 43 in the context of 326 for 2, going at 2.7 and over, is pretty decent. Still 3 slips in a gully, Singdale bowls, and that's let go by George Hill. You were talking about fish fingers.
Go on.
Do you know about the history of the inception of fish fingers?
No.
So apparently Captain Birdseye
Go on.
had this product from the USA. It's called something. There was something like herring sticks or something like that. It was something sort of similar, but using herring. So he set up a couple of trials to see what people would like over here, as forward goes Hill and defends this one up the onside of the surface. So he chose the most bland, tasteless thing to go as the sort of control in the test, and then these herring sticks. And people loved the cod so much that that's what he went with in the trials. One of them was in Southampton, the other was in South Wales somewhere.
Well, you see, Birdseye was the company. It wasn't Captain Birdseye. Was the character they created.
Right, I'm just adding to the, you know. I think you'd find something to pick over. In comes Singdale and bowls very wide outside the off stump. It takes off on Bracey, who goes across to his right to take.
Yeah, it's good food for kids, actually, isn't it, in a way? Because they get a bit of protein, and it's actually real fish, as opposed to some of the other things that they get.
Fish finger sandwich, are you a fan of those?
No, not really. I mean, I do like my fish and chips, I must say, but I'm not a fish fingers, not really.
Singdale charges in, he bowls, and this is caught Hill on maybe, I thought it was the thigh pad originally, and it's gone towards backward point, but they were yelping as though there was a chance of a catch.
Again, he was looking to turn it, wasn't he, on the onside?
Yeah, just didn't have the time.
A bit of a leading edge there.
Difficult to tell with his back to us exactly what that came off, but it was certainly screaming catch, but it sounded.
Oh, it wouldn't have flown out. It wouldn't have flown that far off the pad, would it? When you think about it, the ball coming into him there, it hasn't come off.
It could have come off his glove versus his, I don't know what part of him it came off, but anyway,
bad.
You know better than me. Singdale is in as his full driven in the air and past Singdale in his follow through and down for 4. I certainly saw what that came off. And
very nice shot, though.
Delightful way for Hill to get his first boundary in fairly similar fashion to Wharton, although Wharton's was pretty much all along the floor, but he's timed it so well. It's past Singdale in a flash and well wide of him. 330 for 2.
You can't always see what things have come off, but how has the ball got out there if it hasn't come off the bat?
But it is being bowled at probably upwards of 85 miles an hour, and if it had gone off edge on to pad, then it pace
there
taken off.
would have been batting.
Anyway.
It's like sometimes you watch an awful lot of cricket, far more than me, but very often with LBW appeals, wherever you are on the ground, you just know from the positioning of the feet and the way the batsman's move that he's going to be in trouble there. Although you can't see it straight on, don't you? I mean,
yes, of course. Although there was an LBW appeal which got put up by one of the major cricket broadcasters in Australia recently.
So the start of a new. Is this
Webster? Yeah,
Webster who's come back. Mr. Bo Webster.
May not be able to tell what something's come off, but I can at least see who's bowling. But no, they put up this appeal. Gloucestershire fans might remember this possibly more than Yorkshire fans, although it certainly did the rounds on social media. A really rough decision earlier in the year.
Webster bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, no run.
Tom Alsop was adjudged LBW to Zafar Gohar on the final day at Hove earlier this year, going back, ball turning basically square out of the rough and struck him, well, let's say struck him maybe outside just the line of leg stump, and was then turning square further down the leg side from over the wicket.
Next ball is pushed wide off mid-on for a single. Now explain this. The batsman is right-handed.
Left-handed, Tom Alsop.
Oh, right, okay.
So went a long way back, and the ball's turning into him from the slow left armour over the wicket, and was adjudged LBW after the rough outside his off stump. And I said, that looks closer than the last one. I mean, admittedly, I can't remember exactly how close the last one was, but neither of them were close at all. One was given out.
Next delivery is from Webster, is through outside the off stump to the keeper.
But I was offering up as defence. I was at wide long off, but I have gone viral apparently.
You've gone viral
in Australia, although they've not actually quoted what I said. But all I said was, this looks much closer, I think. So they don't know what came before.
Webster bowls and just shaping the new ball away from the right-hander, but Hill, who has had to wait all day for a bat on this pitch, he's got 5 runs, he just allows that through to the keeper.
I think my most viral moment was when Glenn Phillips played a ridiculous sort of reverse sweep come scoop come hit almost at Bristol.
Next delivery pitched up and driven back down the pitch.
And that, I think, got something like 2 million views on X.
Really?
I mean, it wasn't because of me, obviously, but I was over the top of it. And that was probably the most anyone's ever, unfortunately, had to hear my voice.
I'm struggling to recall my most viral moment. 300 and...
Might be earlier on when you were talking about the grass. At this point, if anyone's fished that out.
I don't think so.
How much grass was it again? Oh dear.
Easy to get your metric and imperial mixed up, Ed. Especially on a hot afternoon.
We've got a change of bowling. I think we have Singdale's coming off, and Zaman Akhtar is back and bowling a ball that doesn't bounce. Well, sorry. It's exactly what it does do. It bounces in front of James Bracey. Wide of the off stump. A bit of a loosener, perhaps, from
Yes,
Akhtar.
I think we can be fair and say that was a loosener.
And it is, well, at least his 4th spell of the day, if not maybe his 5th, because he had a short burst with the very old ball as well. Akhtar is running in, bowls a Yorker length delivery which is squeezed down into the ground and then on the bounce to Ben Charlesworth in the gully. England are 62 without loss, having just completed the power play, 6.1 over, so they need 54 runs from 83 balls. It's safe to say
They
they are
also
going
need-
to qualify for the semi-finals.
Well, yes, because they'll have improved their run rate sufficiently. There won't be any ifs or doubts about it.
Actor is in, and this is pushed pleasantly enough, but straight to Hammond at backward point. West Indies taking on South Africa at 1:30 in the morning. You'll be glued to that, I'm sure, after an evening at the North Riding.
If England's run rate, they improve their run rate to being better than South Africa's, then basically they're through.
Through regardless, yeah. Actor is in. He maybe let a bit wide of the crease there, but he also bowls it a long way outside the off stump, and that's let go. And that really was the story of the morning session. As much as Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean moved the score along, it was as much about the fact that Gloucestershire didn't make them play enough with that first new ball, and as a consequence allowed them to set things up. Of course, they then ran with it and took it to heights that haven't been seen before on this ground. However, as Actor bowls down the leg side, he's got a... No, he's not got a touch on that. It's clearly deviated seemingly off the pitch and then gone a long way past Bracey, who didn't even need to put a dive in. It had gone that far down the leg side of him, and it'll go down as 4 byes, which...
There is movement there. We saw a couple from Singdale do the similar thing. You know, okay, started wide, but really moved and swung after pitching.
I think that was the ball I missed going across to fetch your water bottles. So it's your fault.
You've done a great job today.
Here comes Zaman Actor. He bowls. This is edged and I think down just in front of Charlesworth at Gully, who knocks it down. They'll come through for a single. One-handed effort to his left from Charlesworth. I sort of get the impression from the body language that must have fallen short of him.
Yeah, I think he sort of, his reaction also suggests it hurt a little bit as well, because although he hasn't sort of shaken his hand like they normally do.
He's in the wars the most of every Gloucestershire cricketer, Ben Charlesworth. 336 for 2 at the end of the 91st over, so 5 overs left in the day. He got whacked in the chops at the Oval, unfortunately, a ball that Tom Curran absolutely blasted out to deep backward square, and it burst through Charlesworth's hands.
So a start of a new over from Webster, and that's through to the keeper. No run there. So we're into the 92nd over, 4 overs to be bowled after this. As you can see on those of you watching on the stream, there's
why is everyone sitting in a line over there?
well, that's... could that be... I don't know.
You thought they'd want to space
idea.
themselves out so there's not somebody right in front of them.
The next delivery from Webster is played quietly up to mid-on, no run.
And no, it's not the steps. I mean, the steps were on one side, but not on both sides. Curious. Perhaps it's just my natural antisocial nature to try and sit away from people as much as possible. We're nicely spaced out in this commentary box.
Next ball is played defensively in Yorkshire. Well, 5 overs to go tonight. Are they just going to sort of coast into stumps, pick up the odd single but not do anything crazy? I think that would probably be one way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess worst case scenario, you lose maybe a wicket and then the night watchman or something if that gets used, and then you lose a few quick ones early tomorrow and then the game has a different complexion.
Next ball is through outside off stump and no run again. So defensive bowling, understandably so. But having said that, no sweeper out there unless I've lost him against the background of the bleachers. No. So he's bowling outside off stump, tempting him to drive square. There is a big gap between extra cover and backward point. And again, outside off stump, and on that occasion, a practiced swish or a frustrated swish from George Hill after the ball had gone.
I'd be quite happy to see that if I were bowling. See, there are some Gloucestershire bucket hats on in the crowd. The last shot that we got on the live stream, 3 members of the crowd with Gloucestershire bucket hats on.
Next ball is on the leg stump and played up to full length delivery, played up to mid-on.
Have you ever been seen in a bucket hat?
No, I probably had one, last century sometime, you know, because we didn't sort of call them bucket hats, and you just something you wore, your mum stuck on your head or something when you were going out in the sun, you know. It's they're a form of sun hat, really, aren't they? But just a certain different sort of design of sun hat. I prefer the sun hat with a decent brim, because that does a better job.
We've got Middleton at forward square leg with the floppy. It's not as floppy as some, but Actor is in, and this is on the pads of Hill, who flicks it away behind square. They'll take 2, I think that's going to be the sum of it, with Goodman coming round from fine leg. 3.38 for 2, as Hill has 7. Has been made to work for his runs, 7 from 19 deliveries, as in fact has Wharton, 15 off 44. I guess now maybe you're getting still not necessarily a fair representation, because Gloucestershire's attack is tiring, but maybe a different representation of what the surface was like compared with when Lyth and Bean were in full flow, as Hill works the ball up to mid-on and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment.
I mean, as you say, they may well just be bedding in for the close now, so hard to know, but you would guess that as the grass dies throughout the day, that it would get a bit slower anyway. Actor is in. This is down the leg side, missed by Hill, who then quietly punches his bat in annoyance because he's missed out on at least a single. The goals continue to swoop.
He's only got the one fielder at fine leg, hasn't he, to beat, and a fairly short boundary down towards the Scarborough Cricket Club Pavilion.
There's Actor. Steady approach, comes in and bowls, back of a length, and Hill onto his toes, guides the ball to Hammond at backward point. A few people starting to make their way towards the exit, if not necessarily leave the ground yet. You can go and hang out on the bleachers if you're on the far side of the ground. One way in, one way out.
Well, there's a back way out as well.
Yes, right. I've never been out there. I was saying that half hoping you might tell me about another exit. Actor is in, and that's let go by Hill. Tight enough that it might have tempted him in another situation, but not now.
I'm not sure there's a way out on the west side of the ground, so I don't know everything about Scarborough, but not sure. I think you can drive out on that side, but I don't think it's an automatic
right
way in and out.
I'd
often leaves the car over there somewhere. So.
Right. I'd never known that there was an exit on that side of the ground, but I've not been there for a while. Actor is in, and Hill turns this one off his pads to mid-wicket, and that completes that over. 93 gone, 3 remain, 338 for 2. A day dominated by a record Yorkshire stand, not only on this ground but also against Gloucestershire, 307. It was not the highest opening stand against Gloucestershire by any county. That honour belongs to Nottinghamshire.
Oh.
And I'm afraid I've forgotten the exact number, which is awful. It was 398, I think.
I don't know. Oh, right, sorry. It's an impersonation going on.
That's what's going on.
They're going to be very close to finishing on time, aren't they? There's 3 overs left. I'm going to let Doidge back in for the last couple after this one. Webster bowls, and Wharton wants a single there, and Hill's having nothing to do with it.
Yeah. No.
Was it a fairly recent one?
No, I don't think it was. Unfortunately, I've lost where I had it. I think it was on here somewhere rather than on the laptop because the Wi-Fi has been dropping out for me.
Webster bowls again through outside the off stump. Taken by Bracey.
Here we go. Fairly recent. 1899. In the grand scheme of the passage of time, very recent. Who knows? Shrewsbury, and A.O. Jones.
All right.
391.
Next delivery is edged, and he's found the gap. As Wharton, and he's found a boundary there. There's a gap between second slip and gully. Both of them died for it, and it bisected them. Went down to the seats at the far end.
Probably should have heard of Arthur Shrewsbury. 23 tests.
Did you not heard of Arthur?
Well, if I had, I've forgotten it. So there we go. Wisden Cricketer of the Year in 1890. First official county championship year.
Here's Webster again. Slightly angled approach, and that goes through to the keeper. Has nothing to do with it, does Wharton?
Arthur Jones, 12 tests for England.
Oh, he had to play.
Highest score, 34. Average 13.85.
And he got 12 test matches. Next delivery is short and through to the keeper. Which school did he go to?
He went to Cambridge University, so that's usually enough. Bedford Modern School.
Oh.
Wisden Cricketer of the Year, 1900. So it says.
Because it's streamed.
He must have had a very good season doing something else. Next delivery is out. Wharton plays at that one and edges it straight forward catch to the keeper. Well, he did nick one earlier in the over. Got a thick edge through the gap for 4 runs, but that one was that's a disappointing way to go for James Wharton. He's, he almost just helped it, didn't he? Just pushed out towards it, straightforward edge, and a 3rd wicket for Gloucestershire. So we can hardly call it a collapse, but 342 for 3. They've kept going, Gloucestershire. Fair play to them.
Yeah, and they forced Yorkshire to make the decision as to whether they wanted to send in somebody from lower down the order. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily going to call that a night watchman, but
Don
Bess is coming out. Is he coming out to be the night hawk? He's certainly going to be the morning hawk, you would guess.
What does that mean?
Well, he's just going to go out and counter-attack in the morning, I would guess. I don't know. It seems a bit odd to send Bess in if your only goal is just to see out the first 20 minutes tomorrow and see out the final couple of overs this evening. You'd have thought then you would send in somebody like a McCurr.
Yeah. I suppose it works both ways, doesn't it? You're not going to have your night watchman hanging about tomorrow morning. So.
Mind you, Gloucestershire have already seen a night watchman not only hang about all morning but all afternoon as well. This season, Scott Curry batted into the evening session after having started the 3rd day at Grace Road.
Not too many night watchmen back through the day.
Zaman Akhtar bowls to Hill. It's full on the pads and whipped away through the leg side. Middleton's making the chase round the boundary. They'll take a second and think about a 3rd, which is not there. 344 for 3. Yeah, Wharton will be cross with that dismissal because I know you could say it's a different situation from some, but he still didn't have to play at it. It was just gently shaping away from him, causing him to probe further away from his body, even in the original line. Actor is in. This is clipped fine towards fine leg, and Goodman does get across, so that will be a single, bringing Bess on strike. Hill into double figures, 345 for 3. At this point, Dave Fletcher would be getting really excited, because he's got this thing about every Derbyshire batter reaching double figures. I mean, I'm not sure that would happen in this anyway, but apparently this has never happened, so this tends to get mentioned.
It's never happened?
Apparently not.
In the history of Derbyshire cricket? I'm going to make way, let Deutsche in for the last over and a half.
But 4 out of 4 so far. So Bess has got 4 balls to face this over. There is a leg slip in place, 2 slips and a gully, 2 in close on the leg side as Actor bowls to Bess, who works the ball quietly up towards mid-on. And there is no run. The last time I saw Bess batting for Yorkshire against Gloucestershire was that game at the back end of 2022, where Bess looked as though he was going to carry Yorkshire over the line, but just ran out of partners on what proved to be the final day at Headingley, that third day. So let's come in the air as Actor bowled a ball towards the hip of Bess, and in fact it's going to be signalled dead ball. So it's come off the pad. He didn't take evasive action in Neil Bainton's mind and didn't play a shot, so he's going to have to return to the striker's end for some more. But pretty much, given that they've got that leg slip in and the field is in close on the onside, pretty much seemingly where Actor wants to bowl this. Dig it into the pitch and get Bess hopping around is the idea. Actor is in, bowls! That's a good delivery, which bounces and carries through to Bracey, and mind you, at 345 for 3, if Yorkshire are looking at that and thinking, well, if the pitch was seeming to slow down a little bit, Gloucestershire getting their tails up a bit towards the end of the day seems to have brought it back to life somewhat. Here is Zaman Actor bowls, and Bess takes a hand off the bat there, and it's probably a good job he did, because it caught him high up on the bat, and if he'd kept both hands on it, that would have popped up even further towards one of those close catches on the onside. But Bess has seen off Actor for the day. 345 for 3 and 1 over left.
Yeah, when I hear Zaman Actor, even though it's a completely different spelling and not in the same context at all, it still reminds me of John Actor. You remember in the Fast Show?
I need to see
whatever
more
it was,
of that.
starring John Actor.
I clearly need to see more of that.
Yeah, I think you do. Anyway, so here we are for the final over of the day, and Andy Lockwood has sent us a little ditty to wrap things up. Cricket at Scarborough is a joy to behold, especially when Yorkshire don't fold. Ice cream and chips and maybe a beer. Staying fairly sober, asleep, no fear. Tar for the comms, waxing lyrically all day. Top waffle, what more can I say? So for this final over, we have Bill Webster bowling from this Peatone Park end of the ground. First delivery wide of off stump. George Hill watches it go by. Well, Don Bess has been looking for an opportunity with the bat, so he gets that here. Up at 5, and if he is considered a night watchman, I think he's a little bit better than that somehow. Webster in again. Oh, inside edge from George Hill, not far from clattering the furniture behind him. Goes off on its way down to long leg for 1. And he'd probably be quite relieved that that could be his final delivery of the day. If the night watchman's out there to do that job, then he should be taking what remains.
It's so nice as amongst just the magnificent setting of this ground. It's so nice just because so often you're stuck behind glass. It's a great position at Bristol, but being behind that, you know, that sealed environment, you could actually hear that nick without, you know, the nick of Wharton live.
Now then, a ball short of length there, which rears up, and Bess leaving it, hits him somewhere, squirts out towards gully. No run. Marty says, if a well-known lager company did days at the cricket. ... Been here with the Sorby Bridge boys all day. Having a cracking day by all accounts. 3:46 for 3. Webster in again. That is worked into the leg side and fielded at... well, they've got a couple of catches in, understandably, in this final over. Can they take one with them? With Bess having just gone out there on naught. No ball signalled by Ed Seaborn, who's now the official, or one of them, in this match.
Well, you know, we were talking earlier about how you can tell just from anywhere on the ground sometimes what an LBW is like in terms of whether it's out or not out. You can clearly do that with no balls as well.
Well done, you. So 3:48 for 3. Webster in again. There's a bit of swing later on in the day here, and he got that one to drift away from Bess, and he just turned it out again into the offside. No run. There's a lot of goal activity at this point of the day, and probably a bit of a nuisance for those sitting around in the bleachers, because they tend to be hovering around that area and swooping around over the top of the pitch, maybe eyeing up one of the players and thinking, could have a little peck at them for tea. Webster to Bess, conveniently that delivery with Bess showing his way, showing it up between the wires in front of me, pushes into the offside.
It's a good job that didn't go out to deep cover as well, because a small person just ran onto the field and had to be pursued by parent, I assume.
Don't be heightist. You're better than that, Ed.
Say child. Child.
Mind you, I spent last week reminding Paul Shaw that he's short. He's been in the ground today somewhere. Has had his wide of off stump and left by Bess. And that will be that for day one here at Scarborough. 6:07 p.m. Goodness me. For the finish. 348 for the loss of 3 wickets. Yorkshire on, well, yeah, I don't think it's an exaggeration or hyperbole to say a stellar day for the county, particularly when having been asked to bat first when the opposition won the toss. Finlay Bean, 164 goals and those doing ball.
And it's been perfectly pleasant. The only issue is from the Gloucestershire perspective, they've not got things right for the majority of the day, it has to be said, and it all started after that need to make so what we're going to manage to do at the end of that day and plug away and see if they can limit the damage, if not in terms of runs, perhaps also to some extent in terms of the amount of time they might for the time. They're going to have to bat very well.
And it took him to come on as, well, in this case today, the part-time spinner, and take a wicket in his second over. Maybe that was just one of those things, you know, the sweat and toil he'd watched his players go through, he'd given them every opportunity to do it. And then he either thought, well, I've had enough of this, I'm bringing myself on and see if I can do it, or whatever. But yeah, he had worked all the time today, over the years. So from DT and from Australia, we'll say thanks very much for your apologies with those audio only listeners out there, and we'll endeavour to make sure that that does not happen tomorrow. And good evening. We'll be back at the start of play on day 2.